A Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, from the luxurious confines of the Race Shack, here's your host, Rob Hahn.
I'm back, and so is the Race Show. Welcome, once again, to the second season of the Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection, and it's great to have you with us. Thanks for tuning in. For those of you who are new to the show, you'll find out first and foremost that the Race Show is really a show about me, Rob Hahn. Secondarily to that, it's a show allegedly about racing. And speaking of racing, we have a jam-packed show in front of us, including an interview with Jeff Martin, last week's super late model winner at Elko Speedway. We'll catch up with Mike Skaya. In fact, we'll put our eye on Skaya, going back to our little segment from last year, and see what he has to say. He's kind of had a struggle these first couple weeks at Elko this year. We'll check in with Amy Woodward and Carrie Estes during our Points to Ponder segment. And we are happy to welcome back Chris Schultz, the illustrious Chris Schultz, to the Race Show. She is our investigative reporter this year. In fact, we're going to go to her live in just a second. Let's take a look at her. Let's see if that live camera is working. Okay, we'll check in with her in just a second. She's going to take us kind of behind the scenes with some very important matters and maybe some trivial matters from time to time as well, using her investigative skills to their full power. So we are glad to have Chris Schultz back on the Race Show. What else can I tell you? Oven Mitt Man is back. Many people have asked me, where is Oven Mitt Man? Well, he's come out of the closet. Wait, that didn't come out right. He was stored in my closet at my house, and now he's here in the Race Shack, and he'll join us later during our Usual Suspect segment. And who might that usual suspect be this week? Let's get caught up quickly on some observations from the first couple weeks of racing in the local racing scene. What was it, some 50 or 60 million viewers nationwide caught the Friends finale 2 weeks ago on NBC. Thousands of fans caught this Friends finale on opening night in the super late model feature at Elko Speedway. Oh, if only he would have boarded the plane and gone to Paris. I'm a big follower and hopefully a predictor of trends. Just to ask anyone, I was way ahead of the curve on the Chia Pets. Anyway, check out this new trend that Kenny Walstead has devised, whether he knows it or not. Kenny Walstead is the flagman at Elko Speedway. As an alternative to the Atkins diet, this is Kenny's Dice Diet. Oh, you go, Kenny. Go, go! And finally, take a listen to and a look at this. Footage from the Thundercar feature last week at Elko Speedway, caught by our own Brian Nelson. Ouch. Conrad Jorgensen slapping the wall. And Donald Rumsfeld thought he was the only one in America who had to deal with the issue of hard hits. Anyway, this show is allegedly about racing. So in the words of The Who, let's see action. Last Saturday at Elko was one of those weekends where some of the early features were caution-filled, but the wait was all worth it. We had the great sportsman feature and then the super late model feature. How'd you make your way into victory lane? Jeff Martin joins us now in the Race Shack.
Well, it kind of helps start on the outside pole, and got kind of lucky. It did a lot of changes to the car. Wasn't working too good earlier, and it worked good enough that I could hold on. Had, the guys around me, were pretty decent. They weren't beating me up or anything like that. Otherwise, I suppose they could have muscled their way by me, but they're all decent and stuff, and thanks to them, they're probably nicer to me than I would have been to them. But
Steve Mergic in particular seemed to give you the hardest run throughout the race. And it looked, with about 2 or 3 laps to go, that he might have had a little something extra left, and the two of you just put on a great side-by-side show.
Yeah, he's kind of known for this, and I've raced with him for a number of years, probably quite a number, and he'll kind of charge, and then if he thinks he can't get by you, he'll kind of back out of it a little bit. You probably noticed that, and then then he'll come again, and you're kind of wondering, well, what's he got this time? And you know, on the outside groove, you can stay a little better with your tires. You can kind of save them a little better. And the inside guy, he kind of has a tendency to use his tires up, so he's got to try to make a charge and get by quick, and he can't wait around. He can't stay there 20 laps. He's just not going to be able to do it.
We've obviously seen some rule changes in the super late model division. Tom Ryan, a track owner, has said that we're really going to be able to see cars corner better than in the past, and it looked like you were really getting deep into the corners.
Yeah, that's probably just not enough sense to let off when you should, maybe, but I don't know. I guess at first when I heard they were changing the rules, I didn't really like it because I knew it was going to cost me some money to switch over, but hey, once we got racing now, it's kind of interesting. It's something different, and I got a really good motor. I think I was hurting a little bit before, but the new rule change seemed to suit me okay, so I just got to get the thing to go around the corner a little better, and I think I'll have a good machine to, you know, win a couple races, hopefully.
Some of the other changes we've seen in the late model division, we'll talk super late model division. We'll talk about one of them later in our Points to Ponder segment on the show. But the return to the double file restarts, what do you think about that?
Well, I guess when we used to have that, I really liked that rule because I guess it worked out good for me, and I never had a problem with it back then. They're doing it a little bit different now, which is okay. It kind of tightens the field up. When you're the leader, you don't really want to see that. We only had one yellow, I believe, tonight, so I mean, it didn't turn out to be a big factor, but I guess I think it'll probably be okay, and we haven't been wrecking a lot, so, and you know, when we had the single restarts, we seem to be able to smash plenty too.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say that.
I'm not sure. You know, I sometimes just got to try something and see what happens with it.
I think it's a good thing,
yeah,
for the division and for the whole entertainment package, and I think we'll continue to see some good racing because of it throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, you know, I guess sometimes the race car drivers get so fixated on getting their car to go good and win, but basically we're in the entertainment business, and we kind of forget that sometimes. So I guess I'm for something that's going to make it better for the fans, providing a fast show where we're not messing around too much, where we can provide a lot of action. I think that's the best.
Well, it's good to see you back in Victory Lane and back here in our luxurious race shack. I'm sure you were counting down the days till you had the opportunity to step in here again.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy this week, so I didn't get my mom a very good Mother's Day present. I'm hoping this will tide me over this year.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jeff Martin joining us in the race shack, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I get to choose?
Honey,
Huh?
go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Beeline Yamaha Sports Center in St. Cloud and Century Power Sports in Stillwater.
Murphy, party of 4.
Welcome to Arby's. How many in your party?
Oven mid. What are you doing?
Well, now that we serve salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, I thought we should start acting like one.
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken and lots of surprising ingredients. Try the Martha's Vineyard, the Asian Sesame, and the Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We require a jacket and tie.
No, we don't.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh salads, each just $3.99.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
There is only one encyclopedia when it comes to the local auto racing scene, and his name is Dan Plan. We, of course, are privileged to have him on the race show for another season. So take it away, Danny boy.
Prior Lake's Chad Wallen is in his first year of late model racing at Elko this year. Chad, what made you move up into the late model division?
Well, I just really wanted to stick around Minnesota and race so that my crew could help out, and Elko Speedway is so convenient that's really why I changed classes.
You had the modified before. What'd you end up doing with that car?
Well, last year we raced that over Wisconsin Dells and did really well over there with it. And I ended up selling it and to a guy in Canada, and then I bought this car.
And where did this car come from originally?
This came from a guy that raced it at Ileana Speedway.
What are your goals to do this year in the late model division?
Well, my goals is to run competitively every night and be there for the chance to win and maybe win a couple races.
The Wallen name's been around Elko Speedway for a number of years. How are you related to Mel?
Mel is my uncle, and he races ARCA now, and I pitted on his crew for many, many years, along with my dad.
And your dad is?
Don Old Wallen, yep.
And Don owned a number of Mel's cars. Which ones did he own?
Well, he owned the red modified, the four-cylinder mod that raced at Raceway Park that won the regional titles and stuff, and then he's invested in this car too.
What are some of the bigger differences between racing the late model and the cars you've raced in the past?
This car is a lot more responsive to the adjustments you can make. It's a lot smoother, better brakes, probably because of the wheelbase and stuff. It's a full-blown race car.
Is there a big power difference between the two, or with the modified being so light, is it pretty much the same?
It's pretty much the same. I'd say the modified was actually a little harder to drive because the weight to horsepower ratio was more, and it was lighter, so it was a little harder to drive.
You're familiar with the usual suspects?
Yeah, I guess so. Yep.
Well, hopefully you won't make it on there, and hopefully Rob invites you into the booth later for a feature win.
Well, that'd be nice. That's another one of my goals. So.
Well, good luck, and we hope to talk to you again.
Thank you.
I'm Dan Plan at Elko Speedway.
Now, I suppose she's been standing with the wind blowing in her hair for long enough. Let's go live to our investigative reporter, Chris Schultz. Take it away, Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris, trackside here with Larry Cornell, here to talk about the lovely yellow suits. How does it make you feel wearing the yellow suit?
Tall and big.
Tall and big, and I managed to get myself a jacket too, and I'm feeling a little tall and big too. I was just commenting how bright they look from on the track, and I was told it's for safety and they're flame retardant, which I think is a great idea, but I still think they're funny every time I look at them. Do you think they're funny?
Yeah, if you like big birds, they do.
So there we go. He's calling himself Big Bird, and I've also heard him called the banana too. There we are. We spent 60 seconds with Chris. Back to you, Rob.
Now, if that was a 60-second report, then I'm Superman. Really? Chris looks pretty good in that yellow jacket. Fire retardant, I guess. I think it's also Rob retardant because she insisted on doing it live on location and would not sit with me in the race shack. Go figure.
It's been a long time coming. We didn't exactly start out the season the way we would have liked to have. We finished 8th last weekend and went home and did a lot of homework and made sure everything was right. And when came out Thursday, tested, we had a good session, and I guess a little hard work paid off for us tonight.
How frustrating was it to have the 2 red flags?
That really didn't. Everybody else got a stop. That was no big deal. You know, the biggest thing is it's getting cold out here at night, so you got to free your car up in between the rounds, and if you don't, you're gonna have a push. So we made some adjustments after the heat race, and things worked out for us tonight for once.
I don't mean to put too much pressure on you early in the season, but one of our videographers, the Big O, said that you're going to run away with it this year.
I don't know. There's a lot of races left, hey, and there's a lot of good people out here to beat. You know, you never get overly confident in your performance, and keep your nose to the grindstone, and with a little luck, it'll pay off.
We had a disappointing finish last week. Got that bad luck going out of the way, I hope.
What about those, really the second half of the race is where you made your charge, got past Bud, took the lead, and then no one really had a car for you?
Well, actually, I didn't think it was going to be that way. I thought I was going to get hung out to dry because with the new carburetor rule, everybody's really picked up the pace. It was a pretty awesome race to beat those guys that were up front. So I'm pretty happy, really happy.
It was a good race. I had a bunch of fast cars up there around me, and it feels good to beat those guys because I know they're probably 4 of the best sportsman drivers out there between Eileen, Skya, Schultz, and I don't know. I don't even remember who else is up there, but yeah, it felt good.
I thought it was fun because I walked through the pits shortly after the race and passed a couple of people, and we looked at each other and said, great race. It's got to be not only fun to be involved in one of those great races, but to come out on top.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Car was handling great, and it's a new car for us this year, and we got beat the previous week, and Nice just deserved the win last week, and we're glad to get one this week. So,
one of the great things about a new season of the race show is bringing on new sponsors. So we are proud to present this new sponsor, if I may.
Paging Mr. Daniels. Paging Mr. Jack Daniels.
Now, before I talk about how Jack Daniels is going to be involved in the race show this year, let me tell you emphatically listen carefully, that the race show, Elko Speedway, and Jack Daniels remind you that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly. Now, having said that, here's how Jack Daniels is going to be involved in the race show. And if you don't mind, because this is a large script, I'm going to have to look down and refer to it once in a while. The race show, Minnesota's Racing Connection, and Jack Daniels present the Pit Crew Party Pack. Try saying that quickly 4 times, especially if your pit crew has won the Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack. Anyway, we're going to present them all season long. Each night or each week, 4 pit crews are going to receive a Pit Crew Party Pack. What, you might wonder, is a Pit Crew Party Pack? Well, because you were so inquisitive, I'll tell you. A Pit Crew Party Pack includes beverages from the entire Jack Daniels family. Just wonder, because I know I have, what it would be like to hang out with the Jack Daniels family around the holidays. But there's never a dull moment in that house. Anyway, the party packs include the entire Jack Daniels family of fine whiskeys, as well as some hats and T-shirts for the whole team. So we'll announce the winners on each show, each week, 4 per night or per week at Elko Speedway throughout the entire season. Thanks to Jack Daniels for joining us on the race show. And remember that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4, count them, 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
If you ever visit the Jack Daniel Distillery, you'll learn quite a bit about our whiskey. How we start with pure cave spring water and the finest grains. And how we charcoal mellow our whiskey for extra smoothness. In fact, the only thing you won't learn is how it tastes. Fortunately, you can do that just about anywhere else.
A recent survey of these 3 participants of our Points to Ponder section indicated that, yes, in fact, they do think I get better looking every day. Isn't that right?
Sure.
I'm still suffering from a little self-loathing, so I voted against that. I'm Rob Hahn, back in the race shack, joined now by Amy Woodward to my right and Carrie Estes to my left. Sportsman driver, Thunder Car driver, moving up. Kind of like the Jeffersons, right?
Right.
Moving on up to the east side.
Exactly.
Very good. Points to ponder. Point number 1. It is a good thing that the super late models at Elko have gone back to double file restarts. I think so. I like the fact that we are guaranteed side-by-side racing coming out of a caution. I'm kind of mixed on, the inability for drivers second on back to choose their lanes, but it's okay. What do you think?
I like the double wide. I mean, it tightens things up. It does have more side-by-side racing. That's what we like. That's what everybody likes to see. But I do think that they could have done lane choice. And that's the only thing I think is missing from this. Is lane choice is a good strategical thing to have.
Yeah, time will tell, but I think these first couple weeks have shown that we have gotten the side-by-side racing, and maybe the lane choice, while we like it here, isn't the most important thing or the most imperative thing to good side-by-side racing.
I don't know, I like the lane choice. I'm very split on this because as the Sportsman's last year, we got the lane choice. The late models, they all started single file. I like that they're starting double file now and that the front person gets to pick whether he wants to go high or low. And then, the evens follow the second place person and the odd, of course, follows the leader. But I think I'm really split on this. I liked having the lane choice because there was a lot of times I could gain a couple positions because everybody wanted to run one side. But then again, it does just make sense to, have them follow in line and everybody starts where they're at and where they've earned.
Sure. Point number 2, qualifying. And we're speaking specifically about the changes that were made in the super late model qualifying at Elko, where it really means something now and it affects the starting position even more than it did in the past in the features. And then the Sportsman, who at Elko just got rid of qualifying. frankly, no offense meant here, but it doesn't bother me that there's not qualifying for the sportsmen. I've never been a big fan of qualifying to begin with. I think it has its place for the super late models, but beyond that, I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, I see why they did it. Yeah, it definitely tightens things up. It's just, as a sportsman getting used to getting 2 practices, your qualifying, your heat, your feature, it just kind of takes away. I was just like, wow, it's weird. We have 3 hours to sit here and do nothing. And I understand what, you know, the Thunder cars were always going, and the other classes were like, yeah, 3 hours to twiddle your thumbs. But I mean, it makes sense, though.
Crashing on your car a little bit and maybe getting it ready for racing?
Oh, it's ready. It's ready.
Okay. And Carrie, how do you feel about qualifying?
Well, Rob, I don't mind that the sportsmen aren't qualifying anymore. I mean, it never bothered me one way or another, but I think that since they took the qualifying away for sportsmen, they could at least maybe throw in a couple more warm-up sessions for us. That's a key thing. I mean, to get your car dialed in is essential, and so I think with taking that away, they could maybe give us one more session.
And maybe they will, now that they've heard it from you. It's good to have you back in the race shack.
Good to be here.
We'll see you again next week. There you have it. Points to ponder.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Stop by Leo South in Lakeville, your Kawasaki headquarters.
For the first time ever, SLS Promotions presents the World of Outlaws at Princeton Speedway Friday and Saturday, May 21st and 22nd in the Polydome Princeton National. 18-time and defending Outlaw champion Steve Kinzer and the entire Outlaw contingent square off against hometown hero Craig Delansky. For ticket information, call the number on your screen. 2 big nights of World of Outlaws action as SLS Promotions presents the Polydome Princeton National Friday and Saturday, May 21st and 22nd at the Princeton Speedway.
The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Back in the race shack, on the race show, I'm Rob Hahn with one big question, the pressing question of the day. How does a former champion start on the pole in the future and get flushed back and finish 3rd or 4th or whatever it was? We let you in here. It kind of stinks, you know, the way that... Man, Mike Skaya joins us, the sportsman defending champion, but not quite the champion of last week's feature.
Right. I despise starting up front like that. You can only do one thing, and that's flush. And that's what.
That.
Oh yeah. Yep. I think I run better when I have a goal. You know, if I got because when the guys got in front of me, I was able to catch back up and follow.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. But let's talk about those final few laps after the final restart, or what ended up being the final restart. What a great race. You had Doug Brown, Island, you, and Steve Schultz, and we're looking at some video of it right now. Well, you had to enjoy as a real racer. I'm giving you a compliment.
Thanks, thanks.
Don't flatter yourself too much. But as a real racer, you really had to enjoy being part of an event like that.
Yeah, it was actually, I mean, I thought for the fans that would be a good show. It's not somebody just walking away from it. You know, we stuck together, us 4 stuck together. There wasn't much bumping going on. It was a good race.
It's kind of unlike you.
I try not.
A pack of cars and not have a lot of bumping going on.
Well, a couple weeks ago there, I was kind of, and I think you're going to bring that up.
Yeah, speaking of a couple weeks ago, how convenient, our first issue of the year, Minnesota's Racing Connection, points out that not only are you defending champion, but you're the first usual suspect of the season for Minnesota's Racing Connection. That's quite an honor.
Yeah, it's It's quite the accomplishment. It only took me 4 laps, I think, to get very impatient. Somebody told me that the championship was won on the first night, and I took them seriously. Yep, and I thought I was going to win it all and then be able to take off the rest of the year, but it didn't work out for me.
Now, if we were to flash back to one of last year's Ion Skya, it seems to me, and maybe we'll even pull the tape, it seems to me that you refer to the asphalt assassin as someone who just drives right through you.
And a bonehead.
And a bonehead, yeah. And so what did you do to the asphalt assassin?
Tapped him.
Tapped him. You know, the Vikings might have an opening for a punter this fall.
Okay.
So, you know, maybe you can find another job. Now, you know, we would not be complete in our duties if we didn't award you the usual suspect, the first of the second season of the race show. This is Oven Mitt Man. Many people have wondered where he's been all winter. He's been hanging low, just waiting to get into your hands.
He's hot.
Well, okay. I mean, you know, you and Oven Mitt Man probably have something very special going on.
Right, right.
You know, 5 roast beefs and, you know, whatever. So, what about the rest of the season? You had a, you know, you struggled the first night. You've got you had a good, strong second night, and now you move forward with defending your title.
Well, the only thing we got to do is we got to get out here and actually practice. Last week before I think it was the 3rd place finish, but they put me in 4th. We went down to Hawkeye Downs, and I did all right down there, but kind of tired and everything like that. I was going to come out the Thursday before and kind of tune the car up. There's about 4 cars out there that are like right there, and I want to try to be ahead of those 4 cars.
Mike Skya, sportsman driver at Elko, defending class champion and our first usual suspect of the year on the race show. So enjoy the traveling trophy for 1 week, and you know, I told you we'll continue to put our eye on Skya as long as you keep things interesting. But the minute they get dull and predictable, you're toast. You know?
All right, I'm not sure I like that, but we'll see what happens.
All right, thanks for being with us.
You bet, thank you.
We'll be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Oven mitts. What's with all the models?
Well, now that Arby's has introduced salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, we are attracting a whole new crowd.
True salad lovers are coming in for Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken, plus really fresh, really tasty, really surprising ingredients. Try the Asian sesame, the Martha's Vineyard, and the Santa Fe.
These salads are a great idea.
Yeah, a really great idea.
Arby's new Market Fresh salads, just $3.99.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I need to choose?
Honey, go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Brothers Motorsports in Baxter and XL Motorsports in Coon Rapids. The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
There you have it, the first episode of another season of The Race Show in the can. Thanks for joining us, and my thanks to the Big O and Brian Nelson, the 2 guys behind the camera. We'll see you again next week. Here one day, gone the next. I mean, come on. Don't we deserve a little more respect than that? I mean, would this happen to Letterman? You think they'd just up and move the Ed Sullivan Theater? Man, oh man. Even Bluto got more respect in Animal House.
They took the bar!
They took the shack! Shack!
Thanks. I needed that.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
No. Welcome to another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And of course, you know that this is a show all about me. Just kidding. Well, not really. What can I tell you? We're in our, as you probably gathered from the intro to the show today, we are in a new broadcast location, a super secret spot, as I'll refer to it through the rest of the show. And because of that, because it's a new location for us, you may occasionally hear some strange noises that you don't normally hear during the race show. I'm sure none of these noises are related to toilets flushing around us and water running through pipes. Are they trying to send a sign to us about what they think of the race show? I hope not. Regardless, in just a little bit, we'll be joined by super late model driver Steve Mergic. Bud Kane, the power stock, or as I like to sometimes call him, the powerless stock car driver, will also stop into our studio. And Conrad Jorgensen, who wrecked hard a couple weeks ago but had his car back in running order. He'll join us in the, I was going to say the race shack, but really this, not that I'm bitter or anything that they took away our shack, okay? I'll get over it. I hold grudges usually for only about 60 or 70 years, so there will come a time when I get over it. But until then, we will we'll try to deal with our super, here it is. Take a listen. Huh? Do we have ambiance or what? Gotta love it. So I figured if we're going to rough it in our new super secret location, which doubles as a studio, since our race shack is gone, we might as well bring you in as the first guest of the show today. So Bud Kane, defending street stock champ, even though they're now called the power stocks. Try keeping that straight. How's it going?
That's a great name. I love the name of the class. I love AC Delco for helping us out.
Except it's not very descriptive, at least accurately descriptive of you.
Well, not lately.
Powerless stock, maybe, the way you got shuffled back from the pole.
We're struggling. I made a big mistake last week with tire pressures. A lot of guys caught it, and I didn't. Bonehead move. I guess everyone can make a mistake.
Well, we expect as much from you. Right?
You know, I was going to say I was honored to come down here, but you keep that stuff up.
Well, I gotta keep you light on your, light on your toes, or at least on your toes. I don't know if we want to say light on your toes, but what do you think of the season so far? I know it's very early to assess it, but I mean, you've had some competitive runs out there.
You know, everyone in my class seems to be competitive. There are some good young kids that are coming in. They aren't making any dumb mistakes that I can see. They made some changes in the procedure. We draw for position now instead of going by a 3-week average. So the lineups are going to be different every week. The same guy doesn't start up front every week because he had bad luck. So that'll shake things up.
I don't mean to interrupt here, but we can hear these, this ambiance, this water rushing through the pipes. I was watching the Poseidon Adventure for a while this afternoon, and I feel like I'm on the Poseidon. And we're going to go overboard soon.
What was that show we used to watch? Ninja Turtles? Weren't they down in the sewers? We're kind of down in the sewers, aren't we?
Well, it could be. Our super secret location. We don't want to reveal where we're coming from today.
In the bunker.
Yeah,
the bunker, isn't it?
It is kind of the bunker. Yeah. You know, what I found really interesting is after the first feature of the year, Cliff 80, the young number 80, in case he forgets his name, he can always refer to his number, 80. And he finished second. He's just a kid, and I said, well, what was it like to run near and ahead of Bud Kane, the defending series champ? He goes, who's that?
Who's that? Forgot how soon they forget, right?
Way to go, Bud. Anyway, we could talk racing, but I would rather play our famous game that we started last year.
Okay.
True or false, and why? Where I'll read a statement. Cue the music, please. That's what this was for. Cue the music. I'll read a statement. You tell me if you think it's true or false, and then why. Okay? Are you up to this?
A short answer or a long answer?
Does it matter what I say?
Talk
because
as long as you want.
That's what I worry about sometimes. Number one, true or false, and why? You dissed me at the Alco banquet last year.
False.
No, that's not what my sources say. I don't go to banquets because of my phobia of crowds, but...
I pretty much dissed everybody, and I don't know if I even mentioned your name at the banquet.
I think
so
you
that would be considered a...
Well, then that's dissing by itself, right? I think you ripped the show and said that we could cover late models way too much.
Oh, that's
ripped the paper, said we didn't give you enough.
So old, I forget what I
yeah.
said from one day.
That convenient memory lapse. Isn't it great? Point number 2.
Actually, I took a shot at virtually everybody, and it was good-natured because, you know, every Saturday night you can walk around the pits and someone's mad at somebody, the race director's a jerk, and the flag man can't see, and I pretty much knocked everybody, and then I reminded everyone that we all keep coming back, and that's because we love Elko so much. We love racing, so.
Even if we don't love you.
Well, Rob, you know, you know, in a platonic sense, I love you and your show.
That's why you're wearing stripes today in honor of me, right?
I got my Rob Hahn shirt on, just in honor of Rob. I don't know why he doesn't wear stripes.
No, not on television, okay? You know. I get better looking every day, so I don't want to blow it by wearing stripes on television.
You're a legend in your own mind.
Well, I got to be someplace, right? Point number 2, true or false and why? The Race Show and Minnesota's Racing Connection are your 2 favorite media outlets.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Thank you.
On Saturday at 10 o'clock, yeah, that's my favorite media outlet on a Saturday at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, or late night on Thursday. You know, we're doubling up this week, so it's 1 a.m. Friday morning.
So I don't stay up that late anymore.
Fair enough. Point number 3, true or false and why? You will repeat as champion this year.
Wow. Geez, if I had a huge ego, I'd say, sure, true. But I want to be humble and say it'd be nice to be lucky.
Hey, this is the race show.
All right, yeah.
We're never humble on this show.
I got the best car out there.
It's the driver we worry about.
I'm the legend in my own mind.
I'm glad you could join us today.
Well,
Bud Kane, power stock or powerless stock, depending on the night, joining us, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I choose?
Honey,
huh?
Go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Farm Island Repair and Marine in Aiken and J&J Power Sports in Faribault.
Murphy, party of 4. Welcome to Arby's. How many in your party?
Oven mid. What are you doing?
Well, now that we serve salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, I thought we should start acting like one.
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken and lots of surprising ingredients. Try the Martha's Vineyard, the Asian Sesame, and the Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We require a jacket and tie.
No, we don't.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh salads, each just $3.99.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Do you hear that? You know what that is? Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Dan Plan, the Encyclopedia, take it away.
Rosemont's Rick McNamara is in his first year of asphalt racing. Rick, you raced modifieds in dirt down in Iowa last year. How did that come about?
2 years ago, we started racing dirt mods, 360 B mods in Iowa. I raced quarter midgets for 5 years, and we found that we needed to get into a bigger class of cars, so figured might as well start early in modifieds down in Iowa, and now we moved up to Elko now we can.
Did you race the quarter midgets out here at Elko?
Yes.
How many years did you race those out here again?
5 years.
And why were you racing down in Iowa and not in Minnesota?
In Iowa, there's 3 tracks that let kids under 16 race, so we ran down there for 2 years when I started my turn for a team.
You know, I think there's a couple guys that raced out here that claimed they were 16 for like 2 or 3 years. Have you ever thought of doing that?
Thought about it, but we didn't want to take the chance.
My dad used to work with your grandpa. Your grandpa, I guess, got paid to drive for a living. Was able to give you any tips from his previous profession?
Pretty much just showed me from his heart attack. Don't have a heart attack while you're driving, but it's about it.
There's not much that transfers over from the bus to racing a car?
Just turn hard. That's about it.
What are some of your goals for the year?
I'd like to get Rookie of the Year and win as many races as I can.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you again on the race show.
Thanks.
I'm Dan Plan at Elko Speedway.
Let's take a look at that again. I'm kind of confused. Was he saying what I thought he was saying?
Pretty much just showed me from his heart attack. Don't have a heart attack while you're driving, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's good. Don't have a heart attack when you're driving. See, you learn something new here on the race show every week. Don't have a heart attack while you're driving. Word to the wise. We're back, and we are joined now by super late model driver Steve Mergic. Are you super, or is the division super, or both?
No, the division's not super, and I'm not super. We're working on it, though.
Now, come on. We know that rule number one, really it's rule number 2 on the race show. Rule number 1 is it's a show all about me, first and foremost. Rule number 2 is that we don't allow modesty in here. So, you know, you can be immodest once in a while. Let's talk racing. A rain out last week at Elko, so we can't talk about any racing there, but we can go back 2 weeks when you, Jeff Martin, and John Lemke put on a great show.
It was a lot of fun, Rob. Me and Jeff had a great race there. We were side by side for almost 35 laps, I think. I might have led a couple of them, but I just couldn't quite do it.
That must have been one of the first times in at least recent history, as far as I can remember, that you and Lemke raced so close together and didn't wreck.
Yeah, let's not get into that. You're trying to cause trouble.
Oh, I would never cause trouble.
John did a great job there. I actually crossed it up in front of him, and he didn't hit me, and I got my hat off to him because he did a good job. And anybody else might have hit me, and wouldn't have been their fault. It would have been mine, and it just worked out for me.
I want to get your opinion because we had Jeff on the show last week, and he kind of speculated on some of your strategies, but it looked a couple times in the race that you almost deliberately dropped back a little bit to try some different things, and then, you know, got back up next to Jeff to give him a run. Was that actually what happened, or?
Well, the inside's pretty hard. It's so flat down there, and it's real hard on the right rear tire, and I would just try and cool the tire off and get a good run going on them, and obviously he could hold me off just long enough till my tire would grease up and I'd fade back, and he did a good job. Great job. He didn't make any mistakes, and that's what I needed, was him to just screw up a little.
We've talked before, off camera, about some of the rule changes, you know, return to the double file restarts, some of the changes on the motors, and then qualifying procedures have changed as well. In a nutshell, how do you feel so far? I know it's only a couple weeks into the season, but do you like them or dislike them?
Oh, I'm kind of from the old school, and I'm a slow learner there. I haven't got excited about it yet. I'd like to see the little more inversion there, so some of the cars in the middle of the pack would get a better starting spot. We're not going to have all the fast cars always racing at the front. It's going to dishearten some of the guys that run in the middle of the pack, and they never get an opportunity to get a decent starting spot.
Sure.
And I'd like to see, you know, the car count stay high. I'd like to see more competitors get an opportunity to run towards the front. And, you know, the way the parity is in the division, they're, if you're running, you know, decent, but you can't pass anybody, you know, and you don't get a decent starting spot, you're never going to get a good, you know, finish. And that's going to take some of the wind out of the sails of the guys that aren't, you know, running in the front.
On a somewhat unrelated topic, you have a new sponsor this year, Kharkov Vodka. So, you know, you're kind of bucking the NASCAR non-liquor trend, and I like it. I like the rebel in you.
Yeah, well, I take money from just about anybody, I guess, but I have to thank the guys. Have to thank the guys at Johnson Distributing and Kharkov Vodka, and then Timberland Mortgage came back with us this year, and we're going to try and do a good job for everybody, get them some exposure, and I hope to be around at the end of the year in the points hunt.
Well, we hope to have you back in our studio, wherever it is. You can see we've got different surroundings today, pipes whirring and everything, but we make do. Steve Mergic joining us on the race show, and we'll be right back.
Thanks, Rob.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at goelkospeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there!
Since 1866, we've had only 6 master distillers at Jack Daniels. Job satisfaction's never been much of a problem. Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey.
Welcome back to the Race Show. I'm Rob Hahn, joined now in our Points to Ponder segment by Amy Woodward. Where's Carrie?
Carrie went home.
I think she left early before.
She ditched us.
She ditched us.
It's all your fault, Carrie.
She was tired of dealing with us after just 1 week.
I know.
How about that for high maintenance?
Boycotting.
All right, Points to Ponder. Let's start with NASCAR's new schedule. They unveiled it recently. I don't really like it. I don't like the direction NASCAR is headed. I don't like the fact that Darlington is down to 1 date. If I'm not mistaken, they're putting it at night, the night before Mother's Day, which tradition, whatever happened to honoring Mother, huh?
Yeah, they race on Father's Day, which makes sense, I guess. But I don't know. The thing that I do see their point, like trying to add more races to Texas and Arizona and, of course, California. They're new markets. They're bigger markets, ways for, you know, NASCAR to grow. But they took out the RAC. I mean, that's like the core. You don't want to lose the core of your series.
Yeah, I could see cutting back the ROC as they did to just 1 race a year. That's cool because, you know, they arguably had trouble drawing. But at the same time, they gave it a lousy date. It was cold in Carolina.
I'm like, who wants to go to this second race of the season? It's raining, it's cold. You know, just maybe trade it with Texas. Move it back a couple weeks, or even in the middle of the summer, move one of the hotter summer races.
Don't mess with Texas.
Yes.
Just remember that.
Don't mess with Texas.
So I think we're in agreement on that one.
Yeah, don't like it, but...
Point number 2, let's talk a little bit about the World of Outlaws this weekend at Princeton. I mean, imagine such a small dirt track here in Minnesota, and they're bringing the World of Outlaws for the first time to that facility. I think it's good for racing on the whole, and specifically for Princeton Speedway.
Yeah, I think it'll just, you know, add a different variety to Minnesota and everything, and it's cool watching, you know, the sprints get in the dirt, and dirt's awesome anyways.
Yeah, speak for yourself. No, dirt is good. You can really address that from a driver's standpoint because you cut your teeth, if you will, in dirt racing before moving to asphalt racing. What were some of the biggest changes making that transition?
In the dirt, obviously, you know, you're letting your rear brake loose so that you're sliding through the corners and things, and that's what's the most interesting thing. You're always on the edge of, like, being ready to spin out and out of control. Asphalt, you got to be more smoother into those corners.
So is that the excuse you use when you go through the turns
Exactly, that's
at
why
Elko
I spin out.
Likely excuse. Anything else on your mind?
Not really.
How about Gwyneth Paltrow? She had a baby and named the baby, if I'm not mistaken, Apple.
Yeah.
Where do people come up with these names? I know it has nothing to do with racing, but I just wanted to kind of get a female's opinion on that.
Some people got weird names for their kids, definitely.
Apple. You know, what's next?
Who knows?
There you have it. Points to ponder, and we will be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Stop by Leo South in Lakeville, your Kawasaki headquarters.
For the first time ever, SLS Promotions presents the World of Outlaws at Princeton Speedway Friday and Saturday, May 21st and 22nd in the Polydome Princeton National. 18-time and defending Outlaw champion Steve Kinzer and the entire Outlaw contingent square off against hometown hero Craig Delansky. For ticket information, call the number on your screen. 2 big nights of World of Outlaws action as SLS Promotions presents the Polydome Princeton National Friday and Saturday, May 21st and 22nd at the Princeton Speedway.
The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
We are back broadcasting this week from our super secret spot. Try saying that very quickly. Conrad Jorgensen joins us on the race show, and as you can see from our surroundings, as I've talked about, not that I'm bitter or anything, but, you know, we've been displaced. We lost the shack, and here we are in the super secret location.
Yeah, super secret. The shack was nice. I mean, what happened?
Well, you know, we're trying to find it. It just disappeared. We'll do our best, and maybe next week we'll be in the shack. Let's get right down to business. One of the calamities from losing the shack was we almost lost Oven Mitt Man. He became our prodigal Oven Mitt Man, was lost and now is found. They found him in the dumpster of all places. Can't we call like a child abuse or an Oven Mitt Man abuse hotline and take care of him?
I can't believe they threw him in the dumpster.
I mean, like, he's been through the ringer here. Black eyes, you know, dirt all over. Well, we'll spiff him up for next week. I don't even think he wants to stand up straight. This is obviously, as you could probably deduce by now, our usual suspect segment, and since you had such a tough wreck a while back, we thought, you know, you deserve to come in and be rewarded.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that wreck, because it was a hard hit.
You know, that was the hardest hit I've ever taken in a Thunder car. Fortunately, I don't wreck very often, but that was a lot of work. Unfortunately, it was unnecessary what happened. I'm a little pissed. You know, like race car guys don't hold grudges much.
No, my sources, you know, I have many of them. One of my sources told me that you apparently told one of the other drivers to kind of get those straps a little tighter in his car for the next feature race.
Well, that's Cletus saying is the cinch them up.
Cinch them up.
Just in case you go for a ride. You want the seatbelts tight.
It's almost like those old Jeff Foxworthy jokes. Cinch ya, you know?
Yeah.
Cinch you down there, get me a beer, something. Cinch them up.
Cinch them up.
All right, we can talk about other things, like defending your title. You told me a couple of weeks ago that you're not here to defend your title, you're here to win races.
Yep, and last year, you know, winning the championship is an awesome deal, and I won one feature, which is pathetic, I think. You know, I like to win races, and we started out the season good.
Yeah. But it is a track championship, too.
It is a track championship, and it's tough to get. I mean, there's a lot of good drivers out there. I might do some touring racing this year and not be here every Saturday.
Don't flatter yourself. Touring racing. Well, in all seriousness, like what type of touring?
It'd be taking my Thunder car somewhere in Wisconsin. You know, follow the Mid-Am cars when Jonathan Island goes racing. Bring my car along if it fits one of the classes and run there.
And you had a good run at in the season opener at Raceway Park. I'd be remiss if I didn't point that out.
Yeah.
Feature win in the late model division.
Right. I mean, I'm a former usual suspect from the late model series.
Man. I mean, when weren't you on that list?
And it worked out good. I mean, I had a good night there.
Yeah.
Luckily, Dean dropped out, and I got to go on with the win.
Another one of my sources told me that no one had talked to you over the two-way radio throughout the entire race until you took the lead, and then someone chimed up as loud as they could. Way to go, Conrad!
About threw me off. I thought everybody was spinning to the fence on that one, but yeah. That'd be my brother-in-law, Mark, yeah.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. Now, because it was a rough couple weeks for you, I thought we would reward you by making you and your team the first recipient of the Pit Crew Party Pack from Jack Daniels. And remember what? Bottles and throttles don't mix, so drink responsibly. Why don't you dig into the old party pack down there and
Let's see what we got down here.
There's a lot in there, but
some down-home punch, some T-shirts, glasses.
Now, you were saying you were watching the show last week.
We were watching the show this morning. And my crew guy said, you know, after the work we put in, we deserve one of those Pit Crew Party Packs. And, you know, if it wasn't for my crew, we wouldn't be back. Those guys were there every day of the week working on it. And I mean, I own a race shop and run the business. I have to work on customer stuff first. And they worked on my car and got it ready. So.
And then you sat down before we started shooting and you lobbied me for two.
Well, they did enough work for two of these, I think.
Well, plus Cletus helps you, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, well, one of these will last Cletus 20 minutes.
Right, right. Well, we'll put the second one under review, kind of take it to our judicial review board, and maybe we'll give you the second Pit Crew Party Pack. Meantime, we also want to present it to Bud Kane and his crew, and then I was going to let you pick the fourth winner this week.
Yep, I think the fourth winner would be Mike Crilly. He went through the same thing I did, and he's had unfortunate luck a few years in a row, and he missed tonight. He told me it was going to rain. You know, otherwise his car would have been ready.
We should listen to him in the future then.
I think so, yeah.
And what's the key phrase? That bottles and throttles do not mix. So, good. Thanks for joining us in our super secret spot, or whatever we want to call it. Conrad Jorgensen, our usual suspect of the week, and we will be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
oven mitts. What's with all the models?
Well, now that Arby's has introduced salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, we are attracting a whole new crowd.
True salad lovers are coming in for Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken, plus really fresh, really tasty, really surprising ingredients. Try the Asian sesame, the Martha's Vineyard, and the Santa Fe.
These salads are a great idea.
Yeah, a really great idea.
Arby's new Market Fresh salads, just $3.99.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I need to choose?
Honey,
Huh?
go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay. It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Heinen's Yamaha in Osseo and Jerry's Yamaha in Lakeville. The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Since the World of Outlaws are at Princeton this weekend, before we go, I thought it'd be fun to flash back just briefly to a segment of an interview that Stan Meisner did with Craig Delansky last year. In the interview, Delansky was talking about a surgical procedure that he had undergone after a bad crash at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, without further ado, let him take it away.
They had to go in and they had to remove my vertebrae, my L1, which was completely burst, call it a burst fracture, and put a bone in there from a donor, put the femur bone in from a bone donor, and you better scratch that, man.
I'm sure Craig is very happy that we showed that segment again. Anyway, there you have it, another episode of The Race Show in the can. My thanks to Brian Nelson and the Big O, the two guys behind the camera. We'll see you again next week.
The preceding was a paid presentation. The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management or ownership of KSTC.
Don't forget, make the call to the number on the screen or come right to our dealership. Here, you'll find value and service no other dealer can match. So thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing you on our showroom floor.
That's it for Autothon America at Rosedale Chevrolet. Call the number on the screen or come right now to the dealership. And thanks for watching Autothon America from Rosedale Chevrolet.
On Hot Tickets, Leonard Maltin and Joyce Kulhawick are always burning with opinions.
Cameron Diaz in the bikini does it for me.
Oh! Watch them take on the latest releases and each other.
We do disagree.
Violently.
Every week.
It's definitely hot.
Hot Tickets!
Sundays at 5 on 45.
60 million American homes have been infested by a slithering menace, the cable snake. It attaches to your TV and may produce a fuzzy, low-quality picture and inferior sound. The cable snake has an insatiable appetite for monthly charges. Dish Network will rid your home of the cable snake forever. Connect to a 100% digital signal giving you access to up to 500 incredible channels.
Wow!
Call now and get satellite TV for every room in your home with no equipment to buy and no annual commitment required. You heard right, no annual commitment required. And this offer includes professional installation at no charge. This incredible offer is yours for calling now. Dish Network delivers your favorite channels like your local networks, premium movie packages, over 20 channels of sports entertainment, and more, all at a price that could be a whole lot cheaper than cable with programming starting at under $30 per month, including local channels. So pick up the phone and call now to order your dish and lose the snake.
Call now toll-free 1-800-619-4838 for your free Dish Network system.
You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
presented by Yamaha ATVs. The race show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, and Karkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
Welcome to another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show, a show all about me, Rob Hahn, and allegedly, a show once in a while about racing. And speaking of auto racing, we've got it coming from all ends today. We will talk to Jake Ryan, hot off the heels of his first ever super late model win at Elko Speedway last week. We'll also, in our Points to Ponder segment with Amy Woodward and Carrie Estes, talk about NASCAR's new Drive for Diversity. Would I ever sneer at a NASCAR-driven program, especially one called Drive for Diversity? You'll have to stay tuned to find out. John Norris, the Thunder Car driver at Elko Speedway, will stop by. He's a good sport because he knows what he's in for. He's leading 1 point standing right now. And joining us now in our studio on The Race Show is Jake Ryan, fresh off his first ever super late model win. Congratulations, last Saturday at Elko Speedway.
Thank you very much. It was pretty much a great weekend. Both cars, they swept. Steve Schultz drives my old Mid-Am car, and he won his heat and won his feature, and we followed suit, so it's a really, really good night. And I'm really happy with the guys. And
it was a cool and damp night at the track. Was the track condition a challenge at all late in the feature?
Towards the end of the feature, it started getting really misty. I don't know if it really had an effect on the car. I kind of backed off after a little bit because it was save the tires for next week, you know.
So. No sandbagging, huh?
No, not so much, but just, yeah, controlled.
Now, that's a different car than the one you wrecked early on at the season in practice, in fact, right?
Yes.
Way to go. That's, you know, a lot of guys at least wait till the first race until they wreck their machines, and
yeah.
You come right out in practice and say, show me the wall, baby.
Yeah, it's rough. We had, you know, we were fighting both cars early on and stuff, and just one of them things where we weren't really paying attention to what we needed to be paying attention to, and it was personal error, and it'll never happen again, so.
Never? We've got him on tape now saying it will never happen again. Quickly, before we move into things unrelated to racing, you know, the fun stuff of the race show, you said you do have some plans to take that late model and travel primarily through Wisconsin later this summer.
Yep, not that exact car that we raced last weekend, but we have a super late back at the shop that we're putting back together. Like you said, we wrecked it earlier in the year. We're piecing it back together. Hopefully we're going to make the Slinger Memorial Race on Sunday. I think it's this Sunday, so.
Yeah, well, good luck there, because that's a fun track.
Yeah.
Now, it's time, if we could, cue the music, please. Time for True or False and Why.
Uh-oh, all right.
We played last year, so bring you up to speed.
I'm familiar with it.
I read a statement, you tell me if you think it's true or false, and then you tell me why.
Okay.
So number one, true or false and why, you attend more keg parties than class at Mankato State University.
False. Even though I attend my fair share of keg parties, I still try to make it to class and party when the work is done. So.
Oh, spoken like a good
My mom and dad are going to be watching this.
Your mother will be very proud of you.
Take it easy.
Number two. Are you ready? This gets more difficult as we go along.
Okay.
Steve Schultz, now driving your old sportsman car, is driving it much better than you ever drove it. True or false, and why?
Much better, I think. Not, but
you might beg to differ. I saw some hardware on it.
Yeah, both cars got hardware on them tonight, but
touche.
Yeah, so I mean, he's a great driver. Nobody should be able to drive your own car faster than you did. I had a lot of time in that car. Steve's doing a great job for the 3 races he's ran. We're helping him along the way, so until they sell, I'm pretty sure he'll do all right in them.
All right, and finally, I'm going to take this from our conversation off the air because it was so good. Number 3, true or false, and why? Chicks, I'm just going from what you said. I'm reading my notes verbatim. Right. Chicks dig the car.
That's true. Very true.
Are you referring to my car or any car?
I was talking about my car, my late model.
Okay.
I mean, fast cars, women, I don't know, Batmobile, Batman, you ever watch that? And
now, did we just allude to earlier that your parents would be watching this show? Well, they're going to be angry with me. I know they're already angry with you, you know, for those keggers. Anyway, we don't want to dwell on the alcohol because, as we know, bottles and throttles do not mix, but our friends at Jack Daniels would like to award you and your crew, that's kind of the operative phrase, because I saw you salivating earlier looking at the Pit Crew Party Pack. I think you thought you could take it all home for yourself, and you can. I can. But now we have it on TV that you're taking it with you, so maybe your crew might want to share some of the goods.
Pass her around.
So we'll award it to you, the Pit Crew Party Pack, courtesy of Jack Daniels, and of course remember that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly. Congrats again on your first ever super late model win.
Thanks very much.
Hope to see more of it. Jake Ryan with us in the studio on The Race Show, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I get to choose?
Honey,
huh?
Go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay. It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Larson's Cycle in Cambridge and the Hitching Post in South St. Paul.
Murphy, party of 4. Welcome to Arby's. How many in your party?
Oven mid. What are you doing?
Well, now that we serve salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, I thought we should start acting like one.
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken and lots of surprising ingredients. Try the Martha's Vineyard, the Asian Sesame, and the Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We require a jacket and tie.
No, we don't.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh salads, each just $3.99.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
This week, Dan Plan, the man we know as the Encyclopedia, catches up with a driver who gives new meaning to the word dedication. In fact, not to sound like Casey Kasem, this would be long-distance dedication.
Andrew Ruthenbeck's in his 4th year of racing. You started out in the Thunder cars, then moved up into the Sportsman. What led you to move up into the Sportsman class?
When they were getting the new bodies and stuff, we really liked the competition that was going on there, and thought it'd be really competitive and be able to race with guys like Greg Schultz or Dave Schultz and Dwayne Halverson, guys like that. It's you know, it's a real rush to be out there with them and Sky.
And you live way up in Virginia, Minnesota, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long of a drive is it down here to Elko?
4 hours to Elko here.
What makes you come down to Elko each week?
I run asphalt. All we have around my house is dirt tracks and stuff, and this is one of the closest asphalt tracks for us, so we come down here and we love Elko.
I also heard you go to school in Michigan. Is that true?
Yeah, it's up in Houghton, Michigan, the UP there. It's about 5 hours from my house in Virginia, and come there, we go there, come back Friday night, and then come to the races here and head back there Sunday.
So you got about 24 hours of driving each weekend then?
It's pretty close. About my weekend plans every time.
I can tell by your car cover here, it looks like you're a big DEI fan, no?
Yeah, Jarrett and Junior, big fans of them. And I grew up watching Jarrett and stuff and out in Michigan and Charlotte and now Junior, so I like them.
Well, what do you hope to accomplish this year in the Sportsman class?
Well, we had a strong run last year, running 8th in points. We'd like to do that again, get a top 10 at least, and maybe pick up a few heat wins and challenge for some feature victories here this year.
What do you find the hardest about racing the Sportsman compared to the Thunder cars?
I like them a lot more. I think it's easier to race with the slick tires and just the way that your ability to adjust the chassis so much more. It's a lot more fun to race Sportsman, I believe.
Do you keep your eye on Skyo when you're racing?
Yeah, I try not to wreck them. Unfortunately, the last 2 weekends ago, I had a mishap and he got into me as I turned around in turns 1 and 2, so I feel bad for that, but it's racing, I guess.
Do you have any plans to move up in the late model at any point?
We'd like to. I mean, I'm not too worried about it now. It's kind of nice to be able to run the car right now and go run some mid-am races too at the end of the year. We're planning to go run Rockford and go back to lacrosse again this year, and it's fun to do that. And with the late model, I think it kind of inhibits your ability to travel as much as you can to go run some mid-am shows. So we like Sportsman.
It was a good night. Started out pretty strong this year, but had some car troubles opening night. Took us out of the race. Cars were good all year, but tonight was a night to win.
What was the key tonight in the feature?
Just drive hard. The car wasn't perfect. It was a handful of drive at times, but I'm here to win for Dan and Lisa and the whole Ryan family, so that's my job.
And don't forget your son. I don't think I want to see him when you lose.
No, Andrew, he's pretty passionate about this deal too, and he takes it hard, and old Dad don't do well, so got to run well for everybody.
What's the transition been like going from the late model class last year, where you did have success, back to the sportsman class, where obviously you had a lot of success 2 years ago with the championship?
It's a lot of fun getting back in these cars. That's another thing I got to do right away is thank Dan and Lisa, Ryan, the whole Ryan family for giving me a chance to get back driving this year. I thought for a while there I was going to be sitting and watching, but it's been a lot of fun getting back in these cars. They're a blast to drive, fairly forgiving on setups, and it's just fun coming back.
Did a bunch of work to the car this winter and stuff, so it turns out it worked pretty good. So yeah, it was nice.
Let's talk about the car. Kind of a different look to it this year.
Yeah, it's the same chassis. We put a different body on it to lighten it up. Had to stretch a little bit, put a little piece in here to make it work, but turns out it worked pretty good.
Lighten up. Looks darker to me.
No, the weight-wise, light. It was pretty heavy last year, so we wanted to take some top-end weight out of it, and did that, so it works pretty good.
What are your goals and your expectations for the season this year?
We're trying for championship, obviously. I want to get some more feature wins and stuff. We didn't get a whole lot last year, so I'm trying for some more feature wins and all that. Otherwise, I eventually move up too. Try to get a sportsman, possibly. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want to go for championship first before I do anything.
For appearing on the race show this week, Steve Schultz and Ted Reavers, whether they know it or not yet, will each receive a pit crew party pack, courtesy of our friends at Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels and the race show, of course, remind you that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at goelkospeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
We're back on the race show. I'm Rob Hahn, joined now to my right by Amy Woodward, sportsman driver at Elko Speedway, and to my left, Carrie Estes, hobby stock driver at Raceway Park and Thunder Car driver at Elko. Yeah. Nice of you to join us in our new surroundings this week. You were just too good for us last week, apparently.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, high maintenance.
Other things to do, I guess.
Television will do that to people. Point number one in our Points to Ponder segment, we discussed it just a little off the air, and I thought we'd continue the discussion now. NASCAR recently announced its new Drive for Diversity. They're putting together a program that's going to seek out ways to really encourage more minorities and more female drivers to become involved at all levels of NASCAR. And in fact, the two of you might even be submitting some applications to be part of it. I'll let you comment first, and then I'll save the blockbuster statement for later. Go ahead.
Well, I think this program is wonderful because it's giving us an opportunity, minorities, an opportunity to have access to like Nextel Cup and to teams that want to push people farther, like into Nextel Cup. And I mean, you still have to be the best of the best to make it through this program. And it's not just handing out money to minorities. I mean,
you're saying this isn't a Democrat program?
No, you have to
Couldn't
do
resist.
it. So, and I think it's a great thing. I mean, it gives us a slight advantage, minorities a slight advantage, in the way that it's just opening the door a little bit farther, but you still have to be really good, and so I think it's a good thing.
It is probably a step in some ways in the right direction, but why don't you pick up on your thoughts?
Yeah, okay, it's definitely a good thing. Being a girl, you know, wanting to get to Nextel, I'm all for it. But then again, I'm also looking at, it's the 21st century. We don't need the segregation and all that stuff from way back when. I mean, if we're good enough as minorities, women, African American, whatever, if we're good enough to make it, we'll make it. I want to be bad about getting the extra help, but like I wouldn't feel that I proved myself as a driver to get all the way that far with this extra little boost to get me there. I don't really agree, but it's cool, but I don't really agree 100%.
I think the end goal is the right goal. You know, we would like to see more women, more minorities, you know, involved, regardless of, you know, whether there's a program or not. I think, though, this is kind of forced integration, and I think it kind of reeks of hypocrisy. You know, like they're saying, okay, we sense we have a problem here, a politically correct problem, and we're going to try to fix it this way. I mean, Magic Johnson now is one of the spokesmen for this drive for diversity. I mean, where did he come? He's a basketball player, and I'm not saying he can't be a good spokesman, but it was interesting. Because he was in the Twin Cities recently, involved with the TNT broadcast of the Timberwolves games, I thought it'd be great to have Magic on the race show. Now, the folks in the PR department at the behemoth, otherwise known as NASCAR, didn't quite think my request warranted taking it to the next step. Now, I did, in fact, contact Johnson's office, and they said that his scheduling conflicts didn't really allow him to talk about it. I'm thinking, right, you know, if he's really behind this program and wants to be the face in front of it, take 5 minutes.
Yeah,
you know, we'll meet you. I think it might go back to last year, if we can flip back to this little snippet of video, when I showed my true colors and wore this beautiful Larry Bird Celtics tank top. So maybe Magic realizes that
I'm sure he's paying attention.
I've hated Magic since 1987. I just can't stand him.
I'm sure that's it, Rob. Yep.
But back to it. I mean, let's look at the point. You have sports like golf and tennis that have arguably been very white sports. I mean, let's just call them what they are. And now look at them. The best players in each of the sports are black. They didn't have special programs that really pushed these players to the top of their game. The players pushed themselves. And then because of that, they have opened the doors for numerous opportunities to come down the line. In tennis, I'm referring, of course, to the Williams sisters, and in golf, Tiger Woods. And I think they did it the right way, and those organizations did it the right way. If the end result's good, then maybe I'll be proven wrong on the hypocrisy or my suggestion that this is kind of a hypocritical program.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, but it'd be cool to see more women. I don't know if I like the idea of, you know, us getting that extra special attention when we could prove ourselves. We're just as good as those guys out there, you know, the white guys that are driving and the blacks and the women. We can do it. It's just I want to feel as good about my personal self if I made it with that extra help instead of doing it all on my own.
Now, I'll have you know I'm not giving up on trying to get Magic Johnson on the race show. And if you guys are nice to me, once it gets warm, I might break out that tank top one more time.
I'm scared. Oh, no.
There you have it. Points to ponder.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Stop by Leo South in Lakeville, your Kawasaki headquarters. The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Back on the race show, I'm Rob Hahn, and last week, if you'd believe it or not, Conrad Jorgensen, our usual suspect, cornered me while I was walking through the pits and wanted to know why we're including Thunder Cars this year and not just late models. And I said, Conrad, you got to understand, for years, This show and Minnesota's Racing Connection, our newspaper, have come under fire from those who suggest that we cover the late models too much and don't give the due credit that's deserved for the other classes like Thunder Cars. So I thought, what better way to integrate the Thunder Cars into covering, racing than to talk about Thunder Car drivers and usual suspects. Not that I would suggest you, John Norris, Thunder Car driver, might be a usual suspect, but you can read into it what you will.
No, not me. I wouldn't happen to have been the first Thunder Car driver to make the list.
Oh, just maybe, just maybe. John Norris, Thunder Car driver at Elko Speedway. In fairness, we should point out you are a rookie, so, we should cut you some slack. The thing is, you're too nice of a guy. You took the time after we put you on the list in our first issue of the newspaper to walk up to me in the pits and nicely introduce yourself.
Oh, I figure, it's recognition. It may not be the best recognition, but it's recognition, and, you guys took the time to put me in there, and I figure I might as well thank you.
You're a good sport. If we could flash back to midwinter, I was talking to the owner of Pertec, Craig Heinkamp. Do I have that right?
Heinkamp.
I always butcher his name. And he has an office in the building next to where my office is. So we're standing out talking racing in the parking lot, and he two-wayed you on his phone, and the first thing to come out of your mouth is, make sure I don't get on the usual suspects list. It's funny how that list has a life of its own.
Kind of funny how that works.
Since this show is allegedly about racing, let's talk about your rookie year thus far. What's it been like these first couple weeks out?
I tell you, it's been nothing like I expected. You grow up around the track and thinking, I've always thought I'd be a pretty good driver. I ran a couple of half seasons in the street stocks. Thought I had a little seat time, a little racing under my belt. Thought I'd give it a shot, and it's tough. I mean, that class there's no slouches out there. Well, maybe there's one or two, and I might be included in that, but it is tough.
I'm sure this video we're watching has no indication that you're a slouch, right?
Oh, no. Are we watching the video?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that's probably me putting on a smoke show.
But it seems, though, I mean, I saw you in the pits after the race, and you said after, the third, fourth week, I lose track of where we are now, I think the third race, that you made it through without spinning, and to be fair, that was a good accomplishment.
That was a big accomplishment for me. I hate to say that, but yeah, we've had, this will be the third night now, and I've spun out in each. I've spun out in the heat race, and I've spun out in the feature. Did cause a yellow one night, and so now I've learned that if I do start to spin, I just keep her to the wood and don't stall the motor and get out of the way. I don't want to cause a yellow. Bad enough, spinning out, but yeah.
You said your 7-year-old daughter's into dancing, right?
Yeah.
You must be doing about as many twirls and spins as she does on the dance floor.
It's got to be close. It's got to be pretty close.
Now, we'd be remiss if we didn't present you with our traveling trophy, Oven Mitt Man from Arby's. Oven Mitt's been through the ringer the last couple of weeks, so I'm not even sure.
Pretty rough.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he wants to stand up here. We'll do our best. We're also, because you've been such a good sport, going to present you with one of the pit crew party packs, courtesy of our friends at Jack Daniels.
All right.
So you and your crew can, while you're working hard on the car, during the week, you can enjoy some beverages from Jack Daniels. Of course, remembering that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly. It's good to have you in the studio.
All right, thanks for having me. Before I go, I would have to say thanks to my sponsors. I know it sounds cliche. Everyone says they can't do this without their sponsors, but I absolutely could not do this without Pertec, the Pale Riders ATV Club, Craig Mile Agency, John Schwab Companies, Outdoor Solutions. I know I'm forgetting.
All these sponsors, you're going to have to get the Brinks truck out to go home tonight.
I know, well, you'd think I'd be running up at the front with all that, but...
maybe later in the season. We'll get you back here.
At least I'm leading something. I'm leading the usual suspects.
That is right. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks a lot,
Good luck the rest of the season.
Have a nice
John Norris joining us in the studio, and we'll be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Oven mitts. What's with all the models?
Well, now that Arby's has introduced salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, we are attracting a whole new crowd.
True salad lovers are coming in for Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken, plus really fresh, really tasty, really surprising ingredients. Try the Asian sesame, the Martha's Vineyard, and the Santa Fe.
These salads are a great idea.
Yeah, a really great idea.
Arby's new Market Fresh salads, just $3.99.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I get to choose?
Honey,
Huh?
go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See RJ Sport and Cycle in Duluth and the Hitching Post in Hopkins. The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Before we go today, let's take one last look back to last weekend's World of Outlaws visit to Princeton Speedway. Brian Nelson was the man behind the camera. Back in our studio on the Race Show, before we wrap today, a rare in-studio appearance by the Encyclopedia, Dan Plan. Good to have you here.
Thanks. I'm not the usual suspect, am I?
Don't flatter yourself, please. Okay, we wanted to wrap up real quickly, get your personal thoughts on the Outlaws at Princeton. Quite a good show.
It was. The weather didn't really cooperate. It rained most of the day on Friday, but they were able to get things packed in and get the show going, and huge crowd. You know, whatever they said it would hold, it was full.
About 6,000. We're seeing some of the shots right now from videographer Brian Nelson, who I think was a little cold by the end of the night last Friday.
Yeah, when you can see your breath at 7 o'clock, you know you're in for a cold night. And
or you might just have really bad breath.
That's always a possibility with me. But it did get to be a little bit chilly, but they got the whole show in, and hometown favorite Delansky ended up getting the win. So
he said he kind of pushed another car out of the way en route to the first place spot.
Yeah, it was a. I'm sure they classified it as a racing deal, but you know, Craig being the hometown boy, I'm sure he wanted to try extra hard to get the win. He set fast time and was running up front in the feature, and it was halfway through. It was time to go. So
he is the crowd pleaser after all, right?
That's right. You gotta like the World of Outlaws announcement.
Real quickly before we wrap, do you think they've laid the groundwork well enough to bring back the Outlaws again? I think it's a 3-year deal.
Yeah, the track. I'm not sure if the drivers like.
Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
Welcome to another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. Thanks for joining us. Before we go any further, let's start with our big breaking news of the week. Born last Friday to Greg and Angie McCarnes. Take a look at this kid, Al McCarnes. 8 pounds, 14 ounces, 21 inches. In the words of Chris Clark at Elko, that's a good-sized walleye. Greg, of course, is one of the marketing gurus at Elko Speedway, and we congratulate him and Angie on the birth of their new son, Al. What do we have? Since this show is allegedly about racing, we'll catch up with Dan Fredrickson, whose name seems to evoke some sort of comment, positive or negative, whenever it's mentioned. He'll stop by in our studio later in the show. We'll also, because this show is about more than just racing, we'll also get some tips on my hair, of all things. Don't say we never deal with trite matters. Amy Woodward and Carrie Estes stop by during Points to Ponder, and we might talk about racing as well. Excuse me 1 second here, please, as I pick up my new Dale Earnhardt Jr. phone from Nextel. Hello? Hold on 1 sec, please. It's my mom. Yes, Mom. I know you think I should be nicer on the set. You don't think I'm nice during the race show? I don't even know what the word controversy means. Okay, I'll do my best. Thanks for calling. I love you too. Aren't moms great? Anyway, that gives me a chance to mention our new sponsor, Nextel. Good enough for NASCAR, good enough for the race show. Nextel, take a look at my new Dale Earnhardt Jr. phone, one of many NASCAR products that Nextel now has. In fact, if we could get a close-up here, if you would like one of these cool, hip-looking NASCAR Nextel phones, you can stop by the 2 participating Nextel dealers who are involved in the race show. And they happen to be Mobile Radio Engineering in Golden Valley and Ancom Communications in Burnsville. One more time, because there'll be a quiz at the end of the show. Mobile Radio Engineering in Golden Valley and Ancom Communications in Burnsville. We are very happy to have those 2 dealers and Nextel on board as a sponsor of the race show. Now, speaking of sponsors, Kharkov Vodka, as you know, is also a sponsor on this show. And they are going to give you, the viewer, a chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway for the rest of the summer. Sounds like a good deal, huh? All you have to do is stop into your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov Racing display. That's the Steve Mergic display. With the display comes an entry form, and all you have to do is fill out your name, address, phone number, whatever they ask of you, and you'll be entered into a drawing to win free tickets. You know, a good day for me is when I can make powerless stock car driver Bud Kane happy. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And by having Brock Weber on the show today, a power stock driver, we won't call you a powerless stock driver,
okay,
but we'll call you a power stock driver. By having you on the show today, I think Bud will be happy because he says we never give your class enough coverage. So here you are. After last week's feature win at Elko, congratulations. It was a pretty good race.
Yes, it was.
It was good. You held off that strong chase from your brother, whose name happens to be Chase. Let's talk about those final few laps.
Well, got in the dirt and water in turn 2. I thought they were going to catch me after a while, but the car was really, really strong. So.
You've been at this class now, I think you told me, for 6 years, so you've kind of seen the evolution, not only in some of the rules, but in the names. We've gone from bombers to street stocks, now to power stocks. What keeps you coming back each year? Why do you like the class so much?
It's affordable, and it's a lot of fun, and the drivers, you can bump and bang and keep going the next week without fights or anything like that.
Do you enjoy racing against your brother?
I do, very much so.
Let's talk. We had him on the race show last year after his feature win. He was quite gregarious, very outspoken. So were you before we started rolling tape today. You know, just act normal. We always act, well, we're kind of abnormal here, so you can bear with us. But do you guys work on your cars together? Do you share secrets, or is it pretty competitive to the point where you're not talking much during the week?
No, actually, everything is done together. We share information. We even go buy parts together. So everything is just me and him.
And the great thing I saw last week in the trailer, I think, I wasn't eavesdropping hopefully too much, but I think you had called your mom on the cell phone right after the race to kind of tell her that you had a 1-2 finish.
Yep, 1-3.
1-3. That's right. Mr. Klingensmith is probably going to come down and criticize me. Thank you. A 1-3 finish. But, I mean, that's got to, I would think as a parent, she's got to experience great joy knowing that not only are her boys racing, but they're succeeding in what they're doing.
Oh, yeah. She was very happy, but she was a little mad because she wasn't here. She was crying and everything. But it's what happens, though, when you work. But I got to say one thing.
Just
Mom,
one?
Yeah, one thing. Mom, happy birthday. This is all for you.
I like that. I like that. Now let's talk about your wardrobe, because this isn't just a show about racing. We like to talk about other things.
Okay.
Originally, before we had shot this segment, you had on a University of Michigan sweatshirt. And I told you, jokingly, somewhat jokingly, that there was no way you were going to wear a Wolverine sweatshirt on this show. And you took me seriously. Where's the guts, huh? Why not stand up to me?
Well, I don't know. I'd rather wear this, so...
Brock, driver, just in case we forget your role. It says driver, huh? All right, well, congratulations. We hope that you enjoy and have more success the rest of the season. And keep on battling your brother.
I will.
I like that little sibling rivalry on the track from time to time.
Yep.
Brock Weber, feature winner last week in the Power Stock Division at Elko Speedway, joining us on the race show, and we'll be right back.
The race show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and four-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic.
See St. Bonnie Motorsports in St. Bonifacius and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony.
Murphy, party of 4. Welcome to Arby's. How many in your party?
Oven mid. What are you doing?
Well, now that we serve salads every bit as good as you'd get at a nice sit-down restaurant, I thought we should start acting like one.
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Salads with tender chicken and lots of surprising ingredients. Try the Martha's Vineyard, the Asian Sesame, and the Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We require a jacket and tie.
No, we don't.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Salads, each just $3.99.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
I sure hope the Dan Plan curse is not resurrecting itself this year. The encyclopedia catches up with Jerry Thompson this week, but take a look at some of the video footage caught during this segment and judge for yourself.
Jerry Thompson's in his second year racing Thunder Cars at Elko Speedway. Jerry, how'd you get started in the Thunder Cars?
A long time ago, I used to race quarter midgets right over behind us. A few years back, I got into crew chief in a bomber car. Decided I liked the racing excitement and decided to get my own car and have at it out there in the Thunder Car class.
And who were you the crew chief for in Thunder Cars?
I was crew chief for Ray Sangren in the Bombers, and my crew chief is Todd Mastel, my neighbor, so it works out really great.
A couple weeks ago, I saw you at a car show. You do some of those, and what's your involvement in those?
Yeah, we like to really promote the car. The Heartland Gardens car is really coming on fairly strong this year in the class. We do a car show. We'll be doing a parade in the coming weeks. We have a Trucks and Travel in West St. Paul coming up. So we really like to push the car and promote the track off the track and here also.
Who are some of the guys you raced against in quarter midgets that are still out here?
I raced against Ted Smokestead. Got to know Conrad and Dan Jorgensen really good. I raced John Lemke. Unfortunately, I didn't progress up the ladder like John, but good for John.
What are some of your goals for this year?
We finished 9th last year in the rookie season and like to be better than that, of course. And at least 1 or 2 feature wins would be nice. We'll settle for 1.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you again.
All right, thanks, Dan. Stop by anytime.
There is never a dull moment when John Lemke's on the track. I kind of like him for that reason. Others might disagree. Anyway, he battled Jeff Martin en route to another feature win last week at Elko, and here's what the two drivers had to say after the race.
Yeah, you know, this Power 110 Lube Tech Teaser Engineering car is...
Now, don't forget any sponsors there, all right? You got them all?
Without them guys, you know, Rob, we're not here to race. So, you know, this is a win for the guys. The guys work awful hard on this car, and I'm just fortunate enough to drive this car. And I don't work on this car during the week a whole lot. Bob and Jim and the rest of the guys take care of it for me. So, like I said, I'm fortunate enough to drive an awesome car like this.
Was it frustrating or at least challenging to have to undergo so many restarts late in the race and keep your focus?
I wasn't sure if this was a 40-lap feature or a 100-lap feature, but, you know, you gotta do what the race gives you, and the race gives us those restarts, and, you know, we had a great car today.
About midway through the race, you and Jeff Martin were battling for the lead down the back stretch, and it appeared that there was some contact made. What exactly happened from your perspective?
You know, Jeff's a good racer. Obviously got a lot of laps here. I was a little loose coming off of turn 2, and car drifted up into him a little bit. We made contact. I mean, I hate it for Jeff. I would have loved to have raced him, and obviously it didn't hurt his car too bad if he still finished 3rd. But, you know, I hated to see that happen. I was a little loose trying to get on the gas, and, you know, I think it was just a couple laps after another restart there, and it took me a little bit to get going.
That was kind of tough. I figured I was gone. I got pinched up in the wall and went climbing up, and I was lucky to get a finish out of it. I thought it was done.
Well, what happened exactly in that incident? You and John Lemke were battling for the lead and down the back stretch.
Yeah, I don't know if the spotter told him clear or what, but I was still on outside him, and he drove me right up into the wall, and I climbed up there, kind of knocked the car out of whack, but I guess it didn't go too bad. I just got pissed off and figured I better get the most out of it, and then I got knocked around the other time. It was just one of them nights, I guess, huh?
Yeah, once I got on that outside, I didn't think my car was doing I could on the outside, but I didn't show it up a little bit late. I thought it was going to rain out, so I guess went and tried it on the outside, and it seemed to work. I mean, it seemed like no car could get on the bottom of the night, and top group was definitely the group tonight, but we got our luck, and we got out on top, and that's really what matters, I guess.
Now, obviously, you've not been out here every week this year because you're traveling. Where else have you raced so far this year, and what's kind of the plan for the remainder of the season?
We raced first race at Rockford, and then crashed there, wadded up the car pretty good, not the way to start out the season, and Last 2 races got a second and a first, and been pretty good with that Mid-America Travel Series. So we're going to stick with that and do that, and on our off nights come out with Elko and race with the boys.
It is time again, very quickly, because I know you're waiting in suspense, to award a couple of our pit crew party packs, courtesy of the folks at Jack Daniels, who, of course, remind you that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly. Let's give a pit crew party pack to Jerry Thompson, because he and his crew could probably use it after they recover from the Dan Plan encyclopedic curse following Dan's interview earlier in this episode with Jerry. We'll also give one to Jeff Martin and John Lemke for the exciting show they put on during last week's feature at Elko Speedway.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4, count them, 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Since 1866, we've had only 6 master distillers at Jack Daniels. Job satisfaction's never been much of a problem. Jack Daniels Tennessee whiskey.
One of the many things that's great about the race show, and there are many, aren't there, is the fact that we talk about more than just racing. For example, these 2 beautiful women on either side of me, don't flatter yourselves too much, all right, have informed me that they don't like my hair. You know, the last time someone on this show made fun of my body, it was Peggy Johnson, who suggested that my arms were too twig-like, and that's when I broke out the
I see where she's getting it.
Easy. You don't have to agree with
You
her.
set yourself up there, Rob.
That's when I broke out the Larry Bird tank top last year. And now here you are making fun of my hair.
Yeah. It needs a cut and a dye. Gel.
Whoa, dye.
Yeah, look at it. It's gray, little right here.
Whoa. I don't like people touching my hair.
5 minutes
and I'm
out
in
of your
touch
day.
with my gray.
In touch? Oh my gosh.
I am.
You are old.
Prematurely aging, but I'm in touch with it. Now, since this show is allegedly about racing, maybe we should take a minute or two to talk about racing. Point number 1, rule changes mid-season. Are they a good thing? Yes, I think if they're done for the right reasons, yeah, and they work, then they're good.
Nah.
No?
No. You make the rules at the beginning of the season, and they stay through the whole season. That's just the way it goes. And I think, you know, small changes, if they can help, and if everyone agrees, and if it doesn't cost a lot of money, then I think it's a good thing. But generally speaking, I think they should stay more towards the beginning of the season. That way it's set to go, and everybody knows what they're supposed to do. You can have it planned out ahead of time, and everybody's happy that way.
That'd be kind of boring, though, if everyone was happy. That wouldn't be a racing.
Great. No, I don't know. I don't really agree with it either. For an example is our late models here at Elko changed to the actual super late model rules. And it's like, there's guys that have their Elko late models and their super late models. Therefore, they just poured money into 2 different cars. They didn't need to. So it's unfair for those guys just because they're getting screwed out of money and their car. I mean, if there was going to be a rule change, they should have, like, informed us, maybe had the drivers vote on it or something, instead of just say, here you go, have at it.
Well, maybe it's like the Tony the Tiger rule. They're super great.
No. Oh, no.
You gotta get up pretty early to keep up with me.
Oh, geez.
See, that's what you get for making fun of my hair. Incidentally, I talked to Magic Johnson's office again, and they have still declined to get him on this show.
I don't blame them.
You know, after those comments about our Drive for Diversity discussion about NASCAR last week, maybe, you know, we'll keep at it. We'll keep at it. Point number 2. What is point number 2? Point number 2 is that these additional classes that appear infrequently at Elko, like the Hornets and the Legends, that they're good. I wouldn't have said this a year or 2 ago, but I like them. As long as they can move the show along, I think they have their purpose, and it's good to have other drivers and other types of cars here at the track from time to time.
I don't know. okay, I agree to an extent. I mean, the Hornets and the Cruisers are great because that's something like local kids, 16 years old, they can throw together a Hornet. I mean, I can throw together a Hornet with some help.
Anyone can then.
Anybody can. I mean, come on. The only thing about the Legends and the mini cups, I mean, it's cool because they get to travel. They are a traveling series. They don't have a home track. But I mean, if there's only 6 of them out there and all they do is get in line and follow each other or wreck and take forever to get off track, it's just a waste of time, and I think they're boring to watch. So maybe the count needs to be up.
All right.
I don't know for sure.
So it's the paucity of cars in the Legends division. What do you think? Extra classes, good or bad?
I think they're great as long as they have a car count.
Are they super great?
No.
Okay.
They're just great.
So they don't quite qualify for the Tony the Tiger rule.
Tony the Tiger rule. Car count, I mean, you got it, like the Legends, you can't just have 6 of them. That's not exciting. Sorry. But if you had a pack of them and they racing good side by side, then of course it's a good deal. Why wouldn't it be?
I agree.
So, car count.
I agree. We've solved the world's problems once again on this segment we call Points to Ponder. No more making fun of my gray hair.
That's okay.
Or the
You'll
Larry
have a
Bird-
makeover.
Or the no
Next
makeup.
week, makeover on this show.
The Rob
We're gonna do his
makeover.
hair. Yes.
All right, we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Stop by Leo South in Lakeville, your Kawasaki headquarters. The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
What is it, I ask myself, about Dan Fredrickson that the mere mention of his name evokes such comments, such fervor from individuals in the racing community? And yet, here we are with you in our studio once again on the Race Show. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be back.
You better say
I
it's
couldn't
great
wait.
to be back. I told you I'm going to ask you the hard questions this time and find out what's going on with you and hopefully have some fun at the same time.
All right.
Maybe.
Let's keep it fun.
Why are you such a woman and not racing at Elko?
Well, I mean, we thought this year that we wanted to travel around, go to Wisconsin and different tracks in Minnesota and I guess, you know, wherever we felt we needed to go. I mean, last year we kept our nose to the grindstone and ran for the championship here, and we did that, and thought it'd be fun to travel around, and I guess we've had thoughts of coming here. In fact, we did come here once, and it rained out.
Yep.
And I guess I don't like the fact that, you know, that when we came here the one time, you know, basically we got time trials in, and then that week they made more rules against the car like mine, and I thought we were already at a disadvantage, so that's why I didn't come back this week. And we'll see. I might still just come back and give it a try.
And to review for those who might not be familiar or completely familiar with the situation, you raced the first couple of weeks at I-94, where I think you set fast time both weeks. And
New track record.
Won and then finished second or won both nights?
Second both nights.
Second both
New
nights.
track record both nights.
Okay, and then you came to Elko on the night that was rained out, but you did set a fast time here. I guess my thought or my question would be, why not just play within their rules and prove your critics wrong? Come out here, add the extra weight, change the exhaust to your car, and see if you can beat them at their own game, the other drivers who might, you know, look at you and think you're taking your bat and going home.
You know, that's a great question. That's the thing I struggle with the most.
It's my job to ask good questions,
is,
if not great questions.
I mean, never in the past have I went, oh, they're trying to get at me or whatever, I'm going to go home. And that's probably what bothers me the most about the fact that I didn't come back with the new rules. I think I am probably going to come back and go with the new rules like they set forth. I'll still be able to be competitive, you know, and I'm not going to come here unless I think I can win the race. I wish I had an Elko legal card.
So in other words, you're not coming back the rest of the season?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Rob.
Let's get some housekeeping matters out of the way real quickly.
Okay.
Since you've been a good sport so far, at least, we're going to get back into this, tough line of questioning. We're going to give you our Arby's usual suspect of the week.
Oven Mitten is looking a little dirty there.
Well, he's had a run through the ringer a couple of weeks in a row, and we haven't gotten around to cleaning him up. And you can see he's not even sure if he wants to stand up, kind of like you late at night.
Right.
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, you did have an incident on I-94. Got out of your car, had some words with Nate Teesey, your former ASA crew chief. Here we go again with your critics who will say you have all this talent, you can set up a car and drive it, but you continue to be your own worst enemy when it comes to getting your career on track. How do you respond to those critics?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to be a nice guy. Nate's a friend of mine, and I want to make sure he was A-okay. He said he was fine.
And I'm sure that's the only reason you went up there and incidentally got the 2-week suspension, just for checking out to see if he was okay.
Yep. You should not get out of your car on a red flag. That's what I learned.
Okay, but back to the question. Those who, and I will even say it from time to time, that you seem to have two things. You have a propensity for making your doubters believe and proving your doubters wrong, but just as great, you have this propensity to derail your career along the way. Why is it? Is that a perception or reality?
Well, that is very true. I definitely am my worst enemy. I think it's a catch-22 thing. The reason I am successful and the reason that I do seem to do so well is because I'm so intense. And then that is what, I guess, turns into the problems that I have from time to time, which are not big problems. I mean, the problems, I guess most of my critics, that's things they make up and things that they come up with themselves. You know, half the time I hear this stuff and it's just like unbelievable, you know? And
is that like my critics? They make the stuff up?
No,
or is that legit?
That's true blue, but
okay.
No, honestly, you know, I get myself in a little bit of trouble from time to time, and there's a million people waiting to pounce on me when it happens. There was probably 12 fights at I-94 last weekend, and you wrote about mine. Why did you do that? Why did you write about mine and not the other guys?
Well, that's a good question. Why? Getting back to our original question on this segment, why does the mention of your name evoke such fervor, such loud criticism, many compliments? I mean, you name it. Is it your personality? Is it what you've done and accomplished, for that matter?
I think, you know, I mean, not to be arrogant or whatever, but I think there's a lot of jealousy as far as coming, you know, from, you know, not a huge amount of resources and doing what I've done. I mean, there's a lot of good drivers out there, but that's one thing. I'm accessible. That's one thing. You know, anybody can come over, and I talk to everybody, and I think that's a lot of it.
Even Nate after a wreck.
Even my buddy Nate.
Okay, so the plan for the rest, plans for the rest of the season are to race sporadically, probably at Elko, at least for that AC Delco Late Model Summer Challenge Series.
Yep.
Travel a little bit. Are you going back to I-94 when your suspension's up there?
I don't know how long my suspension is there. See, that's still up in the air as far as that goes.
In the words of Fletch, you're still kind of in a gray area?
Yeah.
Charcoal?
The big question is going to be, what car do I come out with for the summer series? An Elko legal car or a super late model?
I'll let you decide that. For being a good sport, we're also going to award you our pit crew party pack, courtesy of our friends at Jack Daniels, who remind you that bottles and throttles don't mix, so drink responsibly.
Super, thank you.
Real good. Good to have you on the show.
Thanks.
Dan Fredrickson with us on The Race Show, and we'll be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Oven mitts. What's with all the models?
Well, now that Arby's has introduced salads every bit as good as you get at a nice sit-down restaurant, we are attracting a whole new crowd.
True salad lovers are coming in for Arby's new Market Fresh salads with tender chicken, plus really fresh, really tasty, really surprising ingredients. Try the Asian sesame, the Martha's Vineyard, and the Santa Fe.
These salads are a great idea.
Yeah, really great idea.
Arby's new Market Fresh salads, just $3.99.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and four-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic.
See Towsley Motorsports in White Bear Lake and Yamaha Sports Center in Bemidji.
This is guys' night out. Nobody's drinking light beer tonight, or watching their carbs, or ordering something a little less filling. And you won't hear words like Beaujolais or salt around the rim. Not tonight. Nah, this is guys' night out. When guys reach for a real beer. Real Rocky Mountain Coors. What are you guys drinking?
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
There you have it, another episode of The Race Show in the can for this week. My thanks to the Big O, Brian Nelson, and Noel Lee, the three guys behind the camera this week. Do we have it covered or what? We'll see you again next week.
Join Channel 45 and the Ordway Center.
Sit down. All right. Dealing to your girlfriend. You know you can't deal to friends. You can't put yourself in those predicaments.
Play with the high rollers.
It's easy, Karen. Under great. When you're a big guy.
Inside the eye in the sky.
Third supports a great program. And with the green flag, I can't forget. I don't remember which lap it was, frankly, because I almost lost control on all of the turns, to be perfectly honest. That was the easy turn around this side. And then coming into the finish, on the outside, right there, that's Brian Fortmeyer, my friend, spinning out. And I dashed for the finish line with cars on either side of me as he comes in quickly on the side. But it's him by a nose, because I leaned forward in the seat. There I am with the, coming up, this is my favorite part, the trophy. It's the fourth year that I've done it. There's Chris Canagla from our sister station, UPN 29. And there it is, the trophy, after 4 years. And my son grabbed it from me and said, thanks, Dad. He gets all the trophies. 6:39 the time right now.
Passion and love.
See of Applebee's, the Minnesota Twins, and Channel 45.
Where are they taking her?
She's having the baby in the bathtub.
I beg your pardon?
Before there was Dharma and Greg.
People have babies in bathtubs. I like to read in there until I get pruny.
Edward, we're surrounded. Don't abandon me now.
There was Kitty and Edward.
What are you doing?
We're valet parking cars, Mother.
God's sake, say something, Edward.
Leave the seat where it is and don't monkey with the radio.
Weeknights at 5:30 and 10:30 on 45.
On Hot Tickets, Leonard Maltin and Joyce Kulhawick are always burning with opinions.
Cameron Diaz in the bikini does it for me.
Oh! Watch them take on the latest releases and each other.
We do disagree.
Violently.
Every week.
It's definitely hot.
Hot Tickets!
Sundays at 5 on 45. Catch Twins baseball every Friday night only on 45.
Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
Welcome to another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I am Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection, the man with good hair. Hey, don't laugh. Don't laugh because everyone over the course of the last 10 days, or whatever it's been since our last episode, 7 if I could count better, or even fewer if you're watching it late on Thursday night, everyone I've talked to who watched last week's show has been making fun of my hair. Making fun of my graying, short hair that doesn't comb like some prima donna anchor on one of the network stations. Big deal. Not that I'm upset about this criticism or anything. Regardless, since this show is allegedly about racing, first and foremost, remember it's a show about me. But it's also allegedly a show about racing. We will talk later in this episode with Bob Klingensmith, the power stock driver at Elko Speedway. He got caught up in a blown engine and boom, into the wall he went. He'll kind of describe what happened and how he's going to deal with it throughout the week. We'll also catch up with John Lemke in just a couple minutes. He's no stranger to excitement in the super late model division, and he'll explain his version of a couple incidents that have taken place so far this year on the track. Points to ponder? Oh, have we got it covered or what? We have got it covered. Carrie Estes and Amy Woodward will be along in just a little bit to share their hair tips. Once again, hey, we know how to deal with trite issues on this show. And we'll talk a little bit about racing as well. How's my hair looking? Any better yet? Should be. You know, I was thinking the other day, which is always a dangerous proposition when I start thinking, but I was thinking as I was channel surfing that in television broadcasting, there's a lot of interchanging that goes on with sports announcers or other announcers for that matter. One guy might do a football game during one season, and later in the year he might be doing a basketball game. But you don't see a lot of that with racing. Generally, racing has its set core of announcers, and they travel from track to track, and that's all you hear. But here's where my thought process kind of took off. I wondered, what would it sound like if some of these other broadcasters commonly associated with things other than auto racing suddenly took over play-by-play of racing? Let's take first, for example, maybe Keith Jackson, ABC's college football voice. Oh, Nelly, and is only a sportsman. Or it could be a newscaster, maybe doing a news story on racing. For instance, Tom Brokaw. NBC News in depth tonight. New evidence into the Kennedy assassination. Where was the asphalt assassin on that fateful day in 1963? Then, of course, there's everyone's favorite, the Spanish-speaking soccer announcer. Andale, andale, El Senior Butler, goal! Goal, of course, is Spanish for wreck. Joining us now is Elko Speedway's own version of Mr. Excitement. You know, I wrote in Minnesota's Racing Connection that there's never a dull moment when you're racing, and I meant it as a compliment. I'm not sure everyone else read it that way. John Lemke joins us now. 2 feature wins in, what, 4 starts this year?
Yeah.
It's been a pretty good start to the season.
It's been a really good start to the season. The Power 110 cars running really good. The guys are, they're on their A game.
With the fact that you've been doing so well this year at Elko, have you given even a hint of consideration to focusing on winning a title here and foregoing some of your touring series races?
You know, we've him-hawed it around a little bit. You know, we're not 100% sure yet what we're going to do. You know, I guess we'll wait and see.
Now, because people say that I like controversy, I don't even know the word. I'm sure you don't either. But I am going to ask you about 2 specific incidents and kind of get your feedback on them. Opening night at Elko, you and Jason rubbed. He was very upset. There's no way around that. I mean, he was quoted in the paper. I think we had him on the TV show as well, a little bit talking about it. What's your version of what happened?
No, I just like to think it was good, hard, you know, clean racing. You know, certainly didn't mean to get up into Jason opening night, and I certainly didn't mean to get up into Jeff here last weekend for the feature win. You know, I certainly didn't do an intentional, Rob, and, you know, I know Jeff Martin's a little agitated at me, and, you know, Jason was agitated at me there for a while, and, you know, I try to go out and race as hard as I can and as clean as I can, and, you know, the results, I guess, are the results.
Right.
You know, I don't know if you're looking for something specific for me to say. I mean,
no, you took my second question already by referring to the Martin incident.
You know, I certainly didn't get loose on purpose, and, you know, Jeff has a lot of laps here. Jeff's an awesome race car driver, and racing side by side, you know, I'm going to use as much room as they're going to give me, and it doesn't allow for a lot of mistakes to happen, or errors. And last weekend, coming up off of 2, the car just got a little loose on me and did one of those little snaps, and unfortunately, we made contact, and, you know, I mean, I felt bad. The first thing I said on the radio on the next caution is to my spotter. I said, go find Jeff's spotter and tell him I'm sorry. You know, I certainly did not mean to do that. And, you know, I'd like to think we're all professional, and, you know, Jeff and I started on the front row today in the Fast Dash, and, you know...
Did you touch it all? I don't think you touched one bit.
No, we ran good and clean, and, you know, Jeff's a professional, and I'm a professional, and we all have our opinions, and that's what makes this great sport of auto racing what it is today.
I agree with that. Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
What better way to end the segment, huh?
Nice hair, Rob.
Boy, this hair is really taking a beating.
Well,
you know, it's one thing when the women comment, but now...
Well, I happened to catch the show last week and happened to see the hair version, so I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. You do have some grays there.
Yes, I do. You're very observant.
All right.
John Lemke, the observant one, joining us in the studio, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I get to choose?
Honey,
huh?
Go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Waldock Sports in Forest Lake and Yamaha Motorsports in Hutchinson.
Everyone's becoming carb conscious.
Huh. Yeah, even me.
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken, authentic cheeses, fresh veggies, and tasty sauces. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken, each made fresh when ordered on a low-carb wrap. Lots of flavor without a lot of carbs.
I can't wait to wear my new bathing suit.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
It takes some mighty big shoes to fill in for the encyclopedia, the man we know better as Dan Plan. Size 11 if you're keeping track at home. Let's see how Amy Woodward does pinch hitting this week for the encyclopedia.
All right, thanks, Rob. I'm down here with Denise Schneider, and Denise is the wife of Jason Schneider, who races the number 11 late model. And we're just going to ask her a few questions. Denise, how do you feel when Jason's out there?
A little nervous, but not too bad, I guess.
Okay, and what's your part on the crew? What do you do here at the track?
I record all the numbers that we have. Air pressures, tire temps, weight scales, the whole works.
Okay, and how about during the week when the guys are out in the shop and everything? Are you out there doing anything, or what's your role during the week?
I'm a mom. I take care of the kids and keep them out of his hair.
That always works. Who's more intense when it comes to racing, you or Jason?
Depends on the situation. Sometimes I am.
Okay, and when Jason's out there and he does get in a wreck, what's his mood afterwards?
Normally not good. We all stay clear for a while anyhow.
Okay, and if it happens that Jason causes an accident out there, you know, what's the mood of yours and his and even the crew?
We pretty much kind of avoid each other for the first 2 or 3 minutes until we can all regroup, and then we just discuss it all and hopefully change it for the next week.
Okay, and now with John Lemke back here, and obviously we've noticed that John and Jason are friends, but how do you view John?
A lot differently now after opening night. I don't have much respect for him after seeing what he's done to a so-called friend after opening night, but maybe if he keeps himself clean and drives a good race, then maybe I'll regain the respect that I had for him.
Okay, and as we know, you know, out there watching your driver and everything, people said that you smoke. How many cigarettes do you smoke when Jason is out there?
Depends on the race. Some only one and some many.
Okay, and since this episode we are featuring hair, we're giving Rob a makeover on his hair. What happened to your blonde hair?
It stayed in St. Louis Park when we moved.
Well, it looks awesome, so.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Back to you, Rob.
Just in case you're wondering, Denise Schneider informed me that I once informed her that she smoked a record 9 cigarettes during one late model feature a few years back. Some housekeeping items real quickly. I want to remind you that you can stop by your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov vodka display. At that display, you'll find, among other things, a chance to register to win free tickets to attend races at Elko Speedway during the rest of this summer. All you have to do, I think, is fill out your name and other pertinent information, drop it into a bucket, and we'll start, in fact, I think next week on the race show, we'll start drawing names of winners to people whose names have been drawn to win tickets. I guess that's why we would call them winners. So look for your Kharkov vodka display at your favorite liquor store and register to win tickets to Elko Speedway throughout the entire summer. Could that be my Nextel phone ringing once again? I have a different one this week. Those of you who watched the show last week recall that it was Junior. This week it is Dale Jarrett. Hello. It's my young son, Fester. Yes, Fester. You want me to bring this phone home so you can play with it again? Okay, I'll do my best. Are you watching the race show? Okay, then I'll let you eat dinner tonight. As long as you're watching now, I won't have to punish you. What? You think watching the show is punishment enough? I love you too. Aren't kids the greatest? That gives me a good chance to remind you that if you want to look as hip as I do with my Dale Jarrett phone, you can stop by one of 2 participating Nextel dealers, the 2 dealers that are involved in sponsoring this show. They are Ancom Communications in Burnsville and Mobile Radio Engineering in Golden Valley. One more time so you don't forget, Ancom Communications in Burnsville and Mobile Radio Engineering in Golden Valley. They have a full line of Nextel NASCAR products and would be more than happy to entertain your questions and business. So stop by today, and thanks to them and Nextel for being part of the race show.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
If you ever visit the Jack Daniel Distillery, you'll learn quite a bit about our whiskey. How we start with pure cave spring water and the finest grains. And how we charcoal mellow our whiskey for extra smoothness. In fact, the only thing you won't learn is how it tastes. Fortunately, you can do that just about anywhere else.
Welcome back to the show that has a host who gets better looking every day. Just ask me and I'll tell you. And just ask these 2 people, they'll agree.
No,
sorry. Your hair's kind of flat today.
Shut up.
You know, a lot of people, I get a lot of feedback to the show on a weekly basis, and you think they would comment on racing segments or racing-related interviews. But no! They all want to talk about my hair after the 2 of you kind of gave...
Because it's so crappy.
I even got it trimmed a little bit this week, just for the 2 of you.
Stick it up, too.
Well,
I didn't touch it. I don't see any color.
Still a little gray.
Got the gray happening there.
Still a little gray. Points to ponder if you haven't figured that out. We're talking about hair and other things unrelated to racing, so maybe we should talk a little racing. Carrie Estes on my left, Amy Woodward on my right. Point number 1, liquor sponsorships in NASCAR. NASCAR does not allow liquor companies. They allow breweries and malt beverage companies to sponsor cars at the Nextel Cup level, but they do not allow liquor companies. Jack Roush, in fact, has petitioned because he says he's got a liquor company that wants to sponsor Jeff Burton. I think it is just hypocrisy to its greatest height. If they're going to have breweries on cars, let's have hard liquor sponsors on cars as well. What's good for the sport is good for the business, which is good for the sport. Which might even be good for my hair on some days. Who knows?
No hope for Rob's hair. No, I think, yeah, true. If they do have, the breweries and everything on there, they should let the hard liquor. But really, I feel they shouldn't have any of that, just because I remember In elementary school, yes, I'm the only racing geek at Mason City Elementary School.
Got the geek part right.
And I had my favorite driver was sponsored by Bud Light. I could not wear his his T-shirt to school because it said Bud Light on it. And I don't know. It's always been something that I don't want to do to kids that like to wear my shirts. That's why we've never had anything like smoking or drinking or anything on our shirts.
Sure, but in fairness, couldn't you have like a secondary shirt of the same driver without the sponsor tattooed all over it?
But that's expensive, Rob.
Well,
I'm not made of money.
I know. Now, to be fair, we should point out that we do have a couple companies, Kharkov Vodka and Jack Daniels, that are sponsors of this show and advertise in Minnesota's Racing Connection. In fact, Kharkov is involved with Steve Mergic. They're kind of bucking that NASCAR trend, and I like to see that, kind of the rebelliousness coming out in a driver and a sponsor. What do you think? Can you even discuss this? You're not even 21.
I'm not 21.
And your hair's flat.
And my hair's flat. Two things that suck. No.
I'm harsh today, aren't I?
You are.
See what happens when you make fun of my hair?
We'll get you back.
I bet you will. What do you think?
The whole thing just doesn't make sense. I mean, if you're going to let alcohol be any part of NASCAR, you might as well let the whole thing be. You know, you can't just exclude one part. It just plain old doesn't make sense.
Point number 2, because we're really diverting our discussion today. Soccer, as it relates to sports, as it relates to local auto racing scene. I was appalled last week when I saw on one of the local sportscasts, the mainstay newscast in the sports, I saw something on the Minnesota Thunder, this semi-professional soccer team, and there could have been more than 10 people in the stands. I mean, why doesn't the local racing scene at Elko, at Raceway Park, at Cedar Lake Speedway get the same coverage that these soccer hooligans do? I shouldn't even call them hooligans because that would be a compliment. I think soccer is a sissy sport. I don't think it's as popular as people think it is, and now I'm going to rest and let you guys comment.
I don't know what to say. People, I don't know why they don't put us on TV more. I don't know if it's just not as big up here in Minnesota, or. But if you look at our stands, I mean, they're filled every Saturday.
Right, that's my point.
I don't know why.
I think it's an IQ problem with some of these sports anchors. I don't think some of them would know a race car if it ran them over and messed up their hair.
Yeah.
And they have good-looking hair.
They do.
Really
Their
pretty
kids
hair.
are involved in soccer, and and so they get their little in there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's just, I know in my hometown, we absolutely had no racing hardly. They might have typed up the results and put them on the screen. No highlights, no nothing. And yeah, racing definitely is more interesting than soccer. I've played, it's 10 times more interesting. But I think a lot of it has to do is there's more community involvement, as in, parent, teacher, little kids and everything. And
police,
I don't know about the adult
trees.
thing though. So I agree. We don't get enough coverage on our regular newscasts, but
Thank goodness.
at least we got the race show.
That's right. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Have we solved all of our problems for today?
Not quite. Oh, Rob, just get ready. Later on, Rob's
The
getting
makeover.
a makeover.
The makeover. I'm waiting for it.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it on. There you have it. Points to ponder.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Stop by Leo's South in Lakeville, your Kawasaki headquarters. The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Bob, I hate to tell you, but you proved last week at Elko that the curse of the encyclopedia lives. It might be a little delayed in your case. The curse to which we refer, of course, is that curse that Dan Plan puts on anybody he interviews. It seems inevitably, even if it's 6 months, 8 months, 12 months later, they end up in a wreck.
Oh, you bet.
Bob Klingensmith joins us in the studio here on the race show. Power stock driver, power stock, and then powerless stock, as you got caught up after someone blew their motor and everyone went everywhere. Tell us about it.
Well, we were running our laps, and everybody, you know, some guys are running like it's the last night of the races, you know. We've ran, what, 4 or 5 races this year now. You know, let's just, like Todd Sandy says in the barn, let's just relax and just race and stop hitting everybody, you know. And I kept getting hit from behind, and it's just, well, in the 82 car of Chad Tumley, he blew his motor up. Well, I felt that the 80 car of I don't remember, Cliff is whatever his name is.
80. Remember, whenever
Cliff
you forget
80,
his last name, you can just remember 80 drives 80.
I mean, I respect. He's a good driver. He's done no wrong, you know, in previous races. But you know, he should have just. Most guys, when they blow a motor up, back off. You know, let the guy do what he's gonna do. Let him get out of the way or whatever. Don't hit him again and send everybody. You know, that's to me the point that I seen. You know, obviously I had up close version of it. I thought that some of that wreck could have been, you know, shouldn't have happened. It's just guys are just running too hard. They need to just relax and just try to, you know, you're going to get in the top 5. Just stay there. You know, enjoy the top 5.
I'm going to remind you that next time you're battling for the win.
I understand.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's excitement level gets up there, and you want to win. You want to win. You know, I've done it too. You know, but it's just, you know, I got out of the car and I did a stupid thing. You know, I went up there and yelled at him. You know, I was frustrated. You know, I'll apologize to him when I see him again. You know, we'll talk. Everything, hopefully, will be good.
I thought you were asking to see if he wanted to go to the movies with you.
Well, yeah, I was going to come up next, but I'm not sure what the guy that directs traffic up on the. I know it's Sandy's kid, but I don't know what his name is. But he come down here, gave me a little pep talk, and told me to leave the track. But you know, and I appreciate it. He calmed me down and.
This wouldn't be the first time that you've been it's been suggested that you leave earlier than the rest of the crew. I remember one incident last year, right?
Oh, yes. I get caught up, and that was my #1 goal this year, is just relax. And I got a new crew chief for the car, and you got to stay out of the barn. Just let Tim take care of it. I get out of the car, I leave, and let him do the deal. And just stuff like this happens tonight. I've had a horrible year so far with motor problems. And it got frustrating and got to me.
But let's be fair that, you know, one of the reasons you feel this way is because you're passionate about the sport. And that, in my mind, that's a great thing. I'm not saying it always has to manifest itself this way, but I certainly prefer someone who's passionate about something than, you know, someone who's just purely apathetic.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fluke stuff, you know. It could have happened to anybody, whatever. I mean, I apologize to the 80 car, and I just, you know, I blew up and I shouldn't have. You know, I know it makes a fool out of me, you know, and all the guys. And
you do a good job of that occasionally.
I know, but you know, I gotta just relax. It's so frustrating. It truly is.
Well, let's give you some reason to smile at yourself, if no one else, right? Oven Mitt Man, our traveling trophy, we award it to the usual suspect. And I think it's fair to give you this award this week, don't you? Was that the hardest hit you've ever had?
That is.
I mean, you hit the wall pretty hard.
I hit very hard. It shook me up a little bit. I seen stars a little bit, and my shoulder's a little stiff because #1 rule, you're supposed to let go of the wheel if you're going to hit, and I didn't. I stiff-armed it, and you know, whatever, and then I got hit a couple times on the side after I hit the wall, so I took a heck of a lick. So.
Your crew also had a big effort or big job to get the car in the trailer. I mean, you know, we have some footage of that. The car's not pretty. You're going to have a long week ahead.
Yes, I do.
Hopefully by the time you're viewing this show, you'll have the car all ready for another Saturday night at Elko.
I hope so, yeah, because I usually have an open trailer, and I just borrowed this enclosed for the rest of the year, and this is my first night with it, and naturally...
Jeez, you can't even show off your wreck, you know? At least with the open trailer, you have some trophies in addition to Oven Mitt Man.
Exactly.
We're also going to award you and your crew a Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack. You know, as many other people know, that drinking and driving don't mix, so drink responsibly. Bottles and throttles, as Jack Daniels like to say, don't mix, so drink responsibly. But you deserve it. Yeah. Don't drink too much all at once because you want to get that car back out.
I got a lot of work. I don't think we're going to get much drinking in tonight.
Good. Well, thanks for taking the time, and better luck the rest of the season.
Can I take a minute?
No, you can't. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd just like to apologize to everybody if I offended anybody, or, you know, like the 82 car or the 80 car, if I apologize. It was stupid. So hopefully we'll talk again. So
they're waiting in line outside the studio to have a few words with you.
I wouldn't doubt it. So
Bob Klingensmith, power stock driver at Elko Speedway, with us on the race show, and we will be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Everyone's becoming carb conscious.
Huh. Yeah, even me.
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken, authentic cheeses, fresh veggies, and tasty sauces. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken, each made fresh when ordered on a low-carb wrap. Lots of flavor without a lot of carbs.
I can't wait to wear my new bathing suit.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
This is guys' night out. It's not low-carb night. It's not low-calorie night. And it's not sparkling, imported, light, extra dry, less filling, on the rocks, green-bottled, fruit-flavored night. Nah, this is guys' night out. When guys reach for a real beer. Real Rocky Mountain Coolers. What are you guys drinking?
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I get to choose?
Honey,
Huh?
go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now with 3.9% APR for 24 months on every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Larson Cycle in Cambridge and River Valley Power and Sport in Red Wing.
Guests who appear on this episode of The Race Show today will be proud recipients of Pit Crew Party Packs, courtesy of Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels and The Race Show, of course, remind you that bottles and throttles do not mix, so drink responsibly. There you have it, another episode of The Race Show in the can for this week. Thanks for joining us, and my thanks to the Big O, the man behind the camera. We'll see you again next week. ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection, and of course, the man with the imperfect hair. Isn't that right? But enough about my hair today. Right to action. Check out this video from last week at Elko Speedway, Sportsman Heat. What do you think the number 03 of Mike Skaya had to say after this wreck? Well, because you asked, we'll deliver in just a second. But let me tell you, as I walk through the pits to go do the interview with Mike, no fewer than 3 Sportsman drivers in their cars waiting the next heat nicely warned me that then might not have been a good time to approach my current interview. But when have I ever been one to listen to someone's advice? So without further ado, take it away, Mike, as we put our eye on Skaya.
At first, I got to stick my head up to realize what Bieber was doing out there. First lap into the race, Chovan gets a jump on him. Bieber wants to start diamond the track. I think he forgot that there was 8 other cars out there. Barely made it through him that time. Second time coming out of 4, he does the same thing. Takes a swipe up to the wall, and the next thing I know, that guy's coming through my roof, and I can like I get no body on the car. Now the worst thing is you got some that's still out. There's cars in that touch, and there's 4 cars that are wrecked from all their shit. I mean, I don't even know why I bother coming out here. We get the rain out. We got 80 hours getting to the pits. We don't get payoff. Now we got this. Now I got to fix the thing. So what else do you want? Well, I had accused you last week of being kind of boring this year. I guess it's, yeah, I got another boy or another girl at the house. I don't even know that I want to keep coming out here to this. I got a family. Pardon my French.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Skaya. Oui, oui. Time permitting, we might catch up with Mike a little later in this show and see what he had to say during the feature race. We attempted to mic him last week, and as you might expect, he never disappoints.
one too many cautions in this one. You know, it took a little longer than I wanted it to. That's the last thing you want to see when you're out in front like that, is a caution to come out and have to reel everybody back in and try it again, you know.
I don't think I saw any time on any of the restarts where you spun the tires or got too anxious. You really handled them well. And I think your pit crew said in so many words the same thing.
Yeah, early in the year, I mean, these guys are good. There's not room for error. They're going to take every inch. Everybody's trying to get an edge on the restarts, you know, because all these cars are so comparable. And then Brian was just trying to get what he could out of me, and we had to restart a couple times there. It took us a couple times to get it right, but all in all, it worked out for us. So.
Brian Johnson, last week's second-place finisher in the super long, super late model feature at Elko Speedway. That was kind of a mess, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 80-some laps worth to get 40 in.
Yeah, we just heard from Jake Ryan, the eventual winner of the race. You and he put on a very good show when it was under green flag racing. The two of you, particularly on the restarts, I thought, you showed veteran side, and he showed what he's learned as well.
Well, you get two cars starting on the front row. They both want to dictate the speed.
I saw a couple times, I thought you were like that rabbit, you know, chasing the food, and boom, there goes Brian Johnson.
I believe Jake probably has a little more torque than me, so I wanted to make sure that I didn't get in his power range and I was in my power range.
Yeah. Did you think you had at least a decent shot over those final few laps?
Well, I guess I didn't really think so, but you never know. I mean, he could go in the corner and slip up, and that's all it would have taken for me.
Yeah. What about a race like that, where there's so much, for lack of a better word, carnage, wrecking? I mean, do you lose your focus along the way, or is it difficult to maintain the focus?
No, well, you know, it can kind of dictate your chassis setup. I mean, we're good on long green runs, so if we have cautions every 2 laps, it kind of messes us up. And me as a driver, I think I need a few continuous laps to kind of get in a groove and get my momentum going.
Coming up, if we could, kind of look forward instead of just looking backward, coming up on June 26th, we're going to have the first of 3 of the AC Galco Summer Series. I think I have that whole title of the series correct. And hopefully we'll see a number of late model drivers from throughout the state, maybe even Wisconsin and Iowa as well. As a hometown driver here, what do you look forward to most when you start to look at a series like that?
Well, I guess it's fun racing against other guys, and the best thing of it is it's at our home track, so, we feel like we can be competitive. We race here week in, week out, and we'll be on our tires, which is a little bit abnormal. Sometimes we have to go with some different tires, but I think the Elko guys should be in good shape.
How's the rock career going? Last time we had you on the show, we talked that you double and kind of moonlight as a driver. Your day job is singing lead for AC/DC.
Well, actually, probably more. Most people know my day job's not quite as exciting as a rock singer, so.
Is that right?
That's
right?
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you in the studio, and, good luck the rest of the year.
Thanks.
Brian Johnson, super late model driver at Elko Speedway, with us here on the race show, and we'll be right back.
The race show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
The Beeline Yamaha Sports Center in St. Cloud and Century Power Sports in Stillwater.
Everyone's becoming carb conscious. Huh. Yeah, even me. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken, authentic cheeses, fresh veggies, and tasty sauces. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken, each made fresh when ordered on a low-carb wrap. Lots of flavor without a lot of carbs. I can't wait to wear my new bathing suit. Try Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Does the encyclopedic curse live? Let's see. Dan Plan catches up with Steve Anderson this week, and take a look at some of this video.
Lonsdale Steve Anderson's back racing at Elko in the late models this year. How's the year going so far for you?
Well, we're kind of on a part-time schedule this year, and it's going really well. I mean, we've got a second, a fifth so far. We can't get the thing to scream in qualifying yet, but that'll come as we get a little bit better in the future, you know, get a little better on our setups and stuff.
You were always one of the top guys in the sportsman class and pretty much dominated that division when you run, but the late model seems to be a little different for you. What's the biggest change there?
The guys are better. I tell you, we raced sportsmen a long time, you know, and we got a good handle on it right away, so we had experience, you know, behind us. And when we started late models, now you got the best of the best, and you're trying to beat these guys up, and that isn't going to happen, not overnight. We've had some pretty good luck. I mean, we've had some good finishes in late models. We came out in the points chase really well a couple of years, and so I think like a fourth and a fifth or something. So, I mean, you know, we're not hurting, not struggling. It's just a little tougher. You got guys like Jeffy Martin, Brian Johnson. I mean, these guys are scientists. Steve Mergic, they're the best of the best out here. And you're not going to come up and mop them up. That's the way it's going to be, you know.
We're used to seeing you in a red car with It Ain't Easy Being Cheesy on the back. How'd you get into the Country Joe ride here?
Well, I tell you what, Joe Miller called us up, and I think a package deal between Joe and little Joey up there and Country Joe Racing and Stu being involved up there, and it just kind of came up that they wanted to field a third car on a part-time schedule, which is exactly what we were looking for, was a part-time schedule. And so, yeah, we put a deal together with these guys, and LeFevre Home Sellers, Great Clips, and all those guys, and some of our sponsors came with us, like Dwayne's Body Shop, and I think Justice Brothers is probably going to jump on board. And so, yeah, it was a match made in heaven, actually. I mean, these guys got an awesome facility up there, fantastic group of guys. Then you can be sitting there talking, leaning on a bench with Kevin Sawinski or Joey Miller or whatever, you know. I mean, it's one of the neatest experiences I've ever had, and I look forward to the future with these guys.
Well, good luck. We hope to see you on the race show. Maybe Rob will invite you in the basement after a feature win this year.
Yeah, you know, the wins will come, trust me. We got good equipment, we got a lot of intelligence, and we got everything we need. It's up to us to put it in the right spot.
I can just see it now. Drivers, crew members running for cover whenever they see Dan Plan, the encyclopedia, walking with our cameraman, Brian Nelson, through the pits. The encyclopedic curse lives on. And you know what I'm going to blame it on? I'm going to blame it on one thing. I didn't know this a couple weeks ago. But a week or so ago, Dan was involved in a Cars for Courage race, and he had a shot at winning on the final lap, but refused to rattle the cage of the leader and eventual winner, Tim Chernow. Shame on you, Dan. You should know better. As they said in the Mighty Ducks, go for the W. Do you ever wonder, because I know I do quite a bit, what feature winners say right after they win their feature, but just shortly before they're DQ'd in the post-race inspection? Well, there are two drivers who couldn't quite pass the test last week at Elko. This, of course, is what they had to say after winning their feature, but shortly before being DQ'd.
Oh, this is huge. I mean, like I said, all last year we got, you know, second, third. We could never get up there and to win it. You know, we led a couple and just lost it, you know, finished third. So this is a big deal for us. It's another step.
Corey Butler Jr. did a nice interview with you in the current issue of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And in it, you kind of talked about some of the trials and tribulations of that rookie season when you were close but couldn't quite seal the deal. Was there anything different tonight that really stood out and kind of put you over the edge, if you will?
My crew. It's all on my crew. I tell you, we came out today and the front brake calipers locked up, and I thought it was going to be another one of them nights, and we ended up coming out on top. You know, we found the parts and got her put back together.
Yeah, the car is great tonight. It's always been a good car so far this year, and I'm real happy with it.
Let's talk about the changes. We were talking before that you were a rookie of the year last year, and this is obviously your second year. How's the transition been going so far?
Well, I got a lot better car this year. So far, it's going great. I had Bud Kane hacking on me under the caution there a little bit, but
would Bud Kane ever do something like that?
Yeah, I don't know what the guy's problem is. I thought he was a good driver, and he's hitting me under a yellow flag, and I mean, got something against me.
For a little different twist this week, we thought we'd mic one of the drivers before, during, and after a feature race. And lo and behold, which driver did we find and mic right away? Mike Skaya.
So this is our version of Sounds at the Speedway, or I guess in this case, Sounds at Skya.
Encyclopedic knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Style.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Hi, everybody. This is Bud. I'm at Ancom Communications today, talking with Fran Williams. What we're going to talk about today is what Ancom Communications can do for you, what Nextel can do for you, and how NASCAR is involved with all of this. What NASCAR and Nextel has put together with these phones, have you heard of a thing called a scanner?
What happens when you have a Nextel phone, you can actually listen to the pit crew conversation with the driver right in the middle of the race on your Nextel phone.
One thing about these that I do know is that they come in different driver phones. I know that Nextel has 10 different driver phones, and they also have one NASCAR logo phone, which I should say is pretty darn sharp. I like the flags and all that stuff. And you can get all that stuff here at Ancom Communications?
We have all the Nextel product right here.
That's awesome. Nice to see it. You guys are located in Burnsville, on the corner of Cliff Road and Highway 13.
Hey, Bud, who are you?
I'm Bud. And on behalf of myself, Fran Williams, Ancom Communications, and Nextel, we want to say, go NASCAR.
Jack Daniel's whiskey is made with great care. Please enjoy it the same way.
Back in the studio on the race show, I'm Rob Hahn. To my right, Amy Woodward, sportsman driver at Elko Speedway. To my left, Carrie Estes. You wear many different helmets. Or maybe just one helmet in different cars. Right?
That's very correct.
Thank you. I am always very correct. No discussions about my hair today. Are we clear? Off
I
limits.
agree with that.
Points to ponder. Point number one, language on scanners. NASCAR has made what appears to be a concerted effort to really crack down on what drivers are saying. And I think there's a trickle-down effect. I mean, it can happen at the local tracks like Elko Speedway, all the way up to the Nextel Cup or vice versa. I think these drivers, as much as I'm in favor of freedom of speech, I think they have to try to be careful with what they say, because all these fans in the stands can have scanners, and there's no regulation of what ages of people might be listening. And you could have a little kid listening to one of these conversations that might get a little salty at times.
Yeah, it could be. I definitely agree. Being in radio and stuff, we totally have to watch our language and all that.
And television.
And television. Radio and television. Hey, Rob. I mean, I agree. It's not really fair because it's kind of like one of those private things. It's like, it's my radio. Why can't I say what I want? But FCC is really cracking down on that stuff. I mean, you can get fined $500,000 for saying the F-bomb on the radio or on TV. So I agree. It should be the same way with scanners because there are other people listening.
Carrie, you don't really use a scanner, and I don't think you swear all that much.
I have a scanner, but not a two-way radio.
Not a two-way,
yeah.
okay.
And your language is okay most of the time. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, so play along with me here.
I'm getting kind of sick of everybody trying to regulate everything. I think that is the one place that drivers should be able to just let go and say whatever they want. If the fans get offended by that, they don't have to listen to it. You can turn it off. You know, that's the way they vent. I mean, when it's hot out and when accidents happen and your adrenaline is going, if you say the F-bomb and somebody gets offended by it, I'm sorry, then just shut the radio off. That's just the one place I think it should just not be, regulation should not happen.
Point number 2, improvements at Elko Speedway. We've seen some additional lights and some additional pavement. I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, I don't know if the fans can notice it, as much as the drivers, but there's a lot of additional pavement in the pits, which makes, getting up and watching the races a lot easier. There's a little path paved up to the fence there, and it looks a lot nicer, and we don't have to drive through the gravel now. Down where my pit is, it's down where the gravel is, and we used to get rocks all over our tires.
You used to be kind of in the pit.
Yeah, in the pits, and now it helps a lot. I don't know if Tom Ryan knows that, but we really appreciate that.
And then you have, as I alluded to, those changes in 3 and 4 that really help the fans. It gives them a different place to kind of view the races.
Yeah, I mean, those, I don't know what they're calling them. They almost look like VIP places. They got the little canopy and everything going on, so it's definitely a lot nicer for the fans to be sitting over there. And the lights are awesome in 3 to 4. I'm one of those really bad, I can't see very well people, and I love the lights. They definitely help out a lot.
Great. Have we solved the world's problems in racing once again, or what?
Yeah, as always.
Thank you. There you have it. Points to ponder.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Karkoff Vodka.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway. The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night. The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AG Delco Power Sky. Plus specials all summer long. The AG Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction. On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information. Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway. There!
The Suspect of the Week is sponsored by Arby's.
It's not often that someone lobbies me to be on this segment, the usual suspect segment, but Greg Bieber has, and look where he finds himself, in the hot seat. It was quite a rough night of racing in the Sportsman heat and feature. Why don't you kind of give me your version of what transpired?
Well, the heat race kind of took off as children got a little jump on me, and I have a new spotter tonight that, that's tough trying to spot, and let you know if you're clear or not. And didn't say nothing, so I tried to tuck up underneath Chobin, and obviously Mike Sky had his nose a little bit deeper than I thought he was, and ended up wrecking a good bunch of cars tonight.
This is part of the Sky conspiracy?
Well, I don't know. I like Mike. He's a great guy, and I enjoy racing with him, but tonight was just my off night with him.
Then you had the feature as well. I mean, there was some carnage there on lap number 1. I can't remember exactly how, if in fact you were involved at all, but, what did you see through your windshield?
I guess my outtake on the whole deal was we're going down the front straightaway, and the guy on the pole was a little squirrely, and when we went into one, Chobin was in front of me, and he checked up, turned sideways, which meant I had to turn sideways, and then I ended up stalling the car on the infield, and when the red was over, I tried to get my spot back, but one spotter said I caused the accident, and the other one said I was involved in the accident. So either way, I guess I was going to the back.
Well, at least you got fair credit one way or the other,
Yeah.
right? There wasn't too much discrepancy. How frustrating, or maybe not frustrating, but how challenging is it to be involved in these wrecks and then go back to racing? Do you kind of lose your mental focus somewhere along the line?
Yeah, the heat race, I yelled at my spotter right away, and I said, you have to let me know if somebody's there. But in the future, it was the other way. I really feel that, you know, the Elko Techs and those guys are trying to say that they're trying to keep a good eye on the race, but I feel that they got the spotters in the wrong turn.
Where would you like them to be?
I'd like to see them on the front straightaway, maybe not such on top of the tower, but, you know, where they can see the whole track. I think the whole heat race problem was my spotter is standing deep in turn 1, and he can't see the car in 4 if I'm clear or not, and he probably never mic'd in saying that, you know, the nose was there. So I'd like to see the spotters move towards the front straightaway.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, you see it at a lot of cup races where, you know, they're not necessarily buried in the corner, and as you say, they have a better perspective of the entire scene as it unfolds throughout the entire track.
And I guess if I did get blamed for that feature one, did I get blamed because I was already past Todd, or, I mean, why don't we have spotters in all 4 turns? I mean, we have a guy up in turn 1 that talks to the spotters, and we have a guy in turn 2, but where's 3 and 4?
Dude, this isn't Daytona.
Well, you know, they got a nice facility here, and they try to run it top-notch, but, you know, we're still missing a few things.
Through it all, if there's a bright side, and I think there is, your car came out of the wreck in fairly good condition, so it doesn't appear, at least on the surface, that you have tons of work ahead of you this week.
No, it's all cosmetic. It's, you know, a bumper smashed in here and there, but we actually restarted last, and, you know, we struggled to get through the slower cars, but we ended up having a good car tonight.
Well, because you've been a good sport, lobbying to get on this segment and all, we'll award you our Arby's Traveling Trophy. You don't really get to take it with you, but at some point we're going to inscribe all the names of the winners on the back of it.
That'd be cool.
Of course, will be one of them. So you're our usual suspect this week, handling it, I might say, with some dignity and some class. A lot of dignity and a lot of class. So Mike Sky is waiting for you outside.
I'm sure he is.
Greg Beaver with us in the studio, and we'll be right back. Today, first and foremost, remember to stop into your local liquor store and check out the Kharkov vodka display. At that display, you'll have your chance to register to win tickets to Elko Speedway. And if I'm not mistaken, we'll start drawing names of winners and announcing them on next week's show. Also, pick up the Star Tribune on Friday. Well, you can pick it up every day of the week if you want, but check out the Pit Row section on Friday. The sports editor kindly requested that I remind you to do that. Modesty, of course, prevents me from telling you who writes on that page. But then again, I've never really been modest. So there you have it, another episode of The Race Show in the can for this week. Thanks for joining us. My thanks to Brian Nelson, Noel Lee, the 2 guys behind the camera at the track, and the Big O in the Witness Protection Program back in the studio. We'll see you next week.
A special announcement.
The Art Institute's International Minnesota, 1-800-278-8703.
Herbert, they cut the cable.
Meet the all-American family. There's a bounce in their step and a song in their hearts because...
we have DirecTV.
Yes, DirecTV. All across the nation, Americans are switching to DirecTV service. Call now and get this great double deal. You'll get up to 3 rooms for free and over 125 digital quality channels, including your locals, for just $29.99 a month for the first 6 months. Get the big games, the big names, and more programs on more networks at a better value than good old-fashioned cable.
Remember cable?
Who could ever forget?
I've had cable since I've owned this car.
Unlike digital cable, every channel in your programming package is 100% digital quality picture and sound.
I love DirecTV. I love DirecTV.
3 rooms for free. Act now to get this great double deal. A DirecTV system for up to 3 rooms free and over 125 channels, including locals, for $29.99 a month for 6 months. Call today.
I've cut the cable.
Finally.
KSDC45.com, your local website to watch.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, and Kharkov Vodka. now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
Here I am. And welcome to another episode of The Race Show, presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection, and of course, the man who gets better looking every day. Seriously, just ask me and I'll tell you. Wow, what a show we have. Notice how I segue so naturally from talking about myself, since this is a show first and foremost about me and allegedly about racing. In the allegedly about racing portion, we'll talk with Mike Crilly, the Thundercar driver at Elko Speedway. We'll catch up with Phil Jones, who drives figure 8 at both Elko and Raceway Park. He'll share with us his unique perspective on NASCAR's Drive for Diversity program. And Greg McCarns from Elko Speedway stops by to share some insights into the AC Delco Super Summer Series, the late model series that consists of 3 races, the first of which kicks off this Saturday, the 26th, at Elko. Now, it's been no secret over the last couple weeks on this show that there doesn't seem to be too much love lost between power stock drivers Bud Kane, the defending division champion, and Dustin Mann, who incidentally was eventually awarded his feature win 2 weeks ago after we reported that he was DQ'd. It's funny how those things change from time to time. Anyway, from here on out, I'm going to refer to Dustin Mann as Abel. That way, whenever we talk about these two drivers who have such fondness for one another, we can call it the Kane and Abel saga. Get it? The Kane and Abel saga? Anyway, Kane and Abel put on a heck of a show over the last couple laps during the feature last week at Elko.
Yeah, that was fun. That was the best time I ever had in my life. The big crash in front of me, that helped me out a lot.
Well, let's talk about that. You had a good vantage point of that. We can talk about the final few laps in a minute, but you needed that crash, essentially, to win the race tonight.
Yeah, I did, or else I wouldn't have won. I would have ended up probably 3rd or 4th. That really helped me out a lot. I thought I was going to get tangled up in it there, but got lucky. Sometimes it just works out like that.
What did you think when you lined up next to Bud for those final 2 laps? What was going through your mind?
My heart was pumping. That's what made it so fun. It was a good time. He's a good driver. I mean, we ran each other clean.
He mentioned the same thing, and from our vantage point, I don't think the two of you even touched once over those final 2 laps.
A little bit, but nothing more than Robin's racing.
Is this something, I mean, we've talked quite a bit over the last couple of weeks about your opinion of Bud, at least, you know, in recent features. Is this something now that you kind of put behind you because of the way you raced in this race tonight?
Oh, yeah. I got no problems. I like racing clean, you know. So hopefully that's the way it goes from now on.
Yeah, it was a good race to the end. We lined up clean. We kept it clean the last 2 laps, and I don't think we touched each other the last 2 laps, which is great. I held my thumbs up to him and congratulate him. He ran a good race, and that's the way I like to do it. I like to settle it on the track. He did a good job.
Now, to be fair, we've talked a lot about some of the differences that the two of you have had. What went through your mind as you lined up for those final 2 laps next to him?
I just wanted to keep it clean, have a good race, and see if I could beat him. And he beat me tonight.
Now, it looks like those two fellows are getting along okay now, huh? Part 2 of the Kane and Abel saga has a good ending this time. We'll see what happens to Part 3. Air date still to be determined.
Started 19th, and staying out of trouble was one key, and then the right place at the right time at the end, and worked all good.
You saw that whole melee unfold in front of you. Why don't you give me your perspective on what happened?
Well, it looked like to me that 21 car was, you know, trying to win the race and pinching the 66 down a little bit, and they got together down the back straightaway, and, you know, that just takes the whole fun out of it. Unfortunately for Mike, really, you know, lead the whole race on his birthday. You think he was going to win, and gets that, but...
You better be nice to him because he gives you sandwiches occasionally, right?
Yeah, sandwiches, cookies, hot dogs tonight, yeah.
Okay. Last week wasn't much fun. Wrecked pretty bad. Had to work on the car all week, put a new front clip on, and as you can see, basically a whole new body, and lots of time over the week. This good come back and get a win finally.
It seemed like you just kind of pulled away from the field and were obviously very in control of the race. Do you feel that after a wreck, sometimes you come back even stronger?
Oh, I don't know. The car definitely gets a lot of attention. If it likes it, and if it don't, you're still back to square one.
Thank you. It's good to be back in victory lane and be back out here, both.
It was quite a battle tonight, and there was one time, I think we even have video of it, where you went 3 wide for a brief second down the back stretch. Tell me about that.
Well, that's, you know, with the lap cars getting in there, you hate to try and lose a position. And, you know, you hate to run the guy on the outside of you up higher, but granted, he's not going to give you any slack either. So, but it worked out good, though. So.
I hope that you have been very pragmatic and stopped into your favorite liquor store to look for the Kharkov Vodka racing display, the display with Steve Mergick's car on it, and also registered to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. I know that some people have, because look what I have in my little hand. I have a list of some of the more recent winners whose names have been drawn. Bonnie Wold of Bloomington, registered at Richfield Liquors. Barbara Olson of Champlin, registered at Wine Street Liquors. Robert Lewis of Brooklyn Park, registered at Gold Key Liquors. And Andy Gustafson at Brooklyn Center, registered at Kelly's Liquors. So be sure to stop in to your favorite store, look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and register to win. We'll continue to announce winners on this show throughout the entire summer.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Farm Island Repair and Marine in Aiken and J&J Power Sports in Faribault.
Everyone's becoming carb conscious. Huh. Yeah, even me. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken, authentic cheeses, fresh veggies, and tasty sauces. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken, each made fresh when ordered on a low-carb wrap. Lots of flavor without a lot of carbs. I can't wait to wear my new bathing suit. Try Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Dan Plan, the encyclopedia, is taking a week off, trying to get rid of that curse he brings with him. So we've brought Greg McCarnes into the studio for Encyclopedic Knowledge.
I hope I have some knowledge.
Can you live up to it? That's the question.
Well, only if you wreck on the way to the track next week, then I will have lived up to it.
Oh, don't be joking like that. Now,
if you saw his car, you'd know why.
A wreck might be an improvement.
It might. It'd make a good Hornet car, though.
Ooh, you're the second person to have said that.
Good.
Don't be dissing my car like that, all right?
It's the knowledge part.
Is that right?
Yep.
Greg McCarnes is with us, at least for a couple seconds, to talk in particular about the AC Delco Super Summer Series. Do I have that correct?
The AC Delco Super Summer Series. I'm glad you finally got it right, because I cringe every week when you get it wrong.
Well, we at least get the sponsor's name in there,
I appreciate that.
It is, well, you tell us what it is. It kicks off this Saturday, the 26th.
Yeah, it's actually a 3-round series, and really the state of short track racing is kind of in a state of unknown. And Elko Speedway, we decided to do this, the AC Delco Super Summer Series. It's 3 rounds, twin feature format, so twin 40-lap features every night. This Saturday night, tonight, is the first chance that the drivers will have at it. And basically, the top 16 qualify in. There are no heat races. There will be a last chance race. 30 cars start the feature, and then the next feature, the whole field's inverted.
And it's late models.
It's late models. It's super late models. It's we've sent out over 100 entries for it, and they are coming in. We're hoping to have around 30 late models, is our hope. Kevin Sawinski's coming, the defending ASA champion. Joey Miller, Kirby Kurth out of Central Wisconsin. Ryan Carlson, the young driver out of Illinois, is coming up. We're hoping to gain a lot of the regional talent that's out there, come to Elko and showcase their skills against what we feel are the best drivers in the region on a weekly basis. The Steve Mergicks, the Jeff Martins, even the Jake Ryans that are up and coming. I think it's going to be a great
I'm sure
show.
Jake will love how you phrase that. Even the Jake Ryans.
Well, I think he's kind of surprised everyone, and I think that the guys that come in are going to be kind of taken back, because here he was a Mid-American driver last year, and he's definitely shown that he has what it takes to be in the super late model ranks. But it's a neat format. this Saturday, and then August 7th is round 2, and then we'll wrap it up and crown our champion during the ASA weekend on Labor Day. They will actually run on Sunday night, but there's a point payoff, and it's a really good deal.
There's some good money involved.
Yeah, there's over $75,000 involved in the AC Delco Super Summer Series. They really stepped it up, and the fine folks at AC Delco are behind local racing 100%, especially here at Elko. And we appreciate that, and they've allowed us to put together what we feel is going to be a marquee event in the Midwest for years to come. And it's not just one event. Like we say, it's 3 times a summer, and it should provide great excitement for the fans.
You know what I like about it, among other things, is the fact that, I mean, you're still bringing in the ASA, as you mentioned, on Labor Day, so you have a national series that's coming to Elko. But this series gives our local drivers a real great chance to shine against foreign competition.
Well, in the early 80s, the rules were such that a guy could take a car and run different places. So you get the Dick Trickles against the Mark Lamoureux of the world. Well, now you really don't have that. And that's what we're trying to bring back, is to bring in the guys like the Kevin Sawinski, match them up against the local guys. I know the fans want to see it. The drivers in the pits are excited. And we've been trying to get other drivers. NASCAR rescheduled a race that kind of hurt this one, but it's still going to be a great...
I trust you let them know you were very
I let
pleased.
them know my opinion on it, since we've had this date set and there was no conflicts.
Hello, the firm. This is Greg McCarnes. How could you do this?
Well, when I speak, NASCAR doesn't listen all the time, but they should. They should.
I agree.
So we should have some of the NASCAR regional stars August 7th.
Right.
They have it marked down unless something goofy happens. But it's still, tonight, Saturday night, it's going to be a wonderful night of racing.
Now, the big question. I could ask you what you thought of Chris Schultz's column, but I'll leave that for another time. Let's talk about Al, little Al, your newborn son. How's he doing?
He is doing great.
I think we have a photo of him here.
Yeah. He's
he obviously got
exciting.
his mother's good looks.
Obviously, and actually, Al's beginning to look more and more like Angie every day, which is a good thing. The big joke going around is that he has more hair than his dad and grandpa combined.
You stole the joke from me.
There you go.
That's more than we need to see. This is
I know. Well, this is after all a show about hair, so I thought I'd show mine.
That's right.
But he's doing well. I had the diaper changing down like you wouldn't believe. In less than 10 minutes, I can change a diaper.
10 minutes. That's your pit stop, huh?
Yeah, not bad.
Well, it's good to have you in the studio this year.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll look forward to this late model
The studio was a lot nicer this year, I got to say.
It is.
Except for that Jeff Gordon flag.
You don't like
to
Jeff?
Change.
Well,
I don't like him like you like him.
Hey, Jeff's Jeff.
I guess.
Greg McCarnes with us, and we'll be right back.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at goelkospeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Hi, everybody. This is Bud. I'm at Ancom Communications today, talking with Fran Williams. What we're going to talk about today is what Ancom Communications can do for you, what Nextel can do for you, and how NASCAR is involved with all of this. What NASCAR and Nextel has put together with these phones, have you heard of the thing called a scanner?
What happens when you have a Nextel phone, you can actually listen to the pit crew conversation with the driver right in the middle of the race on your Nextel phone.
One thing about these that I do know is that they come in different driver phones. I know that Nextel has 10 different driver phones, and they also have one NASCAR logo phone, which I should say is pretty darn sharp. I like the flags and all that stuff. And you can get all that stuff here at Ancom Communications?
We have all the Nextel product right here.
That's awesome. Nice to see it. You guys are located in Burnsville on the corner of Cliff Road and Highway 13.
Hey, Bud, who are you?
I'm Bud. And on behalf of myself, Fran Williams, Ancom Communications, and Nextel, we want to say, go NASCAR.
Back on the Race Show, I'm Rob Hahn, joined now by Phil Jones, who was once a correspondent for CBS, right?
Well, I couldn't make it on TV, so I took up racing.
You look a little different than you did 20 years ago covering Capitol Hill.
Well, I'm a lot better looking now.
Hey.
What?
Don't infringe on my territory. I'm the man who gets better looking every day, all right? So just, just remember, this show is all about me, first and foremost.
Okay,
and allegedly about racing and the guests.
Okay, let's see. How many dates you get? How many dates I get?
Well, I'm married, I can't get out there and,
Okay, all right.
All right, so since I mentioned it's allegedly a show about racing, we should talk some racing. Phil, of course, races regularly at Raceway Park in the figure eight, and last week graced Elko with your presence in the figure eight racing there.
Very fun track. I'm glad to have us here.
Yeah, it's good to see you. It gives a little variety. I wanted to talk, though, specifically, as we have earlier in the year, about NASCAR's new program, its Drive for Diversity, a program that NASCAR hopes will lead to more minorities and women getting involved in the sport. And let's face it, as I've said before, it has traditionally been a very white sport. Now, you bring a different perspective to it. What's your take on this Drive for Diversity?
Well, a lot of people figure it's the whole moonshiner, it's down south kind of a sport. Obviously, it's not 1951 anymore. It's, we moved up into newer times. I think that it would be nice if we can bring more African Americans, Asians into the sport. But I do believe that you should be able to make it on your own merits.
Sure. And I think that's kind of what I've said all along, that I think the end goal that NASCAR has with this program is correct in the right way, to target a finish, if you will. But I'm not sure their intentions are right. It seems somewhat hypocritical. It's like they have to react now because they've become so popular. The racing has become so popular, and they say, well, we've got to make sure we've got a good, diverse mix.
Honestly, I think a lot had to do with Jesse Jackson a few years ago. He mentioned some stuff about, there's no African Americans in the NASCAR sport. You have to look at, the whole aspect of the whole nation. I mean, you don't see too many African Americans, obviously, in the NASCAR because, let's be frank, we don't race in the inner cities. And you obviously go to jail for that. It's honest. And with me, I got lucky. My father, he did a little bit of racing, and he was a mechanic, and I obviously took after my father. But you come up to my kids don't want nothing to do with racing.
They just don't like it, or?
They just, my sons come out and watch me every once in a while, but they really don't. They really just don't have the racing bug, and which is good because I don't want them to. Because
right.
I spend a lot of money on racing. I enjoy it, but I really, when I'm done, I want to stop. I don't want to have to build them cars. But yeah, I just think it should be based on the merits. And I'm kind of the outcast as far as, honestly, I am kind of the outcast at Raceway and at Elko, being the only African American that basically is at Elko. There's one other African American that races at Raceway.
Right.
But
do you feel any different? Do you feel you're treated any different, or that people look differently upon you?
Honestly, some. I've had threats. I've had people, call me.
Are you serious?
Oh, I've had threats, especially on the Friday night shows and some of the enduros.
These are fans or fellow competitors?
Fellow competitors, and they throw a lot of profanity around.
That's just wrong.
A lot of racist comments around, which is fine, because then I end up beating them anyway. So, it's like...
Well, better way to silence your critics, right?
Exactly. I end up beating them anyway. So. But as far as the diversity program goes, I'm glad they're trying something to bring the African American, Asian, any other sort of people into the whole NASCAR circle.
Sure.
I'm glad they're trying to do that.
Quickly, go ahead, I'm sorry.
As long as they remember, people should be judged on their own merits.
Sure. Quickly, before we wrap in a few seconds that we have left, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to move up eventually from figure eight?
I love figure eights, actually. I really like it. Actually, if I could, I would like to go to hobbies. And then, maybe a mid-am car. Okay. I don't think I want to run late models, honestly. I really don't. I'm having fun, actually, where I am. For
Good.
now.
Good. It's great to have you in the studio. And you shared a lot of insights that a lot of us, I think, can offer, and we're glad you took the time to do so. Good luck the rest of the way.
Well, good luck to you, too. And
as we both get better looking every day, right?
You'll never be as good looking as me.
Phil Jones with us in the studio, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
At Leo South, we sell excitement. We sell fun. And we sell it for less.
The affordable one, the one you want at Leo South.
We sell fun. Leo South, Kendrick Avenue at I-35 and County Road 46, Lakeville.
The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Welcome back to the Race Show. I'm Rob Hahn. We forgot to mention, right before Phil Jones left us, that he, in fact, for appearing on today's show, will be one of the recipients of the Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack. And, of course, Jack Daniels and we at the Race Show remind you that bottles and throttles don't mix, so drink responsibly. Mike Crilly joining us now. You already have one of those Pit Crew Party Packs coming your way for a moment earlier in the season when Conrad awarded it to you, right? Conrad Jorgensen.
I got stuffed into the fence, so after you do a couple $1,000s worth of repair, it's nice to have some Jack Daniels to help you look back on it.
Very good, very good. At Elko last week, you were involved in a wreck with Dave Sellner going for the win. Let's take a look quickly and hear what he had to say about the situation.
And car was working good all night, and came down to it, and I had a half a car on 66, and he just couldn't stand it and took me out. Turn 4, last lap. You know, it's kind of weird to see a guy, you know, crash us both, and instead of taking first and second, it's kind of odd to see a guy do that.
Did you feel from your perspective that it was deliberate, or was it something where he drove in too hard, got a little loose?
No, we were running together, you know, all night. He was staying down, you know, keeping his lane. And from my point, he drove up into me, you know, so he could take off and win, and that didn't work out for him either. And that's what the crowd says too.
Obviously, from those comments and from the comments that he made at your trailer after the race, it was clear that he was very upset. What's your take on what happened in the feature?
I wasn't happy with the whole race either. Me and Dave were together basically through the whole thing. I had one restart. It ended up being me and Dave Fronick, which there was some contact there, which sent me around in contact with several cars. And luckily, somebody else caused the caution. We kept going, so I got my spot back. I wasn't happy about that. A lot of things happen.
Kind of a frustrating night in a nutshell, right?
I was doing my best to stay out front, and actually after that incident, my car was working real well, which we had another caution. That put me and Dave back up in front, and we got together. Yeah, I'll say that, but I think it was a racing thing. Before I made any judgments, I went and talked to the guys that were right behind us. I said, you know, did I crowd him? They said, hey, you both just got together, and like, you know, I agree with Dave. I wish we would have been 1 and 2, whichever one of us first or second, but it was a racing thing. And
I love that phrase, a racing thing. You know, it's so conveniently used from time to time. It's kind of like saying I don't inhale.
But, you know, I don't have blue paint all over the side of my car. You know, we touched tires a little bit.
Right.
I wish it wouldn't have happened. After that, it was a complete mess. There was a lot of cars touching and pushing, and it wasn't the finish I wanted either. I didn't want to have to do body work this week.
Boy, up to that point, I mean, let's
let's face the facts, it was some of the best racing that division has seen all season, with the side-by-side, the battle for the lead, the battle for, you know, second and third on back.
I was having a blast.
So what do you, how do you regroup? You got to, obviously, you'll work on the car. Do you put this situation behind you and just focus on the future from here on out?
Yep. Dave stopped at my trailer several, weeks when we're here, and we've always got along. Matter of, like me and his dad have been in incidents, and we've talked about it. We've never had any problem, and I hope that it can work out that way, because he's doing a heck of a job this year, and it happened, and I'd like to get through it, and let's go racing together.
Well, as you do that, know that you will be a recipient of our usual Suspect of the Week trophy. Oven McMahon is very happy now to have your name inscribed on his back. And, we do it in good fun for the most part, and hopefully you take it that way, too. And if not, you can enjoy your Jack Daniels and, kind of forget about being the usual Suspect of the Week. Thanks for joining us and for being a good sport. And it's your birthday, too, today, the day we film this, right?
I wanted to feature for my birthday, but didn't happen. Maybe next.
Better luck next year, right? Mike Crilly joining us in the studio, and we'll be right back.
The usual Suspect of the Week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Who's making salads with really unique ingredients? Salads as good as the ones you get at nice sit-down restaurants? Introducing Arby's Market Fresh Salads. Try the Santa Fe, the Martha's Vineyard, and the Asian Sesame. Each just $3.99. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken and other tasty ingredients, all on a low-carb wrap. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken. Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
This is guys' night out. Nobody's drinking light beer tonight, or watching their carbs, or ordering something a little less filling. And you won't hear words like Beaujolais or salt around the rim. Not tonight. Nah, this is guys' night out. When guys reach for a real beer. Real Rocky Mountain Coors. What are you guys drinking?
Imagine that. We made it through an entire episode of the show and didn't have to beat Mike Skya once. Go figure. Another episode of The Race Show in the can. My thanks to Brian Nelson behind the camera, the Big O back in the studio. We hope to see you again next week.
Massage therapy is quickly becoming a popular...
Who actually played at Woodstock. Log on to KSTC45.com for your chance to win 2 Sun Country Airline tickets, courtesy of the Taste of Minnesota. Don't forget fireworks every night. The 22nd Annual Taste of Minnesota.
Tune in to us this weekend right here for the suspense. For the humor. Excuse me. For all the action. Because I wouldn't mind seeing a few more honest faces.
Saturdays at 7 on 45.
Next time on Providence.
Big interview today at the hospital.
The job she's always dreamed of.
We may be in the middle of an incredible new life adventure.
But Sydney doesn't have a chance.
I've been officially rejected. Did you even take the time to read my application?
I have work to do.
This is not over.
Now she's taking it to a higher authority.
Sydney Hansen wants hospital privileges!
And gets more than just a miracle.
I made a terrible mistake rejecting your application.
Next Providence.
Tonight at 8 on 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs and Nextel. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, Coors, and Karpov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
And we're back. Welcome to another episode of The Race Show, presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And if you're paying attention, as you should be, you'll notice that I am sporting a new shirt today. It's just for those people who felt compelled to ask me recently if I owned more than just 2 shirts, those 2 or 3 shirts that I've worn, well, since the inception of The Race Show last year. So, in fact, it is a new shirt, and the only reason I point that out is because, as you know, rule number 1 on The Race Show is it is first and foremost a show about me. And then second to that, maybe allegedly about racing. We will have a lot of racing. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll recap last weekend's kickoff of the AC Delco Super Summer Series at Elko Speedway, hearing from many of the drivers who were involved. We'll also go out among the fans in the stands for a different twist to Points to Ponder. And speaking of talking to people in the fans, you never know who you might run into when you venture out among the crowds. So take a look at this and decide for yourself what you think.
How's it going?
Going good. How about you?
You don't sound like you're from here.
Not really. Can you tell?
Just a little. Just a little.
What gives me away here?
What's your name?
Jim Phillips.
Now, rumor has it, our sources have suggested at least, that you might be here from somewhere in North Carolina scouting drivers to potentially bring them down to a big team someday. Is that true?
It could be. I really can't elaborate right now.
Well, could you tell us, do you work for DEI?
No comment.
How about RCR?
I wish I can't say anything right now. I wish I could, really.
The CIA?
I wish. Not really, no.
But you do come out here on a regular basis?
I've been here for about the last... I came quite a bit last year and then 2 months this year. There's some of the best racing here that I have seen, and I go all around. You know, it's some of the best that I've seen right here. And we're looking, you know.
If I were a betting man, I'd bet that he's with the CIA. Now, to paraphrase that great rock and roll band, AC/DC, for those about to race, we salute you.
Yeah, that first feature, you know, this Power 110 Mobile 1 car was extremely tight in the first race. You know, you start on the pole, you like to finish up towards the front. I mean, we finished 4th. It was a good run. You know, Steve and those guys were just a little better than I was in the first race. These guys on this Power 110 crew put their heads together and started for 18th and ended up winning that race.
That second race, I mean, obviously a very successful race. I think particularly on that final restart, you just kind of pulled away. Did the cautions hurt or help you throughout the race?
You know, anytime there's, for whatever reason, we have long link cautions here. I'm not sure why that is, but, you know, I don't want to say it hurt me, but on the same token, it didn't do me any good either. I was kind of surprised Brian went to the high side there with all that oil dry up there on the top. I thought maybe he would have went to the bottom, but, you know, in this case, I guess it worked out for us. Hate it for Brian. He's a great competitor, but I like to win, too.
I probably had a pretty good race going with John behind me. It's kind of hard to get around the corner there, and when you have a restart, then you're side by side. So, and I didn't get a real good jump, and it was a little dirty on the outside girls, so it's a little tough out there.
Did you and Jeff Martin maybe trade a little paint in that first race?
Yeah, we got one of Jeff's donut marks. I'm sure he didn't mean to do it, so, you know.
It's good to see you back out here. How was the night overall?
It was pretty good. We had fun. You know, this is only the 4th time out for this car, and a little bit different engine package. It's got something similar to ASA cars, the fuel-injected motor. So I just want to thank Tom and the guys for letting me bring it out here and run with these guys tonight.
That's your teammate, Brian Johnson, just fired up his car and drove away. It's nothing like, you know, having someone want to drown you out during the interview.
Yeah, you know, Brian, he's always trying to one-up me, but, you know, he had a great run tonight and finished, I think, second there in that last feature. So it was, all in all, a pretty good night for the Country Joe team.
In the second feature, it looked like you and the 19 of Jake Ryan had a little battle going on. Maybe you could talk a bit about that.
Well, I think Jake was, you know, he wasn't quite good enough to pass me on the inside, and before that last caution, you know, caution flag through, and they threw it, and I got out of the gas, and he just blasted me, turned me around. So I don't know if he thought that I did something, but I just was lifting for the caution. But, you know, Jake's a good racer, and, you know, I don't like being passed that way, but, you know, he's young, maybe he'll learn.
Joining us now in the studio is super, and I use the term super loosely with you, super late model driver Jeff Martin. Usually this chair is reserved for winners or usual suspects, but we kind of made room for you today because you put on a very exciting show, to say the least, at Elko. Let's talk about the first feature in the AC Delco Super Summer Series. You came from, what, second to last? That was a good qualifying run that gave you that spot, huh?
Yeah, I had a little trouble. I did some work, and it was my own fault. I kind of skimped on a little welding and broke loose on the rear end when I went to go out for time trials. So we tried to patch together. It wouldn't work, but we did get it fixed up for the feature.
You got past a lot of cars and ended up finishing sixth, I think. Now, earlier in this show, we heard from Brian Johnson and talked a little bit about the two of you making contact in that first feature. It looked like he slowed down just to kind of smile at you during the caution once. So what happened exactly?
Oh, he probably wanted to just, wave at me and let me know that he's, racing hard and stuff like that. But Brian's a good guy, and heck, I sure wouldn't like to, wreck him up or nothing like that. But maybe I was trying to use 8 tires instead of 4 at one spot. But it's kind of, I was getting so excited coming up through there. I really shouldn't. My wife yelled at me, says, "Don't be running into Brian." She doesn't care about some other people, but she didn't want me to run into him, so I've been scolded that I won't do it again.
And you don't want to get Robin mad.
No.
No. If she's watching, don't be mad at me for anything I ask from here on out. The second feature, again, starting near the rear of the field. I think you were, what, top 3 and then got caught in some, what was it, some track driver or some oil that had been laid down?
Yeah, the car was working really good, and I thought I had a chance to, for sure get a top 3, maybe win it with a little luck. You never know what can happen. You get a lot of hard-charging guys up there, things can happen. But I came in turn 3 and 4, and the thing just took off, and I ended up way up in the Toolies. Luckily, I watched that Extreme Dirt Car series and had a little idea how to hold on to the car.
But tips from Jimmy Mars,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you bet. And, but the thing, it put me back a lot of spots. Then the yellow came out, some other cars spun out, but I was the first one to hit the grease. I guess the car was sitting up there, and I thought I should get my spot, deal back. But I guess there ain't no argument with the. If you get out your car and start arguing with them, you're going to the back, so you really can't do a lot about it.
I was standing next to Greg Larson from your crew when that happened, and I won't repeat verbatim what he said, but I think he thought you should have gotten your spot back, too.
Yeah, he might have strongly voiced his opinion.
He can do that sometimes. What do you say? We haven't played True or False or Why in a while, so let's put you on the hot seat if we could, huh?
Oh, cool.
Cue the music, if you would, please. True or false and why, where I make a statement, you tell me if you think it's true or false, and a brief explanation why. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, you'll be giving Brian Johnson a box of Krispy Kreme donuts this week.
Yeah, he needs to gain a little weight anyway. That sounds like a good idea. True.
Okay. Number 2, you love racing against John Lemke.
Tonight, no problems. John's a pretty hard-charging guy, so you can get in a little trouble with him, but everything was cool tonight, so no problem.
Good deal. Number 3, Greg Larson, your crew chief. I think that's the hat he wears, isn't it? Or something like that?
Yeah.
He's a big fan of our publication, Minnesota's Racing Connection.
Yeah, true. He loves it. He can't wait to read it.
He says he's got a cat or a dog, and he needs it to line the kitty litter box with.
Yeah, I think he uses it as a bathroom for something else, but I'm not sure.
Well, I always say it's too rough to use as toilet paper, so,
He's a big, rough, tough guy. He probably does.
That he is. Well, it's good to have you in the studio. Next time, maybe it'll be after a feature win.
Yeah,
but
that'd
we
be
figured
cool.
you deserve some time because of the way you worked your way through the pack.
Well, thank you. I'd rather be here the other way, too.
Jeff Martin, super late model driver at Elko Speedway, joining us, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Larson Cycle in Cambridge and the Hitching Post in South St. Paul.
Everyone's becoming carb conscious. Huh. Yeah, even me. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken, authentic cheeses, fresh veggies, and tasty sauces. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken, each made fresh when ordered on a low-carb wrap. Lots of flavor without a lot of carbs.
I can't wait to wear my new bathing suit.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
I was informed recently that sometimes, apparently, some people don't think I'm too nice on this show. I'm shocked. I'm about as nice as they come. Having said that, I probably shouldn't say what I'm about to say, but get out your stopwatches and time this next interview and tell me if the interview lasts longer than it takes Matt Kern to turn one lap at Elko Speedway.
Matt Kern's in his 7th year of racing late models at Elko. How's the year going so far for you, Matt?
This year's been going pretty decent. I'm real satisfied with the car and the engine performance. All in all, I'm really content.
There have been some big changes from last year to this year with the motors. Is that a noticeable difference for you?
A lot in horsepower. The cars accelerate a lot faster out of the corners, and it's a little bit more to hang on to this year. But I also think it's helped the smaller teams like myself to be competitive with the higher budget teams.
And you actually jumped right into late models. You didn't race anything else before that?
No, I didn't. I actually went right into late models, and I wouldn't exactly recommend that for anybody. But I had a lot of late model experience with mechanics, and I figured I understood enough about it. If I could just grasp the driver end of it, I would do okay. And it's been a tough learning curve. I'm still quite a bit behind a lot of the competitors, but we just keep trying every week and giving it our best, and I think we'll be caught up pretty quick here.
You originally got into racing by being on the late Dwayne Barron's crew?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I rolled tires around with him, and he was teaching me the basics of springs and shocks back then, but of course the cars are a lot different back then than they are now. The technology is really advanced, but yes, that's where I got my start.
Your dad's always out here helping you every week, too?
Yeah, Dad and I actually own the car. We're actually co-owners with one another, and we own pretty much all the equipment. We're co-owners with one another, and yeah, he's here every week, and every time I go to the shop, he's working, and so yeah, we work side by side all the time. So.
And don't pay attention to what anything Rob Hahn says. I mean, you're out there every week, you're trying, and you're doing the best you can.
Exactly. It's so competitive out here. I think there are a lot of different racetracks I could go to and probably be more of a top 10 car every week. But when you come out to Elko, there's, just top guns. You got guys like Steve Mergic that's raced against, a lot of the top racers in NASCAR, and then Brian Johnson, who did a ton of traveling. And the guys, when I was a little kid out here watching the races, they were out here racing, and they're still out here. So it's tough to compete against that. They got 25 years or plus experience on you. So, but it's fun. It's really fun. Yeah.
Well, good luck the rest of the year, and we hope to see you again on the race show.
Okay, thank you.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASN 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Hi, everybody. This is Bud. I'm at Ancom Communications today, talking with Fran Williams. What we're going to talk about today is what Ancom Communications can do for you, what Nextel can do for you, and how NASCAR is involved with all of this. What NASCAR and Nextel has put together with these phones, have you heard of the thing called a scanner?
What happens when you have a Nextel phone, you can actually listen to the pit crew conversation with the driver right in the middle of the race on your Nextel phone.
One thing about these that I do know is that they come in different driver phones. I know that Nextel has 10 different driver phones, and they also have one NASCAR logo phone, which I should say is pretty darn sharp. I like the flags and all that stuff. And you can get all that stuff here at Ancom Communications?
We have all the Nextel product right here.
That's awesome. Nice to see it. You guys are located in Burnsville on the corner of Cliff Road and Highway 13.
Hey, Bud, who are you?
I'm Bud. And on behalf of myself, Fran Williams, Ancom Communications, and Nextel, we want to say, go NASCAR.
Since 1866, we've had only 6 master distillers of Jack Daniels. Job satisfaction's never been much of a problem. Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey.
For a slightly different take on Points to Ponder this week, I thought I'd get out of this studio and into the stands.
Are we having fun yet?
Yes, I'm very nervous, but I'm having
well,
fun.
I have that effect on a lot of people, you know. Okay, in terms of full disclosure, who are you?
Kelly Kane. I'm a Kane.
A Kane. Careful. Just what we need, another Kane on the show.
Of course.
You are Bud's daughter.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready for our Points to Ponder quiz?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Question number 1. What is your opinion on the Cain and Abel saga?
I think that Kane will overcome, but I am biased. So, but I always think,
Well, I think Cain once killed Abel, so, you know, maybe that's in his favor.
yeah, he'll kill him on the track. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
Whoa,
just
easy
kidding.
now.
Kidding.
And people thought I was controversial.
I'm biased. Sorry.
Okay, we just got a beer dumped on us, but that's the fun of doing it in the stands, isn't it? But that's the fun of doing it in the stands, isn't it? Question number 2. Who's the governor of Minnesota?
Tim Pawlenty.
Good, you're 2 for 2. Question number 3. Who is more exciting, John Lemke or Steve Mergic?
Or Steve Mergic. Gosh,
We do have a time limit on this show.
I know,
you
I'm sorry. You know what? I love John Lemke, and I've watched Steve Mergic for a long time, and I think that Steve Mergic is more exciting to watch, I guess.
Okay. Who's going to win the Power Stock Championship this year?
Brent Kane, maybe? Oh,
Well, that's interesting considering as we speak, he's racing in Thunder cars.
maybe that's how I got a little bit... Shoot, I mean Bud Kane?
Good answer. Finally, take a look at the billboard and tell me who's better looking, the guy on the left or the guy on the right?
They're both good looking.
Oh, what a great answer. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, you were just telling me off camera that you thought we only had a certain type of person that we interviewed.
I thought you only interviewed blondes.
Well, usually they're blonde and young, but
Yeah, right.
yeah, but we're going to make an exception today.
Brunette.
No, I didn't say that. Okay, let's set the record straight here and tell everyone who you are.
My name is Lisa Gady. Happen to be Jacob's mom. Late model driver, number 72.
All right. He kind of struggled in this first race tonight.
Yeah. This last time, the first time he went out, he lost oil pressure. So got that checked out. That was okay. Then he had a tire go down.
Okay.
So.
Now, why is it that you sit here with the crazies in turn 4 and not, you know, with the crew in the pits?
I get to film. I do the film in the stands. They don't want me down there, I don't think. I don't think I'd be any good in the pits.
What's
I'd make a better cheerleader.
Okay. What's the best part about having a son race?
Well, just coming here every week and hanging out and seeing everybody and cheering them on and hopefully not wrecking and not being a usual suspect.
Well, he did make that list already once this year, you know, and I think it was your husband who was, you know, a little upset that was the first publicity he got. So we thought we'd give you some publicity. Now you're on TV before he is.
I guess. Isn't that a lucky thing?
Yeah. Any predictions for the rest of the season?
Well, we just hope we stay competitive and hopefully win a feature someday.
Well, you've been a good sport, even though you're a brunette.
I know.
Thank you.
Just to give you an indication of how certain things on this show have taken on lives of their own, right after we wrapped up that interview with Lisa Gady, she promptly asked me if she now qualified to be a winner of one of our Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Packs. Absolutely. Just for asking, she'll be a recipient.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction. instruction.
On the web at goelcospeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
At Leo South, we sell excitement. We sell fun. And we sell it for less.
The affordable one, the one you want at Leo South.
We sell Leo South, Kendrick Avenue at I-35 and County Road 46, Lakeville.
The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Charles Dickens once wrote, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." Kind of sums up the night, doesn't it?
That's a fact.
Let's talk about Steve Mergic joining us in the studio. Let's talk about feature number 1. That was the best of times for this season so far.
Yes, we struggled a little bit earlier here, Rob, and I squandered a couple of good starting positions, and tonight we actually capitalized on it.
That was interesting. I don't know if it was just your car or maybe your cagey veteran style, but with about 1 lap to go, you guys were running in a group of maybe 4 or 5, and then boom! Out came this number 3 like it was a rocket ship being set off.
Actually, Jake was giving me a good run there, but he twitched a little bit in the one corner, and I just got a break.
Well, it looked good.
Yeah, I did. I like racing with Jake and the rest of the guys. We had a lot of fun. He just twitched a little bit, but he didn't hit me, and he just gave me that break I needed to get ahead of him.
What did you think of the starting procedure, going pretty much with a straight-up start for the first race, and then inverting the entire field based on the finishing lineup of the first race for the second race?
This may not be the best time to ask me about that after the wreck that I got into on kind of the big inversion, but...
You know, timing's never been my strong suit.
You like to push the envelope, I know, but that's fine. And, you know, that inverting the whole field definitely adds the variables to the thing, and we just got in the wrong place, wrong time. Feel bad I hit Donnie, one of my best engine customers,
Sure.
and of course I was only about 6 inches off his bumper when things happened, and there was no missing them, and somebody got in the back of me, and you know, it's just unfortunate in the second feature, but we had a good run in the first feature, and I think that the rest of the season's gonna be a lot of fun.
Well, before I forget, I'm full of props tonight. I'm probably full of a lot of stuff, and you know, people would say that to me, but we got to give you first and foremost our Arby's Oven Mitt Man for usual suspect of the week. Not your fault, but sometimes, you know, we kind of tweak the rules. So you made the first race exciting, and you made the second, or were involved in an incident that made it exciting. I don't want to imply that it was your fault, because it wasn't. Wrong place, wrong time.
I think so.
Okay. Now, having said that, prop number 2, your sponsor will like this.
Yes.
In here, it's kind of like an SOS bottle. You could probably use this when you got into the wreck.
I put a note in there.
Are the names of some winners who have registered at your display at some of the liquor stores around the state, and their names were selected to win free tickets. A couple of them are as follows. Scott Cath, you'll see all the names on the screen as you watch right now. Scott Cath, who registered at Spring Lake Park Liquors in Brooklyn Center. Sharon Haggerty, registered at Uptown Liquor in Zimmerman. And Bonita White, registered at Broadway Liquor Outlet in Minneapolis. Just 3 of the winners this week, and it's a good little deal you've got going. And with Kharkov Vodka, you can stop in, as we've mentioned on the show numerous times, stop into your favorite liquor store, look for your display. Let's just call it what it is. It's your display, right?
I had to stop into my local store and say, where's the merging display?
Yeah, that's right. And then where's my vodka?
Yeah. Well, they haven't been coming forth with the vodka. We'll have to work on that.
Yeah. So, and then you can register to win tickets, and we'll continue to announce ticket winners throughout the rest of the season on the race show. Any parting thoughts?
You know, it was beautiful weather tonight. I'm glad that we had a nice race. I hope we can modify the lineups just a little bit. I'd like to see a little bigger inversion in the first race and not quite so big inversion in the second one.
Now he's pushing the envelope.
Hey, you know
pot,
what?
You know?
I'm down in the points now, and if I get in trouble with the owner, what the heck?
Yeah, but there was something I wanted to ask. I thought the overall night, the series, you know, the kickoff of the AC Dalco Super Summer Series, the double features, the big crowd. I know there were some criticisms about the car count not being as high as some people liked. I think 22, 24, 26 cars are enough to put on a good show.
Well, I'd go along with that, provided there were a little higher quality cars. Might have some issues with that. You know,
we're going to need 2 pots before we're done with this show.
I know. I'm going to get in trouble.
I'm
getting in trouble in this. I'm going to be right there with you, getting in trouble with people.
Well, you have bad company.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to see better quality racers. You know, if we could get Carlson's and some of the other good guys here, we'd have a great race. I mean, the facility's perfect. I just think we need to modify some of the stuff. I mean, a little bigger inversion in the first race, smaller inversion in the second race. I mean, some of the cars in the back of the pack, they're just not going to make it in the deal. And it's going to be too much action. And the amount of yellows, that's a huge deal there. We could have longer races if we could have fewer yellows, and be a little better chance to make some passing going on in a longer race, and you know, just the yellows drag on forever. I mean, I'm in the race car and I'm getting bored. It's got to be bad for the fans.
Wow. Okay, so if we're not on the air next week, you know we've been kicked out of our studio, and you can thank Steve Mergic. And of course, if things get really bad, you can stop into your favorite store and buy some Car Cup vodka. Thanks for joining us. Steve Mergic with us on the Race Show, and we'll be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken and other tasty ingredients, all on a low-carb wrap. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken. Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
This is guys' night out. It's not low-carb night. It's not low-calorie night. And it's not sparkling, imported, light, extra dry, less filling, on the rocks, green bottled, fruit-flavored night. Nah, this is guys' night out. When guys reach for a real beer. Real Rocky Mountain Coolers. What are you guys drinking?
Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps with tender grilled chicken and other tasty ingredients, all on a low-carb wrap. Try the Chicken Caesar or the Southwest Chicken. Arby's new Market Fresh Wraps. Counting carbs never tasted so good.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See RJ Sport and Cycle in Duluth and the Hitching Post in Hopkins.
That's it for another episode of The Race Show. My thanks to Brian Nelson behind the camera and Big O in the studio. And thanks to you for joining us. We'll see you again next week.
A special announcement from the Bargain Network. You can buy cars for as low as $500. Choose from...
With Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs and Nextel. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, Coors, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
Welcome to another episode of The Race Show, presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection, and of course, the man who gets better looking every day. Since this show is allegedly about racing, we will talk racing in a matter of seconds with Tom Ryan, the president of Elko Speedway. We also road trip last week on the 4th of July up to I-94 for the NASCAR touring event. We'll have some highlights from that race. And we'll show you some highlights, I think we can call them highlights, of a recent eve of destruction at Elko Speedway. Also later in the show, we'll announce some winners from the Kharkov Vodka ticket giveaway program. With us in the studio now is the president of Elko Speedway, Tom Ryan. We should probably play Hail to the Chief, huh? Or just salute you? How's it going?
No, it's going good.
Good. Let's get right to the hard questions right away. You said to be nice, and that was your first mistake, telling me to be nice.
Number one rule, Rob.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask the question, then we can kind of work backwards from there. There's been a lot of talk about the future of ASA. Is there going to be a race at Elko on Labor Day, and will it be an ASA race?
Yes and yes.
Good. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? Now we can let you go.
Well, I mean, you can sort it out, I think, or help sort it out for us. What is the state of ASA right now?
You know, we've had 0 official conversations with ASA. We know about what you know, Rob, and what other people know is, sounds like they've had some financial troubles. It's really unfortunate that it happened in the middle of the racing season. You know, something like this could have waited till after the season. Everybody could have dealt with it a little easier. Yeah. But, and for that matter, too, you know, it's not the first racing organization to have financial troubles. So as far as we know, we have, for sure, we have a contract with them. We look on their schedule. We are on the schedule for that day. No matter what, there'll be great racing at Elko Speedway on Labor Day.
That's the bottom line, I
Absolutely.
think. Yeah.
ASA or not. I mean, for the last couple years, NASCAR has played really hard with us to have the Labor Day event be a NASCAR event. And
I hope you told them to step up their program a little bit.
Right, we have, and they have, and they really have. And it came close this year, but ASA has such a big tradition. We need an awful good reason to break the ASA tradition and the state fair tradition that, you know, we're trying to carry on at Elko Speedway.
You know, one thing, to be fair, that you haven't succeeded in doing yet, and I would like to help you. I'd like to kidnap that bell from the state fair. Sneak in there some night, get that big trophy bell, and bring it here to Elko Speedway.
I think we're going to give you that job. That's going to be your job, Rob.
You can also bail me out of jail when I get, when I get caught.
Could be maybe $50 if we let you stay in there long enough.
I think it'd be a good ratings ploy for the show.
You could broadcast from jail.
Yeah, I'll bring a flag along, and we'll just kind of hang it behind the bars. We'll be in good shape. Let's talk about other types of racing. The AC Elko Super Summer Series kicked off a couple weeks ago at Elko. I think, on the whole, I've said this both on the show and in the paper, a very successful kickoff to that series.
I rate it as better than expected. You don't do something like we did there and expect immediate success. Definitely something we can build on. You know, we kind of went on our own because of 2 Mars events we had last year, and could see not a whole lot of future in those types of events with Elko Speedway. But the AC Delco series that we're going to have from now on, AC Delco is extremely happy with that. So number one, if you can keep your sponsor happy, that is a key to success, and we continue to have it. We will continue to have it in the foreseeable future. We've got a bunch of drivers already scheduled for the August 6th.
Right. And to be fair, I think NASCAR rescheduled the Kalkana date for the Sunday after the first AC Delco Summer Series event at Elko, so you kind of lost those drivers who couldn't or wouldn't make the trip from here to Kalkana in one day. So they should be, hopefully, someone like Steve Carlson, some of the other NASCAR regulars will be here in the future.
Yeah, and again, you don't build a racing tradition in one event. It's multi-events. It's people coming. You add to the event 5, 10 drivers a race. Sure. 100, 200 fans at a time, year after year. We look forward to being our big success.
What about the starting procedure with the inversion, the total inversion? Are you going to reassess that at all?
We have reassessed it, and I'm a little reluctant. Probably, I should say first, our biggest thing that we'd like to change at this point, but we're not, is changing our starting field from 24 cars. Excuse me, we can start up to 30.
Right.
Down to 24. We will not make that change until next year. Next year we will have a 24-car starting field. The inversion, likewise. I don't know what we'll do with the inversion. I'd like not to do anything at all. Steve Mergic, I was listening to your show yesterday, and Steve Mergic made some good comments, some comments that, you know, we don't live in a vacuum. People at the administration at Elko Speedway, we saw the same things that Steve brought up. And, you know, next year, you know, we hope we have, or even other events this year, we hope we have better not better cars, but, you know, maybe cars that are all closer to the same speed. And, you know, whether we invert or not, I'd like to stay away from doing some kind of a mock inversion. I would like to invert the total field.
I like it that way. I think it adds to different types of strategy, different types of racing up through the field, and, you know, frankly, with some of these guys, like Jeff Martin in the first race. I mean, he was aided by some of the cautions because he was able to, you know, slowly but surely make his way toward the front.
He was, and, you know, commenting on Steve's things he said in yesterday's program, you know, he said he was 6 inches off Donnie Reaver's bumper. Well, this was like the second or third lap of a 40-lap race.
So you're saying at least 7 inches, right?
Well, I mean, I think 7, 8, you know, maybe just be ready to pull your foot. You know, what happened, I guess, that race, you know, maybe some drivers should have expected that to happen.
Right. But to be fair, 1 week earlier, you had basically the same group of drivers, and they went 40 straight laps without a caution.
Absolutely.
So it's possible that these drivers, be it the usual suspects or not, can get through a feature without wrecking all the time. Sometimes it's just, I think, the mentality or, you know, the way they drive, obviously.
Exactly. And, you know, kind of another why I think the series works is, you know, Steve Mergic, for example, not to keep harping on Steve, but I do feel I can harp on him.
You know, he accuses me of pushing the envelope. Now you come here and you're pushing the envelope. I'm just in the middle. I'm kind of the facilitator. Pretty soon I'm going to be the mediator. Go ahead.
But the thing with Steve is, and why the series works, is Steve gets in a, you know, some kind of a crash. I don't know how bad a damage it was. Obviously, it looked worse than it really was because he ended up coming back out. But how the series works is Steve goes back in the pits. Him and his crew thrash on the car, get it fixed, get it back out there because they know it's a total points race. In other words, if they finish poorly in the second race, but still if there's other crashes, they can still find their way up the field and they can collect not only their place money, but their bonus money. And the way the series works is our very last race, the Sunday of Labor Day weekend, it'll be a total bonus paid to the overall points of drivers who've competed in all the races. So we think that works. You get guys like Steve, instead of packing it in, you know, he'd already won one feature, instead of packing it in, he goes back and does the work to his car, comes back out.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. The state of racing is good, thanks in part to people like you. Tom Ryan with us on The Race Show, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and four-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See St. Bonnie Motorsports in St. Bonifacius and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony.
Attention all taste buds. This is your wake-up call. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. It's a delicious twist on ordinary chicken salad with all white meat chicken, fresh diced apples, grapes, celery, and toasted pecans. And now you get to choose how you want it served. As a sandwich, in a wrap, or in a bowl. Whichever way you prefer. Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. One great chicken salad, 3 ways to enjoy it.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
This week, Dan Plan, the Encyclopedia, catches up with Jeff Partington.
Jeff Partington's racing at Elko again this year, but instead of the late models, he's in the power stock class. Jeff, what led you to lead or move into the power stock class?
Well, I had an opportunity to sell my late model, and I heard some rumors on the way the rules were going, and I knew I didn't want to go down that road. And plus, we were working too hard, spending a lot of money, and not having any fun. So, just wanted to go back, have some fun with the guys, and not have to work on your car every night of the week and take it so seriously.
I heard you say earlier this year the racing's the same, you're just not going as fast.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fun. You know, you can get out and pass and do a little 3-wide stuff, and the speed's down, but it's still, you know, it's still fun. It's just not enough speed there, but I'll go 3-wide any day over that single file stuff, so it's still fun.
And you just about had a feature a couple weeks ago. A couple guys wrecked in front of you, and you almost snuck through, but you didn't quite make it.
Yeah, I saw the 80 car coming, and I had it to the floor and just didn't quite make it. I needed about 4 more feet, but that's racing. That stuff happens, and car's still fast, so hopefully tonight we can bring home a trophy.
And your dad's still racing, but not at Elko.
Yeah, he's in the process of building a Thunder car, but he still has his old late model, so he decided he knew he couldn't come out here and run with it, so he decided to take it to Raceway, and actually it's going pretty good, but he'll be back out tomorrow night, and hopefully next year he'll have his Thunder car done.
And there are 2 power stocks that are pretty much painted identical. You're 99 and number 98's your teammate. How'd your teammate get involved in this?
Actually, the 98 car, the kid's name is Steve Closey. We ended up with that car because the guy that owned that bought my late model, and that kind of ended up in the deal, and that was going to end up being my car. And then I found this one, so we put him in that one. So he wanted to get into racing and really couldn't afford to do it all himself, and I worked with him, and so we decided to put him in that car and see what happens.
All right, well, good luck, and we hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Do we have it all or what? Check out some of this footage that Brian Nelson caught recently at an eve of destruction at Elko Speedway. Could I have my props, please? Hey, touchdown. And it's only a sophomore. Kharkov Vodka. It is time to announce our winners in the bottle for this week, our lucky 13. Here are just a few of them. You'll see all the winners on the screen, but Steve Campbell from Princeton, he registered at Municipal Liquors in Princeton. Nicole Otto from Belle Plaine, registered at Prairie Liquors in Belle Plaine. And Jordan Schaefer of Chaska, registered at Chasers in Chaska. All you have to do is stop into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing display, and register to win. We'll continue to announce winners' names throughout the entire season on The Race Show.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Hi, everybody. This is Bud. I'm at Ancom Communications today, talking with Fran Williams. What we're going to talk about today is what Ancom Communications can do for you, what Nextel can do for you, and how NASCAR is involved with all of this. What NASCAR and Nextel has put together with these phones, have you heard of the thing called a scanner?
What happens when you have a Nextel phone, you can actually listen to the pit crew conversation with the driver right in the middle of the race on your Nextel phone.
One thing about these that I do know is that they come in different driver phones. I know that Nextel has 10 different driver phones, and they also have one NASCAR logo phone, which I should say is pretty darn sharp. I like the flags and all that stuff. And you can get all that stuff here at Ancom Communications?
We have all the Nextel product right here.
That's awesome. Nice to see it. You guys are located in Burnsville on the corner of Cliff Road and Highway 13.
Hey, Bud, who are you?
I'm Bud. And on behalf of myself, Fran Williams, Ancom Communications, and Nextel, we want to say, go NASCAR.
Since 1866, we've had only 6 master distillers of Jack Daniels. Job satisfaction's never been much of a problem. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey.
You ever wonder what we do on holidays here at the race show? We road trip and smoke a fine cigar, of course. A legal one, naturally. Anyway, Brian Nelson and I got in the car and headed up to I-94 last Sunday on the 4th of July for the NASCAR Touring Series.
I tell you what, this whole Iowa, Illinois, Taylor installation, Steve Dirks Motorsports race team, they gave us a great car all day long, and I couldn't ask for any better. I mean, the car stayed the same from the start to the finish, and it's just basically up to me to drive a smart race. And you know, I knew once I got out in the lead, all I had to remember is just two things: and be smooth and be patient. And I tried doing that the best I could. Teasdale Racing Engines gave me a great engine today. You don't use a lot of it, but when you do have to use it, it's nice having it there. And just like to thank all the sponsors that I have that help us out each week, and definitely all the crew members, Nick and Tim Carlson, and my mom and dad, and all the guys that are back home.
Were you concerned much during that final caution that maybe your car would change?
No, I wasn't. The biggest thing I was worried about is I seen Eric behind me, and he got by Steve, and I seen him that he was pretty quick, but he was actually running about the same speed that I was. And you know, I knew as long as I didn't mess up and I kept my pace that he wouldn't be able to get up to me, and then the lap cars kind of came into play a little bit. So everything worked out, you know, the way it should have, and we're real happy we got the most wins this year in the series so far with 3, and just keep on going in the next race. So
there are still obviously a number of races left on the schedule, but do you feel that your team is gelling to the point where you can really challenge to dethrone Steve Carlson, if you will?
I definitely do, but I'm not worried about it right now. I mean, that's what I've just been telling everybody. You know, we're going one race at a time, and we're going with the attitude that we can win each and every one of them.
I was hoping, the crew kept telling me on the radio they were running pretty consistent lap times with him. It was just a matter of, you know, catching the yellow because we're pretty far back.
What about tire management today? It seemed like it played into everyone's strategy. How'd you handle things?
We really had to manage our tires. We ended up borrowing a car because we dropped the valve in the motor in ours in practice. Didn't get any practice time with this thing. Went out and qualified and had to start last because we made some adjustments after qualifying. But we just try to save the tires and keep the thing good coming off the corner and see if we can make it all the way to the front.
Well, I didn't have anything for Justin Dirks, but I had a top 3 car. That was pretty good for us today. Anytime you can run top 3, you know, that's pretty good. It's a great bunch of drivers we're racing with.
You and the 8 had a real good battle going for, I don't know if you'd consider it a real good battle, but a tough battle going for that 3rd spot.
The O car, you mean? 0 car.
The O, but I thought Hoffman gave you a run down the stretch,
that's
too.
Right. Yeah, towards the end, we were kind of banging fenders a little bit there. I just had just a little bit more traction than he did, I think.
So you're saying those are your donuts there as well, huh?
No, well, they might be.
You know, we bought this car in an ASA car 3 years ago before we bought the tracks, and we were going to go run those, and kind of got grounded after we purchased the tracks. I think that from what I've seen, it's a good series. They're, you know, like anything, you know, you can look at car counts and stuff, but I think that they're getting more people to get involved in it, and I think down the road, I think they might have some changes coming.
As a track owner at a track that hosts a series like this, what sort of changes would you like to see?
From my side, I'd like to see it more affordable for everybody. You know, I'd like to see it where they could get more cars. You know, and if they do that through different motor programs or things like that, that'd be awesome. You know, you could get, you know, more of the weekly guys. You know, if they got the same motor that they run in the tour cars, it makes it more inviting for the local drivers to be out. Right now, with the way it is, the way it is now, you have you know, $40,000, $50,000 motors in them, and a lot of the weekly racers can't afford them.
I love to travel. Kind of was in our plans to use it as a profession, hobby, plus get to see different parts of the country. And it's no different. It's different in Elko, but the people are the same. You know, race people, everybody cares about everybody, and you have a good time. Like today now, my car I wasn't able to bring it up here. So Steve Carlson come up to me and asked me if I wanted to use his car to get my points, because points is a big deal. At the end of the year, we go out to California, the top 10, and get to run. And then that's kind of a goal of ours, to try to be in the top 10 at the end.
It's a pretty good deal. They started last year, the Toyota All-Star Showdown out at Irwindale, and it would be nice to see some more local faces out there.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of people maybe didn't see it, but the Midwest cars here really did extremely well. And their format it's like a team event at the first laps of it, and then it goes as individuals toward the end.
You still, with this series, have about 2/3 of the season left on the schedule, so what's it going to take to finish in the top 10 in points?
Well, we got to finish the races, and we got to finish, like the last 2 races, we didn't finish the races. And if you don't finish, you just lose so many points. You get 100 points basically for starting, but you got to be up in it. And if you're not, then it's not good. So.
Do you feel you've made the progress that you expected to so far in this series?
No.
At least you're honest. That's what I love about you.
Well, you get to where you wonder if you should quit, or it's no different than running at Elko and somebody running in the 10th or 15th. They're not happy. I mean, they want to run in the front. It might be they're happy, but I don't like it. And what we've decided to do is we're going to step up the program a little bit here, and if I don't run good, then we're going to either get somebody in the car or park it. This is what we've decided to do.
And when will you decide that? At the end of the season or during the season?
Well, we're going to go through Colorado for sure. And so we got 3 races to go, and we'll decide where we're at then.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long.
Experience demo rides, exhibits, a Polaris parade, and great music all day long. From now until the event, visit the following dealers and register to win a Sportsman 500 50th Edition Polaris ATV. It's the Polaris Way Out Weekend, Saturday, July 24th at the Minnesota State Fairgrounds. For more information, log on to KSTC45.com.
With Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs and Nextel. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, Coors, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
And welcome to another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And of course, The Race Show is the only of its kind in the entire country that is filmed in front of a live studio audience. Oh yes, we have gone to the dogs. Do you realize that today marks our 30th episode of The Race Show? 20 last year, 10 already this year. It's amazing. In those 30 episodes, we have still yet to hear from the FCC or from Channel 45 management. Maybe that's just as well. We have a full lineup of guests in store for you today. Thunder Car feature winner at Elko Speedway last week, Jimmy Welton, stops by. Just a little fired up, I think, after that feature win. Mike Skya will stop by, and we'll find out if he can outdo Madonna's appearance on Letterman when she was beeped for at least half her interview a couple years ago. Not that Mike would ever say anything that would warrant or need to be beeped. And the girls are back in the studio. Carrie Estes and Amy Woodward stop by for Points to Ponder. Before we get going, a couple observations from last week at Elko Speedway. Take a look at these cars, the quarter midgets, on the track for a few laps. John Lemke's son, incidentally, is one of those drivers of the quarter midgets. Lemke, the super late model driver at Elko. I wonder, does his son drive into quarter midgets as much as, well, sorry, you get my idea. This was Joey Miller's ASA car on display at Elko last week. Looks like it's making about as much money there as it does in an ASA race. Look at Matt Carlander. After a third place feature finish last week, not a first place, but a third place finish. Does this guy have groupies or what? Oh, Matt, can you sign the back of my shirt, please? Oh, absolutely.
think it was well overdue. We've been having some difficulty struggling around in the back, getting some good starting spots. And,
Is that your fan club?
Evidently not. It's my crew. So.
Oh, one member.
Yeah, exactly. And I tell you, it's great. It's great to win one.
What were the keys tonight? You said you struggled along the way this season.
I don't know if the car's been working good along the way. It's just getting decent starting positions because there's so many cars in this division, and I mean that's kind of a key deal. Being able to start in the first couple 3 rows really makes a big difference. I'd just like to thank Billy Gilman and his son Michael. They're the one who take care of this whole deal for me, and unfortunately they're not here with us tonight. They're in Chicago watching the Winston Cup race, but I'm sure they'll enjoy it just as much as I did.
And before we started this interview, you were wondering how your hair looked.
Yeah, just checking to make sure it looked okay.
Not as good as mine, but still pretty good.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, it was good. That car was getting a little bit loose. I figured, Skya was probably the best he's ran all year, and trying to give him room, and me and Steve got our tires locked. That's my other car, so he's running my car, and I feel bad about that whole deal, but we're out here racing. We're, both are fierce competitors, and we got our tires locked, and I just end up with the better end of the deal.
You made a little contact with Mike with about 10 laps to go when you two were battling for the lead. What happened there?
I think Mike just got in a little too hot and got into the got in the door and gave him a little bit of room, and luckily he saved his car and come back, and it was just fun. Good. I like running with Mike. Even last year we had some good runs, and usually pretty good. He doesn't usually bump and rub too much.
Were you concerned much down the stretch over those final couple laps as he kind of regained some track position on you?
I figured he might give me another bump. He's pretty hungry. He hasn't done that well this year, so I figured I'd try to keep as smooth as I can and give him a little extra room, and just hopefully he was going to be a gentleman and we could race her to the end.
Yeah, we really spent a lot of time on this car last week, and it just shows off when the guy really tries hard, and he can do good. So it really was a good showing for us.
You beat the guy who's kind of become your mentor. Is there some added satisfaction in that?
I told him he could spot for the whole race for me, and he sure could.
You recently announced that you're going to make some changes with what the races you're going to run the rest of the year, running some touring races instead of a full ASA schedule. Maybe you could elaborate a bit on that.
Yeah, ASA backed off some TV stuff, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to run some series with TV so we can get some exposure and hopefully do pretty good.
I understand the NASCAR Super Truck Series might be one of those. Are you looking seriously at that?
Yeah, that's what we're planning on doing, a couple of them and a few others.
One of the things I enjoy most about hanging out at local tracks is seeing the reaction of certain drivers after they win their first ever feature in a certain division. We got to see that with Jimmy Welton, who joins us now in studio. It was quite a run for you in that Thunder Car feature at Elko.
Yes, it was.
You were telling me you spent all this money, and you would have spent twice that amount of money for that feeling. How much money have you spent in the last, year and a half? You've been chasing this first feature win?
One full season and the partial this season. Close to $25,000.
That's a lot for a Thunder car.
Yeah, I could be running a late model.
And you double that for the same feeling, huh?
I think so, yeah. I don't think it's really completely sunk in, but I feel good.
All right. Well, let's walk. Maybe you could walk us through those final few laps. You had developed a decent lead, and then the caution flew, and which you really obviously didn't want, but you handled it well nonetheless. Take me through the final few laps after that restart.
Well, I was trying to find my line, and I found it and was consistently pulling away from the second place car. And I think it was 4 to go, and I saw the caution lights, and wasn't happy. I wanted it to go caution-free, and I was really surprised after being off last week with the rain that I assumed there would be more cautions than there were tonight. Only one, but and I had a fairly good lead, and I was looking when the caution came out to see who was running second, and I was hoping it wasn't Matt Carlander.
Well, he had a strong car too,
yes,
didn't he?
He did.
He always has a strong car this year, so that's kind of redundant to say something like that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
He was my biggest fear of being in second, because I knew for a fact he'd probably get around me. So I saw the orange car coming up, and I thank God for that.
Well, I'm sure he'll be glad to see this interview.
Yeah.
I want to know, among other things, what is it like to pit next to Mike Skya?
Never a dull moment.
I can imagine. You probably have a few stories
very
stored
exciting.
away.
Yeah.
Give me some of the highlights over the last year and a half. Now remember, we do air this in part on Saturday morning, so let's try to keep it clean. Skya would, but you can't.
You won't need any beeps.
We used them all up last time we had Mike on.
Yeah, that was, I think, the most memorable experience of pitting next to him was when the body was ripped off his car 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you did an interview with him, and I think a few people told you not a good time to do it, but you did it anyway.
I'll decide when a good time to do it.
90% of the episode was beeps.
At least the interview. I don't know if the whole episode.
Yeah.
I thought that one of the funniest things about that interview is we had positioned ourselves in a way where when they brought his car around on the wrecker, it was right behind us. And not only did it come around just as planned, or hopefully as planned, it stopped right there as he finished his rampage.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So.
And for winning and being a good sport for appearing on this show, we'll award you and your crew a Pit Crew Party Pack from Jack Daniels. You can probably handle one of those about now, don't you think?
Sure.
Good. And, of course, we remind you that bottles and throttles don't mix, so drink responsibly. Jimmy Welton, Thundercar feature winner, thanks for joining us, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Waldock Sports in Forest Lake and Yamaha Motorsports in Hutchinson.
Attention all taste buds. This is your wake-up call. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. It's a delicious twist on ordinary chicken salad with all white meat chicken, fresh diced apples, grapes, celery, and toasted pecans. And now you get to choose how you want it served. As a sandwich, in a wrap, or in a bowl. Whichever way you prefer. Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. One great chicken salad, 3 ways to enjoy it.
What's going on?
Yeah. When you stop at the light and you're letting the rims bling, belly button ring, sweet as a scoop of some ice cream. Course like in the day or course like into the night. It's the summertime and baby we gonna do it right. Yeah. The sun is shining, it's bikinis and beaches and wet tees. It really don't matter if it's 90 degrees. Course like frostbitten, chilling under the rays. Say how you gonna be a player if you don't know how to play.
Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
I've been known to joke from time to time about the so-called encyclopedic curse. You know, that hex that Dan Plan seems to put on any driver he interviews? Of course I'm only joking, right? Or at least Gary Fredrickson thought the curse was a joke until after the race last week at Elko. Take a look at this footage. Anyway, Dan did catch up with Gary, and here's what the two had to say.
Gary Fredrickson's racing in the sportsman division this year at Elko. Gary, how's the year going so far for you?
So far, not that great. A lot of crashing and cars taking some abuse.
You still have the truck? Are you running the full series there, too?
Not running the full series. Usually I run whatever Friday night shows I can get to, and plan on running like Milwaukee Mile and Road America. 2 big venues I'd really like to make.
Which one do you like to drive better, the truck or the car?
I'd take the truck, hands down.
The rules pretty similar between the two, or are there quite a bit of differences between the mid-am trucks and the sportsman cars?
They're pretty similar, except for when you get to the rear end with a 3-link suspension compared to a 4-link suspension.
What are your goals for this year in the sportsman?
At least win a heat race or something.
When I walked up to you earlier and asked if you want to be on TV, it sounds like you have positive thinking because you said you're going to win tonight.
I'd like to, but I have to start dead last in the heat, so it's going to make it a little hairy to get up through there.
Who are some of the guys in the crew that helped you out?
I've got Leon Doherty, who's been a long-time crew member and friend that's always helped me out in racing, and then I've got Paul Nyshin and Joe Bergstrom, my nephew.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you on the race show again.
Okay, thanks a lot. Hope I don't get bad luck from talking to you.
Showing that even we can hug a tree from time to time and love all things natural. Take a look at what some of these students from St. Thomas Academy have done with this solar-powered car.
This is the St. Thomas Academy Experimental Vehicle Team's car, and we've been doing, the Experimental Vehicle Team's been around for about 6 years or so now, and this is a solar-powered car, which is run on two 12-volt car batteries. It's a 24-volt system, and it's got a Lynch motor made in England, and it also runs on the solar panels that we have, and it's all wired together in the system, and the main bulk of the power comes from the batteries. The solar panels supplement it. This car could run on a cloudy day, but it would be greatly helped if we had the solar panels. So,
approximately how fast does it go when you go around a lap here?
Well, to save energy and to achieve, the distances that we have to achieve for the races, we go somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 miles an hour. But you could gear the car to go about as fast as you want. At this track, we could probably handle about 40 miles an hour because of the curves. But if we had a big enough track and wide enough turns, we could gear it to go 70 if we wanted to. So.
And then how does it work? Do you compete with other teams throughout the country?
Yeah, there's a number of other teams, other high schools, colleges, private inventors, a number of different people get involved into it, and it's something that we really enjoy. As much fun as it is to build the car, it's a lot more fun to go down and see all the other people that are competing and all the different designs that they bring. So.
And I understand you've had a lot of success to the point where you're almost forced to move to higher classes each year.
Yeah, in a way, we've started out with a super mileage competition, and after a couple years at that, we set a new national record at 1,322 miles to 1 gallon of gasoline, and that was an unforeseen, amount of mileage as far as the competition was concerned, and we chose to leave that competition after we set that record, and we moved on to doing an electric car. And the electric car was basically this car right here without the solar panels. It had the same type of design. It's actually the same frame in this car as the electric car. And that we set a national record in as well, doing about 38.5 miles in 1 hour of time. And then we moved on after that to a human-powered vehicle. We wanted to try something a little bit different, and that was an ice bike competition where it was had a front-wheel drive studded tire, and then it had speed skating blades in the back of the bike, and it was like recumbent style, so you were laying down. And we set a speed record in that one, going 29 miles an hour across a 100-meter speed trap. So, and then after that, we decided to move to this competition here. So,
do you do some testing out here at Elko?
We do. We do a lot of testing here, and if it wasn't for the track time that we received at Elko, we wouldn't be able to do as well as we do. It really helps to know how the car is going to work before you bring it to the track. And so, yeah, Elko's given us a number of hours at no cost, and we couldn't thank them enough for, everything that they've done for us over the years.
And does Cretin-Derham Hall have a team of its own?
They don't. And if they did, though, it would be a big rivalry, that's for sure. But, maybe they should start one just so we can keep that heated blood going between the two schools.
Look what I have in my hands once again this week. Our Kharkov vodka bottle with the list of winners who have registered at their local liquor store to win free tickets to Elko Speedway this summer. If you haven't stopped into your local liquor store and looked for the Kharkov vodka display with Steve Mergick's car on it, be sure to do so real quickly so you can register to win as well. So, without further ado, let me pull out our names. Look who we have here. Mikhail Gorbachev, Boris Yeltsin, and Mikhail Baryshnikov. Really? No? Those aren't the winners this week? We'll take a look at who is.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASN 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there!
Attention NASCAR race fans, the new 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup Series phones have just pulled into the Nextel dealer nearest you. Each phone comes fully loaded with everything you need to get more done at race time or anytime. Like a built-in walkie-talkie that connects in under a second, color display, speakerphone, NASCAR-themed wallpapers and ringtones, and a built-in stopwatch. Plus, they're all GPS enabled. Just visit AMCOM in Burnsville, your Nextel authorized representative.
Since 1866, we've had only 6 master distillers of Jack Daniels. Job satisfaction's never been much of a problem. Jack Daniels Tennessee whiskey.
Back in the 1970s, I'm sure you guys remember that time very well.
Not so much.
The duo Peaches and Herb had that incredible song. What was it called? Reunited. And that's what we are here, reunited for Points to Ponder. It was a horrible song.
You should sing it.
It still drives me nuts thinking about it. I don't know why I bring it up. So, you know, sing along with me at home, because I know it's probably going through your head as well. So, to my right is Amy Woodward, to my left is Carrie Estes. First and foremost, before we get to our important Points to Ponder, let's get caught up on your life. Let's see, it was kind of like a Springsteen song. You had a car, you had a boy, you lost the car, you lost the boy. Whew. It's been a traumatic couple months.
First of all, Rob, the car and the boy, completely separate situations.
Yeah?
Okay?
All right.
I lost a car because I wrecked it, and it was hard to find a new car or find out what to do with it, because basically we had to start all over. I wrecked everything, the entire drivetrain, the chassis, everything was bad.
That was a hard hit.
It was a hard hit. Cracked the engine block, everything.
Cracked part of your tooth, if I recall.
And my tooth.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we had to basically start over, and it took some time to figure out where we were going to go with that. But now, you know, Country Joe has stood by me for, this is my 3rd year racing for him, and they're helping me out. We're building a new car right now, and I will be back out this Saturday. So
all right.
The next time.
Well, we'll
we
look
race.
forward to it.
For sure.
How about the boy?
Then that's none of your business.
Of course it's not, but
bad.
I like to ask about things that aren't my business. I have a propensity to do such. All right, we'll talk about racing for a second or two here. We're coming up to the mid-season point. Let's talk about either our favorite surprises so far this season or best highlight.
I would say a highlight definitely is all the improvements they've made on the track. You have to love it. But
except your improvement on the track, I think, has been absent from that.
like downhill, but we won't discuss that.
Okay.
Another thing is Dwayne Halverson. I think he's still leading the points. And he's been so consistently up there. I remember last season, I could see Dwayne a car or two ahead of me. So, he's running mid-pack, high mid-pack. This year, he's just going on it, and I think it's awesome.
Yeah. Carrie?
I think that the highlight of the season would have to be Jake Ryan. He is just kicking some butt in late models. And not that I couldn't have seen that coming. I mean, he's obviously a good mid-am driver. We've seen him just dominate in years before, but it's just amazing. He goes out there and he's been doing it for years. Hangs with the veterans like it's no thing, He's doing awesome. I think that's the highlight of the year.
It's no thing, right?
It ain't no thing.
No
It's
thing.
out there for Sunday drive.
Yeah. I would agree with both of you. My favorite surprise, I think, is not just the power stock class and how it's developed, because maybe it hasn't developed that much, but my interest in it has really developed, largely in part to Bud Kane, always razzing me for not talking about the power stocks enough on this show. And now we have the Kane and Abel saga, and the two of them are battling for the points lead. So I think that class is really puts on a great show week in, week out. Car counts high, side-by-side racing is good, sometimes three-wide racing, and I'm very happy to consider myself a card-carrying fan of the power stocks now.
Good for you.
All right, thank you.
Yay.
It's good to be back here.
Go.
Yeah.
Points to ponder, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASN 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
At Leo South, we sell excitement. We sell fun. and we sell it for less.
The affordable one, the one you want at Leo South.
We sell on Leo South, Kendrick Avenue at I-35 and County Road 46, Lakeville.
The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Gentlemen, start your sensors.
Nice.
Like that?
Excellent.
You got to get up pretty early to keep up with me. Back on the race show for our favorite segment. Anytime Mike Skya joins us, it's our favorite segment, right?
I would hope so, yes.
So Mike has got the dubious distinction this week of becoming the first guy to cause a wreck, win the usual suspect award before the race even ended, and then finish second, darn near win the thing.
Whoa, 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 caused a wreck?
Oh, whenever you're bouncing off some car, I got to blame you. I can't blame someone else.
No, I think that was Nicias and Schultze were bumping into each other, and I was just in the middle.
Should have been the right place at the wrong time or something like that?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. But your car did take a little beating, and then all of a sudden there it was, fast as ever. Maybe that's the key to your success this year.
You know, I'm hoping it was fast as ever, but I just don't want to get my hopes up too high. I mean, we've been struggling with this thing, and it felt pretty good tonight.
That's an understatement.
Exactly. I mean, it's embarrassing, but what do you do? You know, this weekend or this last couple weeks here, we threw everything at it. We even took out a couple $100 bills, threw it at it,
really?
And you know, tried to coax it a little bit. But we think we're getting in the right path right now. So.
You're criticizing you can't read my handwriting on this cue card. Right. I want to throw in a riddle before we go any farther.
Oh my.
Okay. Do you ever watch the Tour de France or follow that with Lance Armstrong?
No.
I'm just wondering if he doesn't repeat again as winner this year, will he have to eat crow?
Okay.
Ponder that for a little. Now,
all right.
Back to stock car racing.
All right.
You gave Nicias a.
All right.
You gave Nicias a good run with about 10 or 8 laps to go. You two touched a little bit. You slid off the pace. Then you got back next to him again with the final 2 laps to go.
Right. It was kind of odd. I saw Paulie going into the corners, and he would almost drift up into the third groove until I decided to go underneath him. It's like, wow, we're next door neighbors now. I think, you know, he just held his line really low. You know, which is racing. I think we bumped tires, and that's where my tail end just started to get away from me, and I thought, that son of a gun. I said, I'm going to get him. But then when it came down to it, where I could have, I thought, you know, I got 10 weeks to race next to this guy. It just ain't worth it. I mean, anybody could go into the last corner, the last lap, punt somebody, push them up into the wall, and come out and win. But
frankly, I think 95% of the crowd was disappointed because they expected you to do as much.
Well, that's just not me. I gotta still sleep at night. I gotta be happy with myself.
Well, yeah, you were just telling me off the air that you sleep and your wife gets up with your new baby boy, new baby girl. I can't keep them straight. You got me confused now.
I gotta get up and get a drink of water too. So.
You're so nice. Because you're so nice, we're going to give you 2 awards today.
All right.
All right? We'll give you Oven Mitt Man. I think if we look closely on the back here, your name is inscribed someplace.
Right.
So for winning this before,
yep.
At least once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, a usual suspect, that could be a song. Lionel Richie, take note. All right, secondly, we'll give you and your crew another pit crew party pack, because I think you deserve it.
All right, well, that's great.
You know,
appreciate it.
You're always working hard. Jimmy Welton was kind of dissing you earlier, though.
Jimmy was?
Yeah, he said
he
said it's boring pitting next to you.
Oh, come on. Oh.
Okay, maybe
that's a joke.
Maybe he didn't exactly
that's
say
a joke.
that. Mike Skya, second place last week at Elko in the Sportsman feature, but coming on strong, right?
I'm hoping.
You go.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
You bet. Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Drive is proud to be a part of St. Paul Harley-Davidson's 5th annual Lightning Run. There'll be a parade, auction, and raffles for great prizes. The Lightning Run benefits the Diabetes Institute for Immunology and Transplantation at the University of Minnesota. For more info, log on to lightningrun.com. Brought to you by 5 Eyewitness News, AM 1500, KS95, FM 107, The Pioneer Press, and Channel 45.
What are you training for? Denny Hecker's 45 Extreme Challenge. Look for it all summer long at great events like this one. And don't forget to stop by and register for your chance to win a Trans Global Vacations getaway to Cancun's Iberostar Paraiso Beach.
I've done a million talk shows, so I've always thought about being on the other side. So I'm starting a new show in the fall.
Oh, the Tony Danza
Show.
Tony Danza Show.
It's a live talk show. I guest hosted The Tonight Show. You know, it's like, that was fun. What would you like to see?
Yes, that I recognize. You.
I enjoy people. I enjoy talking to people. And a lot of people have let me in their living rooms for years and years and years.
You're funny. Your show should reflect you.
How about cooking?
I'd like to see that.
You see me cook, man, I'm telling you.
Coming this fall to 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs and Nextel. The Race Show is also sponsored by Arby's, Elko Speedway, Jack Daniels, Leo South, Coors, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, everyone's favorite usual suspect, your host, Rob Hahn.
And welcome to another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And I've been told the man who likes loud and ugly shirts. Loud, maybe. Ugly, no. But the Big O back in the studio a couple weeks ago when I first wore this shirt was a little upset about a number of things. And he intoned that he thought this was the ugliest shirt in the history of television. The ugliest shirt in the history of television. That was, of course, until he watched the new John McEnroe show. Oh, Johnny Mac ain't got nothing on me. Anyway, I digress just a little bit. But as you know, rule number one about the Race Show, it's first and foremost a show all about me. But secondarily, it is a show allegedly about racing. And without further ado, let's take a look at what a difference 1 week can make. Not just 1 week, but maybe a few hood pins as we put our eye on Skya.
Well, last week when the hood fell off, we decided to put a whole new body on, get a different look. We now got certified appliance recycling. Took all week to do it. Chad and actually Tony from Tony's Appliance helped me out. So there's no bad blood. He's part of this company too. So we just wanted to change it up a little bit, change our lock. Everybody says green's bad luck, but I tell them to stick it.
I'm shocked. I can't imagine you ever telling someone to stick it.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you to stick it if you make me.
Really? Okay, let's talk racing, since the show is allegedly about racing. Right. It was a good night for you.
That was a very good night. Heat races didn't really mean that much to me until tonight. Schultz was on the inside of me with his fast car. Whether he was out to lunch or not, I was still able to beat him. And then the feature race, that was a true test for me to see how it was going to work. We made some adjustments. We turned our motor upside down. That seems to be working for us.
Incidentally, Steve Schultz won that Sportsman feature race last week at Elko, and we'll hear from Steve just a little later on the Race Show. We'll also hear from fellow Sportsman competitor Mike Felixberger, who is involved in a little fracas both on and off the track. He'll explain more later in the show. Just in case you've ever wondered how influential the Race Show has become, take a look and listen to what John Lemke, super late model feature winner last week at Elko, had to say after his win.
Yeah, that was a hell of a race with Donnie there. On that first restart, I watched your race show, believe it or not, and I learned that he doesn't necessarily like to always be on the outside. So on that first restart, I wanted to go to the bottom. That wasn't my choice. I was just trying to play a little strategy, and it almost bit us. And then there's another caution, and he was in the lead, and he chose to go to the bottom, and I went to the outside, and it was a hell of a race. That was one of the funnest races I've had in a long time.
And joining us now on the Race Show is Elko Thundercar driver Joe Garofalo.
How you doing?
Welcome.
It's about time.
Yeah, it is about time. You know, well, I shouldn't disclose this on the air, but I will, that I bet somebody who's been involved with this show in our newspaper that you would win a feature this season. And though you haven't yet, last week at Elko showed that you're well on your way to helping me collect on that bet. 4th place finish, I think it was your best ever in the Thundercar feature.
Getting there, yeah.
What's been the transition? I mean, last year obviously was dominant in the American short tracker division at Raceway Park. This year, arguably, it's been a bit of a challenge to learn the car.
Yeah, I kind of expected it to be a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of growing pains. You know, new car, getting it dialed in, different track. I never really raced here before. totally different car. You're going from a lightweight, low horsepower vehicle to a high horsepower, heavier car. It's a totally different driving style and totally different feel.
Last week, you started on the front row, had a good battle for a number of laps with Conrad Jorgensen, the eventual winner of the feature.
Yes.
What was it like running up front and being competitive up front?
Well, it's a good feeling, you know. It's the competition. I was right there. I was so close, just a little bit off last week. Hopefully this week I'm going to try and get a little bit better and try and get a little bit faster every single week.
What do you take out of last week's strong run in the feature and apply to not only this week, but the rest of the season?
Well, I tell you, the secret last week was I had my dad draw my chip for your starting position for the heat race, and my whole year I've been drawn really, really poorly. Out of 50 chips, I've been drawn 40 or higher usually. I let my dad do it once. He drew chip number 1.
Nice. Well, we know he's going to draw in the future, right?
Yes, he is.
It's been fun to talk with him throughout the season because I can kind of see his mood improve as the season goes on, as you've become more competitive. Not that he was down by any means, but you know, as you say, it was a struggle at times, a challenge to learn the new track, a new car for you.
Yeah, I kind of expected. I had guessed about mid-season I'd start getting a little better, and I'm pretty much right on course, and hopefully I get you that bet this year.
Yeah, because you know it's a very lucrative one. And don't ask to share in the profits, okay? That would be a conflict of interest. Well, keep working on that car because I want to collect on that bet before long.
I'm still working. I ain't giving up yet. I'll get her there.
Real good. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Joey Garofalo, Thundercar driver at Elko Speedway with us on The Race Show, and we'll be right back.
The Race Show is presented by Arby's, Yamaha, and Jack Daniels.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I need to choose?
Honey,
Huh?
go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now for just $39 a month with 0 down on all Yamaha motorcycles and ATVs, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Farm Island Repair and Marine in Aiken and J&J Power Sports in Faribault.
Attention all taste buds. This is your wake-up call. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. It's a delicious twist on ordinary chicken salad with all white meat chicken, fresh diced apples, grapes, celery, and toasted pecans. And now you get to choose how you want it served. As a sandwich, in a wrap, or in a bowl. Whichever way you prefer. Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. One great chicken salad, 3 ways to enjoy it.
This is guys' night out. It's not low-carb night. It's not low-calorie night. And it's not sparkling, imported, light, extra dry, less filling, on the rocks, green-bottled, fruit-flavored night. Nah, this is guys' night out. When guys reach for a real beer. Real Rocky Mountain Coors. What are you guys drinking?
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Elko sportsman Steve Schultz is well on his way to setting a brand new record this year. He's driven 3 different cars for 4 different owners. See if you can sort through that one. Amy Woodward caught up with Steve before his feature win last week at Elko.
Thanks, Rob. I'm standing here with Steve Schultz. He's the 23 sportsman. Steve, how's it going tonight?
Good, good.
Doing good? All right. Well, Steve's played a little bit of, I'd call it car musical chairs this year, not owning an old car until tonight. How does that feel? You know, how do you feel owning your own car?
That feels pretty good to get back into stuff on my own again. It's a different deal racing for somebody else and driving their cars, but it feels good to finally get back and have some equipment of your own.
So when you were driving a car for Ryan and then Nitris's and Jonathan Island. Did you feel like you were treated differently between people? Like, were you feeling uncomfortable, scared you're going to wreck their equipment and, like, them beat you up or something, or?
No, not at all. I mean, all the guys that race against out here are a lot of really good guys, and when I drove Paul's car that night, the car worked really well. You know, he's got good equipment, and then Jonathan Island's car, I drove the following week, and that thing also worked pretty good. So 2 good cars, and it worked out pretty good to keep me in the points out here, and we finally got this deal going, so we should be okay.
So does that throw your driving style off, hopping into 3 different cars throughout the year? Like, do you have to adjust each car, or are they pretty much adjusted to you?
Every car is just a little bit different. Everyone's got their own tendencies and whatever, but just got to work with them a little bit and get everything you can get out of them.
Okay, and I was talking to your pit guy, Matt, earlier tonight, and he said when you pulled up and found out that you bought a car, he was all excited. Are you guys pretty excited jumping out of your skins? Your own car, you can call it your baby now?
Yeah, I pretty much called it my baby when I was driving it earlier this season. It's good getting back in this thing. It's kind of like going home.
Well, that's always good. So right now you're pretty much up there in the points. You're contending, and I remember in 2002 you won owning your own car. So does this kind of give you a given hope that you're going to go for the championship this year?
Yeah, sure. Going into the season, we decided we were going to run on a part-time basis and whenever, and the season got started off really well. So just one thing led to another and kind of snowballed into where it is right now. And we're hoping that we can go and challenge for the championship this year.
Now, are your kids pretty excited? I know they're always here at the track, and your little boy just loves this car. How's he thinking about it?
Oh, Andrew loves it. He's got a toy back in home, too, in the shop, so he's got something he can do.
And I did notice, if you would look, it is pretty blank. You still looking for more sponsors for this year?
Yeah, we always are. Just have a couple in the car right now. It's Firehouse Pizza out of Newmarket, new pizza place that just opened, takeout and delivery. And Leo's Bar, it's also a Newmarket establishment, so they've been with me for a long time. Firehouse has been just new this year, but they help us out, and it's working out pretty good.
It's always awesome. Now, how about your crew members? You want to give them a quick shout-out?
Sure. Jeff McClintock is my crew chief. We seem to work pretty well together. Can disagree on a lot of things, but I think it's just a disagree to disagree. Sean Hearn, he's been helping out for a couple years now. It's working out good, and Matt Kitzman's been around for, it's got to be 4 or 5 years, so a bunch of us, we all seem to work pretty well together.
So you guys are definitely dedicated. You got through this not having a car, having a car type situation. Where do you see yourself on championship night?
Hopefully with a big trophy.
All right, that's awesome. Well, thank you very much, Steve.
You're welcome.
And back to you, Rob.
Props, please. Thank you. Look out, Randy Moss, with hands like these, it's not long, and I'll be with the Vikings. Time now for our Kharkov Vodka ticket winners. Vanessa Williams from Brooklyn Park registered at Kelly's Liquor in Brooklyn Park. Al Taylor in Princeton registered at Municipal Liquor in Princeton. And Tracy Reed registered at Broadway Liquor Outlet in Minneapolis. Those are just 3 of the winners this week. Check your screen and see who else won. Be sure to stop by your favorite liquor store to register to win. Look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and we'll continue to announce ticket winners throughout the rest of the summer on The Race Show.
Good performance tonight.
It was a great one. We got behind a couple slow cars for a little bit, had to work our way around, but we got through it. He was a little slower than I was, but I just went 3 wide and got around them all, so.
You enjoy that style of racing for a win? It's got to be pretty fun to be able to go 3 wide and win the race.
Oh, it's great going 3 wide. If you ask my brother, he loves to do it all the time.
I finally got one off the pole. You know, I'd struggled off the pole before, and I didn't want to start there tonight, but the car was really good tonight.
It's no secret that for a lot of this year, you've had a strong car, Matt Carlander's had a strong car, and the two of you got to race for the win tonight.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I didn't think I was going to be able to hold Matt off. He's got a great car all year, but the Extreme Thunder came through tonight.
You also had a pretty good battle early on with Joey Garofalo, who seems to be coming into his own in this class.
Yeah, Joey was a little worried about it at the beginning of the year, but I just told him, I mean, you saw how good he did in a short tracker. All it takes is time, and he gave me a run. I wasn't sure I was going to get him.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Attention NASCAR race fans, the new 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup Series phones have just pulled into the Nextel dealer nearest you. Each phone comes fully loaded with everything you need to get more done at race time or anytime. Like a built-in walkie-talkie that connects in under a second, color display, speakerphone, NASCAR-themed wallpapers and ringtones, and a built-in stopwatch. Plus, they're all GPS enabled. Just visit ANCOM in Burnsville, your Nextel authorized representative.
you ever visit the Jack Daniel distillery, you'll learn quite a bit about our whiskey. How we start with pure cave spring water and the finest grains. And how we charcoal mellow our whiskey for extra smoothness. In fact, the only thing you won't learn is how it tastes. Fortunately, you can do that just about anywhere else.
Back on the Race Show, I am again reminded of that great song from the 70s by the group Thin Lizzy. And to paraphrase it, the girls are back in town. Remember that song?
You're so sad, Rob. We're not that old. And look at his shirt
he's wearing.
Boo! What is up with this?
Hey, I need to give John
And Rob the
McEnroe...
Green Monster.
Easy.
Okay.
You know, first it's the hair, and now it's the shirt. I need to give John McEnroe a run for his money.
I know. You look
I kind of like this. I'm not sure if anyone else does. Points to ponder. To my right is Amy Woodward, sportsman driver and shirt connoisseur. And to my left, shirt connoisseur and thundercar driver, Carrie Estes. Points to ponder. You want to talk about Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s recent comments to NASCAR.com, where he essentially said he didn't need to race last week at New Hampshire because the point system is in his favor anyway.
Yeah, which is true, but I almost think it kind of takes the whole racing edge points championship interest out of it, because him just saying that, very true, points, yeah, whew, we're going new, but it's just like, I don't know, I just don't like it because it doesn't seem like he could commit to something and run as hard as he could. I feel like he's getting out too easily, I guess.
No, we should explain briefly, and I don't have a full understanding of it, but with the change in the point system in Nextel Cup this year, NASCAR said that the top 10 drivers, and then I think, what, 400 points, anyone within 400 points of the lead will compete over the final 10 races for the championship. So if you're outside of that bracket, you don't really get to compete. I think there's a potential for this to be one of the best decisions NASCAR's made in years. And it's rare. So look at me and believe me. Hear me now and believe me later. NASCAR might have actually made a good decision if they can keep the car count up through the final 10 races.
You know, I hate to be a change hater, but I think that's one thing you just don't mess with. That system should have been left alone. I mean, I just think that's not a good idea. Now, because look at Junior can sit out and not even be affected by it. I think he needs to suck it up, go out there and race.
Well, and to be fair, he did get in the car and collect the points, but, you know, arguably did not race as hard as he should have.
That's where I think this system really is not a good system. It's not fair. These guys that work really hard to get ahead in points, and now all of a sudden, it's sucked back in at the last.
But no, I'm not buying that, because even under the old point system, all you did was have to start the race, and then you could pull in and have a substitute driver go around and collect your points.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not like he just bagged on this one race. Now, someone else, speaking of Junior, was wondering after Chris Schultz wrote about pajamas and maybe people should wear fire-retardant pajamas instead of the expensive safety suits that most drivers wear. How would Dale have felt if he were wearing pajamas?
That would have hurt.
I'll just kind of leave you with that
thought. It would have
thought.
been a little crispier.
Now, speaking of points, since this is points to ponder, right? Let's talk about a couple of the points races that are really shaping up to be good down the stretch at Alco Speedway. First, the super late model points with, I think, John Lemke on top now, if our math is correct, and Jake Ryan second. Who are you picking?
Oh.
It doesn't have to be one of those two.
I want to say Jake just because it's so amazing how that kid's just running up front all the time. He smoked us in Sportsman. He's continuing that
Who
through the
hasn't
late
smoked
models.
you in Sportsman?
Everybody but my dog.
All right.
Because he doesn't come to the races.
Until last week, I would have picked Jake Ryan as well, and I still wouldn't be surprised if he won. But I think John Lemke may have found something.
Yeah, I definitely agree. John Lemke has consistency. He hits his marks. I mean, I watched him last weekend, and he was just, I mean, right there, lap after lap, just on Donnie Rivers. And I'm not saying Jake isn't consistent like that, but I think Lemke's definitely got a little edge on him in that department.
Quickly, the Sportsman. Who would you pick there?
Dwayne Halverson, just because I like him and I don't know what else is going on in the Sportsman right now.
Thanks.
Amy, no,
If he can keep,
I think Amy's going to do it.
May I speak now?
Go for it.
Okay.
Thank you. If he can keep his hood pins on, I'm picking Mike Skya to repeat.
Did you
Pressure's
hear?
on, Mikey.
Did you hear about the Mike Skya body attachment kit that Beamish has? It's a little baggie with 2 pop rivets in it, and that's it. That's how you attach your body.
Oh my.
Oh my.
This is great. So anyways, I'm pulling for Steve Schultz. I like Dwayne. I think Dwayne will do good awesome. But with Steve having his own
He'll do good awesome?
He'll do good also.
I thought you mass comm majors were going to upstage the grammarian here.
But I think Steve, with owning his own car now, and it's his, he can do whatever he wants to it, and his crew, I think they're going to be on top this year.
Grammarian, pretty big word, huh?
Yeah.
See what you learn on the race show?
Always interesting.
Yes. I'll be back next week with somebody on Points to Ponder. I don't know if it'll be these 2 lunatics, but you can bet my shirt will be even louder and better looking.
Or uglier.
Kind of like me.
The Race Show is presented by Leo South and Kharkov Vodka.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at goelkospeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
At Leo South, we sell excitement. We sell fun. And we sell it for less.
The affordable one, the one you want at Leo South.
We sell fun. Leo South, Kendrick Avenue at I-35 and County Road 46, Lakeville.
The usual suspect of the week is sponsored by Arby's.
Back on the race show, I'm Rob Hahn, joined now by Elko Sportsman driver Mike Felixberger. And it's funny because as I was walking through the pits after the races last Saturday at Elko, your crew came up to me and said, "We really deserve that Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack." And of course, the friends at Jack Daniels remind you that bottles and throttles don't mix, so drink responsibly. And drive responsibly, too, for that matter. So let's get it on the table right away. You'll get your Pit Crew Party Pack.
That's great.
So all is well that ends well, right?
Right.
Here we are. Let's give you one other award right off the start, huh?
That'll
so we
work.
know, yeah, boom.
Don't waste no time.
Oven Mitt Man, let's get him in here today. He looks about as banged up as you did after Cletus got through with you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, yeah.
Okay, let's start with last week's race. Start of the race, we don't have any video, so we had to draw a few photos. Here's or pictures, sketches. Why don't you tell us what exactly happened, and we'll kind of show our art here.
Well, in the start of the feature, I felt we were about the same pace as I ran earlier in the heat race with 88 Halverson, and we were coming in at turn 4, and Steve Schultz, he just took off, and I felt a bump in the back end and got sideways and lifted and figured they'd throw the caution because it was a faulty restart, and usually they reline you back up and start over again, but for some reason I ended up in the back, and some guys got wrecked, and
to be fair, some of those guys who got wrecked and their teammates might not have been too happy.
Right.
And chose to kind of express their displeasure after you came in after the feature.
Right.
So maybe tell me a little bit about what happened there. It was primarily, let's be fair, it was with Jonathan Island's crew, and you can kind of pick it up from there.
Well, I come back into the pits after the race, and the tech official was standing there, and Jonathan Island's crew was standing there, and they felt I didn't deserve to be out there because there was a faulty restart, and everybody checked up, and the yellow probably should have came out a little bit sooner than it did, but otherwise, they got a little hot-headed, and
I thought we were going to hear strands from the theme from Rocky for a couple seconds there. And I thought all along they were just coming down to offer you a beer to kind of cool down.
Well, yeah, that would be nice, but yeah, it's just when you get out there in the racetrack, anything can happen. I mean, no matter what. And then when you come back in, you should be back to normal.
Right.
I mean, when something happens on the racetrack, leave it out there.
This isn't the first time that, in the last couple of years where you've kind of been the center of some words being exchanged, but you always seem to handle it well. There's a certain element of cool, calm, and collectedness.
Well, in my younger years, I boxed, and I'd get beat up in the ring, and I don't get mad at the guy when I get out.
Right.
I just...
You didn't tell me you boxed, man. I'm not sure I would have invited you into the studio. I better be nicer now.
When I go out in the racetrack, there's a gate there. You go out, and what happens out there stays out there. And when you come in, it should be different. It should be back to normal.
Remember, I told you at the start that you're getting the pit crew party pack, courtesy of Jack Daniels, and all's well that ends well. But I got to ask you about one other thing. There was an incident, allegedly, when the Mid-Am Sportsman came here, where you won your heat race, and then didn't realize you had to run the last chance race because of your poor qualifying time, and consequently skipped the last chance race and then failed to make the feature. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't know what I was thinking. I was excited because I won the heat race, because to get a win, period, in the Sportsman is pretty tough, and you have to be really good. And there was another guy, Dean Leffler, he got it right at the last minute. And some guys told him he had to be out there. I was up in the stands watching the race. And
well, at least you had a good view of the race.
I screwed up.
In fact, someone told me that you should have been the usual suspect that week. So we were nice to you one week. This week we had to bring you in and give it to you.
Right. And, the usual suspect feels, I don't know, usually you have to wreck your car all the time.
Well, we change the rules all the time. That's the great thing about this award. If I wake up in a bad mood and, the number 04 pops into my head, who knows when you might be on again.
And my pit crew, they keep enough rivets on the car, so...
Unlike other guys,
together, right?
That's the difference between the 03 and the 04, not just one digit, right?
There
a few
you go.
rivets and hood pins
rivets
as well.
and pins, yep.
Okay, Mike Felixberger joining us in the studio. You're a good sport. And a good sportsman sometimes, too.
Thanks.
We'll be right back.
The usual suspect of the week has been brought to you by Arby's. What are you eating today?
Attention all taste buds. This is your wake-up call. Introducing Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. It's a delicious twist on ordinary chicken salad with all white meat chicken, fresh diced apples, grapes, celery, and toasted pecans. And now you get to choose how you want it served. As a sandwich, in a wrap, or in a bowl. Whichever way you prefer. Arby's new Market Fresh Chicken Salad. One great chicken salad, 3 ways to enjoy it.
Attention NASCAR race fans. The new 2004 NASCAR Nextel Cup Series phones have just pulled into the Nextel dealer nearest you. Each phone comes fully loaded with everything you need to get more done at race time or anytime. Like a built-in walkie-talkie that connects in under a second, color display, speakerphone, NASCAR-themed wallpapers and ringtones, and a built-in stopwatch. Plus, they're all GPS-enabled. Just visit Mobile Radio in Golden Valley, your Nextel authorized representative.
Well, hello. Oh, there's so many of you. I want to start you up. I don't want to choose. Do I get to choose?
Honey,
Huh?
go on. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
It's not a dream. Because now for just $39 a month with 0 down on all Yamaha motorcycles and ATVs, you don't have to choose.
I love you. I love you so much.
See Heinen's Yamaha in Osseo and Jerry's Yamaha in Lakeville.
That's it for another episode of The Race Show. Thanks for joining us. My thanks to Brian Nelson behind the camera and the Big O back at the studio. Is this shirt great or what? We'll see you again next week.